rain won't stop us from crowning a champion at the Northern Trust this week. After the final round at Liberty National was postponed Sunday, they'll finish the tournament today, and that means one of our DraftKings competitors will become the Fantasy Golf World Champion and walk away with $1 million. The sweat is on. It all comes down to today. So let's take a look at where things stand with our FGWC leaderboard. Guys, only two fellas where everyone made the cut. So we got Ski Basher's lineup, who we're looking at right now. He is in the lead. The Human Cespedes is right behind him. Again, those are the only two guys who everyone in their lineup made the cut. Very interesting. All right, let's bring in DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler. Reed Fowler, who is coming to us live from the event. As we can see, it is definitely raining. Reed has his umbrella out and everything. So, Jeff, thoughts on the leaders lineup? I mean, the leader, Ski Basher, doesn't have John Rahm or Cameron Smith, the guys tied for the lead in his lineup. So, what do we think?
I mean, I think that he's just got obviously a very balanced lineup right now, and that he's benefited from a couple guys in Jordan Spieth and Bryson DeChambeau who aren't in the lead or really anywhere near getting, being in contention for the win. But they have made a boatload of birdies and eagles this week. Spieth with 3 eagles, DeChambeau with 19 birdies. These guys are absolutely fantasy-friendly scorers right now, and that's what it boils down to. You see those guys with 69 and 68 points, Jesse. They have more points than Sung J M. Sung J M is 3 shots ahead of Jordan Spieth. That's how many birdies and eagles DeChambeau and Spieth have been making. So that's what's going on with Ski Basher. He's targeted a couple high birdie rate players there in Spieth and DeChambeau. And, he's got a guy up there in Lowry who actually is pretty popular in this contest, but is kind of carrying things. So really interesting lineup. Love the construction for sure, and definitely struck the right note with guys like Charlie Hoffman, too, at low ownership.
Reed, looking at these lineups, how do we feel?
Yeah, I think someone that we also have to pay attention to is Kid Cudi. We got a chance to catch up with him and his lineup as well, Jesse. If you look at the player holes remaining, he's got 109. Which is one more than Ski Basher, right? So he has got a good chance to maybe overtake Human Cespedes. But Ski Basher, when you take a look at his, like Jeff mentioned, it's completely balanced. You see Tringali had a nice, consistent, 3 rounds of 4 under, 3 under, 4 under. So he's right there. And he's, again, a lot of birdies have been made. The conditions here, Jesse, obviously you can umbrella holding up. I don't have an umbrella person yet. Maybe one of these guys wants to do it. Maybe Samir wants to come and be my umbrella guy. But it's the conditions are going to be soft, and we'll get to it, that they might give way to someone maybe down the leaderboard in actual golf and might post an 8 under, a 9 under, get in early. And if the leaders don't go off until a little bit later and they have to sit on that, maybe there's another delay. We've seen this happen before, Jeff, right? Where like you see these guys that have to keep on sitting on, and it's Rahm, right? It's Rahm. He's one of the best in the world, but that could make a difference if someone like, I don't know, Tony Finau posts a nice little score.
Yeah, Reed, when you take a look at the list of competitors, is there anyone you think could make a run up the leaderboard? Like you mentioned, Kid Cudi on this final day. Could he be someone who could just make a run and walk away with the $1 million?
I don't know about the $1 million, Jesse. I think Ski Basher's lineup is too balanced. I think when you take a look at what he was able to do with Sungjae M, Shane Lowry, and Sungjae only in one lineup, that's going to be a lot. That's going to help out a ton. I think that construction is just a little too good, and especially with the player holes remaining. Maybe if he was a little bit less, maybe you see those guys like Peter Gibbons, McLovin, some of those guys only have 90, 91 holes left, maybe, but I do think it's Kid Cudi. I think Kid Cudi has a really good chance. Doug Gim looked really, really good on Saturday, posted that 8 under. If he's able to do that again, if Lanto is able to do that, and if Brian Harman doesn't shoot 5 over, which I don't think he will, then I think Kid Cudi has a good shot of overtaking Human Cespedes. So I do think Human Cespedes, guys, I think Hank Lebioda missed. Yeah, I think he has Lebioda in his lineup, and he missed the cut. So he's only got 5 of 6.
Jeff, what do you think? Anyone on this leaderboard you think could make a run, walk away with the $1 million?
So I think in terms of like the $1 million top prize, like it really comes down to the top 5 guys. I'm not sure anyone outside of McLovin there at number 5 has any shot. Ski Basher is in an interesting position because he's really cheering against John Rahm. Everybody behind him pretty much has John Rahm. And if John Rahm becomes the clear-cut winner, obviously that's going to boost their lineups a little bit. Now, it's not going to boost it too much. He's already got the win points. So Ski Basher's in a very good spot. I'd almost be a little bit surprised if he lost at this point. But Kid Cody down there also has 108. He's got the 6 golfers as well. Basically, what this is going to come down to is what is the back end of these lineups doing? Is Brian Harman shooting 10 under today, or is he shooting 1 over? Lanto Griffin, same thing. If these guys make huge moves, go out early, like Reed said, and just post insane scores, we could see a lot of flippage. If Rahm somehow loses this, I think Ski Basher has this in the bag, so to speak, baby, because he's just got too much firepower there with the guys who have already made so many birdies. So to me, Kid Cody definitely has the highest chance of overtaking. I think Peter Gibbons, again, it's going to come down to a guy like Neiman. Can he shoot 10 under? But the scores are out there. Absolutely. Some of these early guys could go out there and shoot early scores because of the soft conditions. But realistically, it's not the top of the position we're really that concerned about with this Fantasy Golf World Championship. It's the bottom 3, bottom 4 players of these lineups. Can they go out, post insane scores, and put enough points on the board to overtake Ski Basher?
All right, Reed, you're down there. It's obviously wet. How's the course look today? How do you think it'll impact the leaders as they're set to tee off this afternoon? I mean, the final round's been pushed back a few times. It is now set to begin at 11:30 a.m.
Yeah, a little wet down here. Not gonna lie, but the ground crew, they I think the course.
Not great audio from Reed. It just must be so blustery out there. So, Jeff, who do you think could benefit from these conditions today?
It's okay, Jesse. It's my time to shine. As I once, I think, declared on this very show, water is wet. So
yes.
I'm all set for these conditions. This is, like I said, my wheelhouse here, folks. I do know this biology. Look, the conditions, obviously, they're going to be soft. So I think that right off the bat, you're thinking the early starters here. The guys who get out early. I don't think that the greens are going to get dry or anything, but we could see conditions get worse. I know Reed did mention before he cut out there that there is a possibility of thunderstorms even in the afternoon. So I think the early starters here, there's still a little drizzle, but it doesn't look too windy from what Reed had told me. It's the early starters. If you're in showdown lineup, get on the early starters. If you're watching your lineups, it's probably going to be important that a couple of your early starters go low. That's the feeling that I get right now. And again, I think that's really going to be what affects and what ultimately this Fantasy Golf World Championship comes to. Can the back half, can the early starters of these guys' lineups come through for them? Because some of these guys are going to need really low scores to catch the leader right now.
All right, let's focus on the co-leaders heading into the final round. So you got Jon Rahm at plus 135 to finish this off, while Cameron Smith is at plus 300. Jeff, what do you think is the better bet in your opinion?
To me, it's Cameron Smith. This guy has been all over leaderboards for the last month. And look, we know Jon Rahm is Jon Rahm. I mean, he's the best player in the world. Is he did he show a little bit of fatigue, rust there in the end to round 3? Yeah, it's possible. I feel like the rest, too, probably helps Cam Smith a little bit more. He's coming off a hot round. He's not going to be as full as adrenaline as if they had played yesterday. I think Cam Smith is a player who is kind of overdue for a bigger win. I know he's got the 1 win there at the Sony Open and the 2 team wins, but this is a really quality player. He's got multiple top 10s. I think you take the better number you're getting here at plus 300. I mean, you're getting over double Jon Rahm. These guys are tied. I think Cam Smith being slightly disrespected. Obviously, Rahm deserves to be the favorite, but in all things considered, I'm actually pretty interested in this number for Cam Smith. I think he does have a very, very good shot at getting it done today.
All right, Reed is back with us. Water is wet, but it won't keep him down. Reed, Jon Rahm is plus 135 to finish this off. Cameron Smith is at plus 300. What do you think is the better bet?
Yeah, I know I'm in Kenny Ducey's area of the world, so I know his internet is probably getting over to mine. But yeah, I mean, I agree with Jeff. If you take a look at just specifically, not just historically with Smith and Rahm this season, of course, Rahm is objectively the better player, right? But Cam Smith approach-wise, Jon Rahm this week, right? You've just been watching it. He's been dialed, and he's been getting the ball as close to the hole, and he's making his putts. Right, he's gaining close to 2 strokes putting, and Rahm is gaining close to 3.5. So yeah, I'm with Jeff here. It's going to be tough though, because these top guys, like I mentioned earlier, if the conditions and these guys go out earlier, and you see a guy like Finau or JT come out and post like a solid number, then I do think that it's something that you could consider a little bit down the line. But again, the guy who's up top, Jon Rahm, we've seen him close out these tournaments before. That just scares me a little bit. I wouldn't go past a guy like Finau at plus 1,200, and maybe him not being in the final group helps him in terms of pressure to get a win.
Yeah, Reed, I was going to say, do you think there's any value in betting someone a little further down the board today? Sounds like maybe you do.
Yeah, I do think that Finau is someone to consider. Obviously, I don't have to explain myself why I like Mr. Finau. But look, I think Shane Lowry too. I mean, Shane Lowry's been playing fantastic. These conditions, we're going to see some typical rain around a week when the leaders tee off. We're going to see some lightning. Also, if those guys can't tee off and they have to wait, some of these guys that post a number, it can get to 4 or 5 under by halfway mark. They might have a shot at posting. Wait.
Jeff, what do you think? Any value with betting someone a little further down the board today?
I mean, I kind of hope Finau does get it done too. I mean, it'd be a nice story. The guy is just so overdue. But if I'm being realistic here with two really solid leaders, I think if I'm going to sprinkle someone further down, I'm going for the big odds, like the big payout. It's not going to cost me much to invest in a guy like Harold Varner III at plus 10,000. He's 4 shots back. He's going to have an earlier tee time though. And look, we've seen HV3 shoot like 62 multiple times on tour. I mean, this guy can get absolutely hot with his irons as well. So I think Harold Varner III is actually slightly alive there. It just comes down to, I think, plus 10,000. Like Kevin Malone always said on The Office, Jesse, if someone gives you 10,000 to 1, you take it. So, Harold, it's not quite 10,000 to 1, but, Harold Varner III at plus 10,000, 100 to 1, I think is actually very live here. And I don't think it's a bad sprinkle.
Yeah, always take the advice from The Office. All right, Reed, you've been there all week hanging out with our competitors. What's the mood like at the DraftKings house on the 15th green despite the weather?
Yeah, I mean, it was really fun. I think a lot of people keep really enjoying having this experience. As the sun comes out, Jetsy. But they do, hey.
Well, I think Reed's done. Yep.
You know what this just shows, Jesse? If you had invited me, I would have brought the good Canadian internet to the DraftKings house. And this just shows, again, that you need to invite me next year, Reed, and this all would have been fixed. So
yeah, we'll just clip that part off and show that to everyone who makes those decisions here. Thank you, Jeff. We're gonna, despite the internet, everyone's having fun down there. All right, good stuff. Make sure to follow along and see who gets the W in the FGWC as the final round plays out. In the meantime, we're gonna check in with our baseball panel on the other side of this break to find out how they're tackling tonight's very small MLB slate. All right, we've got a very small 6-game MLB slate coming our way this evening. Here to make sense of it is DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman, along with RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. We are MLB price checking and starting with a pitcher over 8K. So Matt, like I said, tiny 6-game slate, but most of the pitchers are over 8K. So you got 7 guys to choose from. Are you paying all the way up for Jordan Montgomery at 10K?
I don't think so. I don't think he's out of play. So to me, this slate is a pretty interesting small slate where there's actually a lot of potential for leverage. So for cash games, I think guys like Alek Manoah and Lance Lynn are more of the obvious choices, and Jordan Montgomery might just be a little expensive for a tough matchup against the Braves. But for GPPs, I think Manoah and Lynn, with what their ownership is likely to be, they're not really that exciting because I think they're both flawed for the matchup. Lance Lynn is facing the Blue Jays, which is tough, and Manoah has just been kind of inconsistent. His matchup isn't great either. So I think my favorite guy for tournaments is actually Huascar Ynoa, who's facing the Yankees. And the main reason I like him is that I do think the Yankees will be the most popular offense on this slate. They're getting a little bit of a park downgrade in Atlanta compared to the Bronx, but they're also losing a DH. So this lineup won't look as good as it normally does with a pitcher in there. We could see a regular player who normally is DHing, someone like Stanton or Judge, out of the lineup. So that would be a boost for Ynoa too. But I just think the strikeout upside is there, even though there's a lot of volatility in this matchup. So there's no one who's perfect. I don't think there's any pitcher that's safe really on this slate. But I do think Ynoa has a lot of upside for the ownership he's likely to get.
All right, Paul, where are you going for a pitcher over 8K?
I'm going to go to Lance Lynn against the Blue Jays. He's held opponents to a 2.25 ERA and a 2.29 batting average and 3.29 ERA over his last 10 starts, and only allowed 5 homers along the way. I also like his 61 strikeouts in that stretch as an indicator that he's more than capable of facing a free-swinging club that's suddenly slumping with only two wins in their last 9. They're not scoring runs like they were most of the season in this cold spot. His mound opponent, Alek Manoah, is coming off his poorest start of a very impressive rookie campaign as well. So I wonder if the kid will continue to struggle against the solid Sox lineup. And am I guessing that it's the third cycle through where Zach Greinke's name has come up, and I'm the only one in this segment who's on him? I'm going to stick with him. He's rewarded me with a pair of excellent starts recently, the last one against the same Royals he'll face tonight. I'm back on the Astros veteran, priced at 8,900 because he continues an excellent run during his last 10 starts where he's pitched to a whip of 106, an ERA of 2.93, featuring his excellent control. And the Royals offense is still one of the weakest in the AL. And their starting pitcher, Daniel Lynch, has a whip of 150 and a 5.12 ERA. I see a high win probability for my guy.
All right, Eric, what do we think? Pitcher over 8K, where are you going to be going?
Yeah, I don't identify as a grumpy old curmudgeon yet. You got to give me a couple decades for that, but I'm going to be one today. It's feels like a Monday. I do not like most of these expensive guys. Lance Lynn, Alek Manoah, Huascar Ynoa, all facing strong lineups. Jordan Montgomery, he's not a 5-digit guy. Zach Greinke, he just faced these Royals, which gives the Royals a boost. And if I want an old guy who doesn't get any strikeouts, I might as well just go $8,000 cheaper. And I'm going to go with Kyle Hendricks. Not really because I'm the world's biggest Kyle Hendricks fan, but because I don't really like any of the other choices. He's facing a Rockies team that's second worst by WRC plus on the season. Hendricks is more prone to blowups than normal this season. Just had 9 runs against the Brewers 2 starts ago. But even with that, he's been quite solid since the start of May. Really was awful in April. But since the start of May, 3.39 ERA. Still only a 16.7% strikeout rate over that stretch. He doesn't have as high a ground ball rate as he used to. But, man, it's a Rockies team away from home. That matchup is friendly enough that I think at 8,100 he's the best value out there.
Okay, so far fewer pitchers that are under 8K to choose from. So, Paul, only 4 guys here. Who are you going to be going with?
I'm going to the other guy in that matchup. I don't know how you can bet on the Cubs in that puny offense, but for me, the only one who merits consideration in this low range is Antonio Senzatela of the Rockies. He faces that depleted Cubs lineup, a club that's only 2-8 in their last 10 starts. That's almost the biggest plus for the Rockies starter as going for him, but it's a big one. For his part, I do like the 45-9 strikeout to walk ratio in his last 10 outings. He will oppose Kyle Hendricks, who has allowed an opposing batting average of 290 over his last 10 starts, and that I can't get over the Cubs' poor offense. I see a win probability for Senzatela. The price tag's at even $6,000.
Well, Eric, you were a curmudgeonly old man when we talked about expensive pitchers. Do you like some of these guys who are under 8K more?
No, that's why they're under 8K. But I think Senzatela is the best guy in this section, which I guess could push you away from Hendricks. But I think, especially in cash games, maybe you just play them both. Figure you get 1 win out of your 2 guys. Senzatela at 6,000 is one of the best values out there. Very low ceiling, just a 15.5% strikeout rate on the season. But he's really actually been pretty good, at least by some of the metrics this season. 4.58 ERA doesn't look good, but for a Rocky, that's actually better than average. And his 372 FIP is actually quite good. If you look at his park adjusted FIP, that's FIP minus of 81. That's the same mark as guys like Chris Bassett, Julio Urias, and Aaron Nola. He really gets there just by not walking anybody and keeping the ball on the ground, which is basically the Kyle Hendricks model. I think you get the two of them against lineups that can't really do anything. I don't think you're going to see a lot of runs given up, and I think you're going to get the win out of one of the two.
All right, Matt, where are you going for a pitcher who is going to be under 8K?
I do think Senzatella is the right call, at least for cash games. Like, he's the safest of these choices, and the pitchers below 8K, well, there's not a lot of them, but none of them are really good either. So I think Senzatella probably is the best call. For GPPs, though, I have a little bit of a concern that in order to fit the expensive Astros bats, Senzatella picks up a lot of ownership just because that lineup construction works. So the reason to not play him is because you probably have a limited upside pitcher who might be a little bit chalky. So that's really the main concern with him. I think compared to the other pitchers in the lower price range, he is the best guy. But if you're looking for a pivot, I think Paul Blackburn, who's a little bit cheaper at 5,300, I think he makes some sense just because he can give you some of the length that a starting pitcher would give you. His matchup is decent. He's not very good and he's not a high strikeout guy, but in a home game against the Mariners, 5,300, if you're a mediocre pitcher, I still think that makes some sense. And if Senzatella is popular, it most likely means that Blackburn won't be. So there are some really expensive bats on this slate. The Braves are really pricey. The Jays are really pricey. If you want to pay up for some of those teams, maybe you pair Senzatella with a guy like Blackburn, and then you can get to some more expensive hitters that other people don't have.
Yeah, let's talk about those expensive hitters. Let's talk about a pricey bat, Eric. So with 5 multi-hit performances in a row, Freddie Freeman's batting average now sits above 300 for the first time in 2021. He's the most expensive hitter on the slate, 6,100. Do you want to pay up for him?
He is really good, but I don't think I want to go over 6,000 for a left-on-left matchup, even if it's a guy as good as Freddie Freeman, and Jordan Montgomery against him is a pretty good opponent. So I don't think it's great value. I don't think I'd completely rule it out. I think the better value among the more expensive guys is going to be Jose Altuve, getting the platoon advantage against Daniel Lynch, who's just been below average across the board. 5.12 ERA looks more or less deserved. Not terrible in any area, but doesn't get a lot of strikeouts, walks a few too many guys, doesn't keep the ball on the ground all that well. And Altuve, for his part, is completely recovered from a bad 2020 season. It was quite bad, but he looks almost exactly like he did in 2019. His 15% strikeout rate is an exact match for his number from 2 years ago, down over 3.5 ticks from where it was last season. His 25 homers so far puts him on pace for a career-high 33, which would be just, again, a near match for his 31 from 2019. He was only on pace for 14 last year. He's also been quite hot lately. 7 hits in his last 2 games and 4 multi-hit games over his last 7, hitting .412 over that stretch. So I think probably there's going to be a lot of people on a lot of the Astros, but I think with very good reason.
All right, Matt, who's the guy over 5K that you like to go yard tonight?
So Paul mentioned that the Blue Jays have struggled, and they really have. And it's not a total coincidence because George Springer is on the IL and Kevin Biggio's out too. So there are reasons why this team has been worse recently. But I still like the spot against Lance Lynn just because the ownership will be pretty much negligible. The Braves, in my mind, would have been the contrarian spot. But for whatever reason, the Braves just seem to always come in popular no matter what. Like, a lot of people are just going out of their way to squeeze these guys in at some really, really high price tags. So even at 6,100 in a lefty-lefty matchup, like, I could still see Freddie Freeman getting to 8 or 10% own. Anthony Rizzo is $3,500 with the platoon advantage. So I feel like he's the chalk there. So Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 6K. I just don't see any way that he's popular in any capacity. And he's too good of a hitter to not be owned on a slate this small. So Vlad for 6K. Lance Lynn is a tough matchup for him, but there's still massive upside. I mean, this is a guy who hit 3 homers in a game earlier this year when Max Scherzer was the opposing pitcher. I think 2 of them were off Scherzer. So he can have the upside against anybody. And I think at probably what'll be like 2 or 3% ownership, Vlad has massive upside for GPPs.
All right, Paul, where are you going? A hitter over 5K you like?
Look, I like all the nice words about the Jays, but they're sucking right now. I'm a big fan, and I'm watching this team closely. I'm off them tonight. Instead, I like Matt Chapman as the centerpiece of an Oakland stack against Marco Gonzalez, who was allowed 10 homers in his past 58 innings pitched, featuring the wrong him on the wrong side of batter versus pitches head-to-head histories is something you'll see if you go to one of RotoWire's many predictive tools for daily baseball matchups tonight. Chapman is priced at $5,000, which is low for a guy who has 5 dingers in his last 10 games and owns a 13 for 30 history and a platoon edge in the head-to-head matchup in this set too.
We got to respect that no one's harder on their own team than Paul. All right, Matt, how about a value bet under 5K to round out your lineup here?
So there's a few teams that are appealing, and I think there will be one that goes overlooked a bit. So we have the Yankees, who are underpriced. We have the Pirates and the Diamondbacks, who I think are underpriced too. And then if the Braves garner ownership just because they're the Braves, then there are some other teams in good spots that we just won't see a lot of ownership for. And I think the Rockies are the team in this under 5K area that makes the most sense to me. They have 5 or 6 players likely to be in the lineup that are in the 4,000 to 5,000 range. Trevor Story, because he's a shortstop, I think gets some decent amount of popularity. But I like him at 4,900, CJ Cron 4,800, Charlie Blackmon 4,400. This Rocky stack is maybe a bit too expensive, so it could be a little contrarian. I think all of those guys make a lot of sense as tournament plays.
All right, Paul, a bat under 5K. Who do you like?
I like a couple, including CJ Cron. He's enjoying what looks like a career best season for him, and he's featuring his solid power numbers in a career OBP that's 56 points higher than his career average. He's also on a 14 for 35 tear that includes 8 extra base knocks and 11 RBIs. You got to have all that going for you for the aforementioned 4,800 in a matchup against the struggling Kendricks and the Cubs tonight. So I like that a lot. Josh Rojas of the D-backs is a guy who's not going to be highly owned, but he looks like a great play tonight coming into this action on a 17 for 35 heater and will cost $4,700 in a matchup against Will Crowe of the Pirates, who has allowed a whip of 1.56 in his last 43.2 innings pitched. That's terrible, and it tells me that he's not fooling many players of late, and that also applies to a season-long ERA of 5.23, so he's been not very good for a long while.
All right, Eric, where are you going?
Yeah, I'm liking Kyle Seager at 3,800. He'll get the platoon advantage against Paul Blackburn, who Matt did mention earlier as maybe a cost-efficient choice, but that's about all he's got going for him. He's got a career 5.66 ERA, just over 100 innings at the highest level. Only made 1 MLB start this season and has an ERA of 4.97 at the AAA level. Seager's having an interesting year, kind of doing some of the same things that Joey Votto's doing, just to a lesser scale. You know, these veteran hitters who've actually made quite a bit of contact throughout their career, suddenly sacrificing some of that for power. And it's working in Seager's case. At least it's getting him the power. 24.6% strikeout rate is easily his career high, and it's up over 11 ticks from his career low last year. But it's had the desired effect. His isolated slugging of 236 is also a career high, as is his barrel rate of 13%, well above his career average of 8.1%, career high in hard hit rate as well. And he's one shy of tying his career high in homers, 29 homers already this season. Riding a 7-game hitting streak, and just kind of as an example of how his season is going, 7-game hitting streak with only 8 total hits, but 4 of those are homers. That's kind of the guy he's been for most of this year, low average, high power guy. And I think with a matchup against a guy like Blackburn, I think he's got a decent chance to homer and maybe even have a rare 2-hit game.
All right, guys, that'll do it for MLB Price Check. Thank you. We're turning our attention to the NFL next. Our panel will give their picks for tonight's preseason showdown between the Jags and Saints when the sweat returns. 17 days until the NFL regular season begins. Until then, we've got preseason, baby. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Kenny Ducey here to give their picks for tonight's preseason showdown between the Jaguars and Saints. So first off, let's just look back to all the preseason games that were already played this week. Jeff, what's your biggest takeaway from the second week of the preseason?
Yeah, I mean, we still didn't get a ton of looks at a lot of starters. I mean, a lot of guys we'd probably would like to get more looks at than not. But people can take from this what they will. But the Pittsburgh Steelers offense looks really good. Ben Roethlisberger looked really good this week. He looked like old Ben Roethlisberger, moving around the pocket a little bit, finding plays. And look, I am on the Najee Harris train. I'm done with the doubts. This guy had an amazing catch and run against the Lions. And maybe that's the misnomer we should put. It's still preseason. It's the Lions. But, man, I would bump Ben Roethlisberger up. I would bump everybody in that Pittsburgh Steelers offense up just a little bit. They also got a nice little tight end there who was working in the red zone. Not Eric Ebron, so maybe bump Eric Ebron down. But, yeah, to me, my biggest takeaway this week, and, again, it has something to do with maybe not getting that many looks at that many players, Ben Roethlisberger and that Pittsburgh offense might be a little bit better than people think.
All right, apparently we've lost Kenny, so we're going to stick with you, Jeff, just carrying the show. Okay.
Right.
So tonight we have the Saints and the Jags. Sean Payton confirmed that Jameis Winston will be starting for New Orleans in this one. Now, on the other side, we should be seeing number 1 overall pick Trevor Lawrence for Jacksonville. So, Jeff, would you make either of these quarterbacks your captain tonight, or are you looking to go with somebody else? Lawrence did complete 6 of 9 passes for 71 yards in that opening loss against Cleveland.
Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting spot, obviously. Right off the bat, if we're looking at which starting quarterback we're going to take, is it going to be Winston or is it going to be Lawrence? For me, it's 100% Trevor Lawrence. I feel like the Saints have been rotating, Hill and Jameis Winston in there already, and it's probably just going to continue. I don't think either guy going to see a ton of work. Maybe they split the whole first half, but I don't even know if that's going to happen. On the other side, I feel like Trevor Lawrence will just get a little bit more run. He saw, I think, 3 series in the first time he was out. He should see a little bit more run, may play a full quarter, may even play into the second half. I know Urban Meyer said he wasn't happy with the effort, wasn't happy that they lost. So I think you'll see a little bit more Trevor Lawrence than you'll see Winston. But if I'm being dead honest, I think I'd rather not captain any of these guys. I think I'd rather captain CJ Beathard because he's probably going to play the entire second half. And I feel like both of these teams, you've got the Saints over there with actually 4 quarterbacks you might see. Simeon and Ian Book are in a battle for QB3. And then you've got the Jags, who also have Gardner Minshew to work in. I'm pretty sure Beathard, you're going to get close to a full half of work at the very least. So I think he's actually, of all the QBs, might be the best captain's pick.
And Kenny is back, I'm being told.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Yeah, a phoenix rising.
Who is CJ Beathard? Okay, who is that?
I'm just, listen.
The third-string quarterback.
It's CJ Beathard.
Okay, well, listen, Kenny, you're not really in a place to admonish people because you fell out of this show because your computer died. And you do this as your job, so your computer was dead,
I could have called him Beat Hard. I mean, that could have that would have been worse.
I'm just saying, Kenny,
better, actually.
Those that live in glass houses. So, Kenny, let's go back to you, though. Saints, Jags, Jameis Winston starting for New Orleans, Trevor Lawrence for the Jags. Would you make either of these quarterbacks your captain tonight, or are you just looking elsewhere?
I would. I mean, if I had to make a quarterback a captain, I think it would be Jameis Winston. Jeff, yeah, that's right. Jeff alluded to it earlier that Jameis Winston's probably going to be the guy to get the reps. I'm just talking through it, and
wow.
He is the guy that's been practicing. We'll declare that's the answer with the first team. So Jameis Winston practicing with the first team this season, or this week rather, he should be the guy that leads this team out. I think that he's going to be the primary option. Again, Jeff makes a good point about the second half. We're not really sure what's going to happen, but in the first half, it should be all Jameis Winston. And as long as that happens, I'm pretty comfortable taking Jameis Winston as my captain. I think he should have a lot to play for. I think he should have a lot to prove. And I think he'll have a good half against the Jaguars defense that's looked pretty lethargic, but there's some other guys I really love at captain.
All right, well, Kenny's dog does not agree with the Jameis pick.
Taysom Hill fan, Jesse, over there.
Yeah.
Kenny's dog.
I mean, Kenny, not even your dog agrees with you. It's just we'll give you a second to deal with that. Jeff, what about a player that you feel like you'd want to stack with your captain?
Yeah, so again, if we're going to be targeting this back half of the Jags lineups, Laquan Treadwell, he was out there with Beathard. He was out there with CJ in the second half for the Jags like the entire time. Actually looked okay with them. They connected on a few passes. Again, I think that connection is going to be live again. So the Quan Treadwell, if you're going the CJ Beathard route, then you should be looking at a guy like Treadwell to stack with him, because Treadwell will be playing into the second half. Obviously, he's further down the depth chart, around wide receiver 4 or 5 for them. So Laquan Treadwell, a guy you definitely want to stack there with the Jags third stringer.
All right, Kenny, maybe do earmuffs for your dog. He's going to have to hear this, or she, I'm not sure. Who would you stack with your captain, Jameis Winston?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to go again to the other team, because I think that it's preseason. You take who you could get, and I really wanted to give out this pick. It's Tavon Austin. When everyone's salary is equal, I think that he's a pretty good option, considering he had 4 catches for 52 yards in the first game. For the Jaguars, he should play a bunch, I would suspect. He's a guy that has a lot of talent, we know, coming out of West Virginia all those years ago and being a high draft pick. He's got a lot of speed. And this is the type of guy that, he has enough athleticism where he really shouldn't be out there with the third string guys, at least against third string defenders, but he probably will be anyway. And I could see him working his way into potentially a roster spot with the Jaguars, considering Urban Meyer's, really big on giving every single person a chance. Tavon Austin has, as good a chance as anybody, really. He's been fantastic in the preseason, so I really like him. Also like the Treadwell call. I just like, or Marquez Callaway as well. I just like all these guys for the Saints. You could throw, Humphrey in there. So it's really difficult to tell on the Saints side who's going to catch the ball up, but I think on the Jaguars side, we should see a lot of Tavon Austin.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the DK Sportsbook. So Saints are favored by 4 points. Some key standouts projected to return to action for New Orleans, headlined by Marshawn Lattimore, Cam Jordan, Alvin Kamara. So with those guys being back or expected to be back, Kenny, would you bet New Orleans to cover this spread?
I would, but it has nothing to do with that. it really just has to do with the quarterback situation for the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence, we could see a seismic shift. We saw, I didn't get to touch on it in our week 2 takeaways, but we saw Justin Fields, look fantastic in that first preseason game and then look awful in the second preseason game. Lawrence looked pretty bad in his first one. Maybe he looks a little bit better here, but look, I'm actually really kind of betting on this curse a little bit. The only 2 games that Trevor Lawrence has ever lost came in this building. I think that it could, I think it's going to be number 3 here, at least in terms of, non-NFL preseason games, right? In college, he lost twice in this building. I think that he loses again, and I think that the Saints should cover here. I think that just in general, they have the 2 quarterbacks that they're going to be rotating in for most of this game probably are better than any of the quarterbacks, at least at the moment, that the Jaguars will be throwing out there. Of course, the ceiling very high for Trevor Lawrence, and it could be better than both of these guys. But right now, you got 2 guys with NFL experience. I like the Saints here, especially with the wide receivers as well. Plenty of talent at skill positions. I think that they should take it. So I think that they'll cover the 4.
Yeah, Jeff, the Saints obviously have that ongoing quarterback competition. Just like that increased usage of quality quarterbacks maybe make you want to take the Saints?
Yeah, look, shout out to Kenny for this deep dive here on the Trevor Lawrence record at the Superdome. This is like a young Pierce Dietrich. I remember working with Pierce all these years back. He used to always bring up these crazy stats, but I like it. And I like it because I do like the Saints side. Look, I mentioned they basically have 4 quarterbacks here. They actually have 2 QB competitions going on. Trevor Siemian and Ian Book. And these aren't bad guys to have in the second half to be rolling out there. You look at the Saints, they're going to be throwing more starters out. Both these teams lost preseason week 1, but it was the Saints who really, they didn't really play their starters much and they didn't really get much going. I think Sean Payton will get these guys up. We've got a serious QB competition with Winston and Taysom Hill obviously going out there. So all things considered, the Saints are still the deeper team here, like by quite a bit. I think that -4, it's a little bit to be laying for a preseason game, but I'm actually on the favorite here. I think the Saints' depth and shows up today.
Well, another preseason game, another low total, sitting at 39.5. So in week 1, the under hit in 14 of 17 games. So far in week 2, the under has hit in 9 of 15 games. Jeff, which way are you leaning tonight?
Yeah, this actually looks like a pretty big total for a preseason game right now. We're almost at 40 points, but I'm still leaning under here. Look, the Jags offense, again, after Lawrence leaves, you're just going to have guys like Treadwell out there just trying to make some catches. Like, it just doesn't look like anything's happening there. You might get the Saints defense with a big play or 2, or maybe a guy like Lil Jordan Humphrey just comes through with a couple big plays, but I don't think it's enough to get to 40 points. I'm definitely on the under on this one.
Kenny, are you definitely on the under?
Yeah, that's been the smart bet all preseason long. When you look at these two teams, the Jaguars seem to want to get Dare and Gumbawale involved last game, and the Saints, you mentioned the names coming back. Latavius Murray, Troy Jones Jr. were two guys that, they ran the ball a lot, the Saints. And I think anytime you have Taysom Hill in there, they're going to be running the ball quite a bit. I think that this should be a pretty run-heavy attack on both sides. I think the under hits, and you also have the added bonus of the season being longer, so these players are really just trying not to get hurt out there. No one's really going too hard except for like the 7th-round pick, second-string linebacker. So I definitely think that, I think that we get an under here once more. A lot of running involved.
All right, that's a wrap, fellas. Thank you. One more block to go here on The Sweat. We're going to bring back our MLB panel and take a look at some bets available on the DK Sportsbook. RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman are back to close the show. Time for MLB Cover the Bases. Fellas, we're getting your favorite DK Sportsbook bets in the following categories. So, Paul, first base is a run line or money line bet that you're liking.
Jesse, normally I have difficulty finding good money line bets, and I've turned my attention to the run line in this segment, where I can see there are still a few good values on that run line tonight, so maybe Eric can cover them. I'm going to say I want to try something different, so I lean into a couple of underdogs on the money line tonight in a battle of also-rans. I like the D-backs in Pittsburgh as the visitors come in playing some of their best ball of the season, winning 7 of their last 10. Humberto Mejia makes his season debut. Does the rookie throw a no-hitter? Another AZ pitcher did that last week, didn't he? I think he'll be better than the Pirates starter Will Crowe, who I panned earlier, so I'm taking Arizona plus 110. And I also like the look of the game that the Rockies are going to Wrigley Field tonight at the same price because of issues that I highlighted earlier as well. The visitors have a host of batters who've been feasting on the Cubs starter Hendricks in their head-to-head histories, and the Cubs offense has been reduced to a AAA caliber roster since the post-deadline.
All right, Eric, are you going with a run line or money line bet?
Yeah, I'm liking the Yankees at plus 100 on the money line over Atlanta. It was plus 125 last night, but I still like it now. I actually think the Yankees should probably be favored here. Yankees, since the All-Star break, they're 7th by WRC plus compared to 12th for Atlanta, so they've been a better offense so far in the second half. That should definitely, I think, hold true given their deadline additions and given that Atlanta no longer has Ronald Acuna Jr. So better lineup on that side. The pitchers are maybe close to a push. Jordan Montgomery, 3.77 ERA, looks well-deserved. Doesn't stand out a ton in any one area, but slightly better than average. Both strikeouts and walks, about average ground ball rate. Been a 3.14 ERA over his last 9 starts, so he comes into this one pitching quite well. Huascar Ynoa on the other side, it's hard to know what to make of him. 2.70 ERA. He started the year phenomenally, but he wasn't supposed to be anywhere near this good. And he's really just a 2-pitch guy. He throws his changeup about 5% of the time. Was supposed to be, decent chance of being a reliever before he had an incredible start to the year, which he then ruined by punching a bench and breaking his hand. Very human and relatable there, but not really sure what we do with him. Second start back, he was fine in his first start back, but just given that he's only been this good for it's 10 total appearances now, I think it's unwise to go all in and say he's definitely, the kind of guy who can have an ERA below 3. So if we regress that a bit, I don't think he looks a whole lot better than Montgomery, and I like the Yankees offense more. So I think the Yankees should be probably slight favorites.
Okay, Eric, how about a game total that you're targeting?
Yeah, I'm liking the over in the Royals Astros game. That's set at just 9 runs. Teams are averaging 9.5 runs per game on the season, so all it has to be is an average offensive performance. And I think they're going to get that against these two pitchers, Daniel Lynch and Zach Greinke, who notably their last starts came against these two teams, which is always a small boost to the hitter, having seen the guy's stuff pretty recently. Daniel Lynch on the Royals side, 5.12 ERA, looks deserved. Below average strikeout rate, few too many walks, slightly below average ground ball rate. That's a back end starter. Maybe a legitimate number 5, but not much more than a number 5. And Zach Greinke on the other side, 3.43 ERA, but that's almost a run better than his FIP, and he's not actually been a FIP beater. You often might think of these wily veterans as the kind of guys who reliably outperform their peripherals. That's not actually the case with Greinke. His ERA is 0.04 runs better than his FIP over the course of his career. So we should expect him, I think, to jump up near that FIP going forward. He just doesn't strike guys out anymore, under 18%. And he doesn't pair that with a high ground ball rate. He doesn't walk guys, just 4.8%. But if that's the only thing he does at a high level, more often than not, he's going to give up a run of singles together. So I don't think he's going to keep the Royals bats too quiet here, especially, again, given that they just got to face him. I think 9 runs is pretty easy total for these two teams to hit.
All right, Paul, what do you think? How about a game total that you're going to be targeting?
It's a good thing for you I'm picking other games then, Eric. So I'm going to stick with that trend. And going to the game at Wrigley, I talked about that a lot in the 2 segments today. The run line is set at 9, so I'm going to look to the alternate run total of 10.5. I think there's going to be a lot of scoring here, and 160 payout awaits me in a matchup that would surely favor the hitters in this one. I also like the under total going the alternate route against a better payoff in Toronto. The Jays offense has really stalled in the past week, and I don't see them turning it around against one of the Cy Young candidates tonight in Lance Lynn. I also see Manoah bouncing back for the home side, so I like the alternate run total of less than 7.5 runs to pay at plus 125 this evening.
All right, Paul, third base is a pitcher prop. So which prop are you going to be going with?
Well, earlier I spoke of the trouble that Marco Gonzalez has been having when facing the A's batters over their careers. I think they get to him early and often before he reaches a possible 4th strikeout. So that means I take the under 3.5 strikeout bet for a plus 120. And I have seen the Jays come unglued of late with issues all over the place, Jesse. It's not a good time to face one of the AL's top teams who come to town having themselves lost a series to Tampa. They will feature Lance Lynn on the mound. We've talked about him earlier. The veteran hurler is just the type of guy that's going to give this offense a fits, even at the best of times. And when they're struggling, you can multiply that. So take Lynn for the win at plus 130.
All right, Eric, where are you going?
Looking at a couple of strikeout props that look interesting. Jordan Montgomery over 5.5 is at plus 115. He's hit the over in exactly half of his 22 starts this year, but he doesn't normally get that free square against the opposing pitcher, given that he normally pitches in the AL. So I think that's a fine one, not a steal, but I think at plus money for something he's done half the time seems good to me. And then Antonio Senzatella at over 4.5 is at plus 105. Senzatella doesn't strike out anybody, like that 16-ish% strikeout rate on the year, but the Cubs strike out against everybody. I might even be able to strike out a Cub if you gave me 100 chances. Probably not. But Antonio Senzatella could definitely strike out, I think, at least 5 Cubs. He had the under in his last 2 starts, but he hit the over in his previous 4, and against a team that's striking out 30.9% since the deadline. The next worst team is striking out just 26.6% of the time. So I think even a guy like Senzatella could easily get 6 or 7 against the Cubs the way they've been hitting. All
right, let's talk about hitting. Take us home with your hitter prop of choice, Eric.
I'll say some nice things about the Blue Jays. Got to be one of us doing that. I think Lance Lynn, he's a great pitcher, but he doesn't have a high ground ball rate. So that's the kind of guy that I want to pick on for home run props. Just a 36.3% ground ball rate. Hasn't given up a ton of homers this year, but it's got low homer per fly ball rate, which tends to be mostly a sign of luck. Obviously, there's some skill there too, but he's given up fewer homers than we should expect him to give up going forward. Blue Jays have plenty of power bats and Sky Dome, which I'll call it that rather than whatever giant telecom company sponsors it these days. Skydome has played, no, I was supposed to not give them the advertising. Skydome, much better name, has played very homer friendly in the last couple years. So I think pretty much most of the top Blue Jays hitters, given again the park and the fact that Lynn doesn't keep it on the ground, look good to me. Maybe Teoscar Hernandez at plus 400, Bo Bichette at plus 500. I think Vlad is much lower odds, but obviously has a better chance of hitting a homer. So I think most of those Blue Jays, given the matchup, look good to me.
All right, Paul, are you going to say something nice about the Blue Jays, or no, you're off them?
I'm off them until they show me something. I'm that upset with them, Jesse. Okay. Instead, I'm going to double down on Matt Chapman, who I also highlighted in our earlier segment. He's on that hot streak with 5 dingers in his last 10 games. Has a great history against Marco Gonzalez, so why wouldn't I take him and an A's win tonight for a nice big payoff? I also like a couple of Rockies, CJ Cron at plus 275 and Charlie Blackmon at 450 to go deep against Kyle Hendricks in what should be a pretty nice light show in that game tonight.
All right, that's a show, folks. Thanks for watching The Sweat. We've got 4 Madden Sims coming your way starting at noon. The Sweat will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. I'm Jesse Cofield, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I actually don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I think it looks great.
Is that why you're wearing the hat over the top of it? You just don't want to show it off to us?
Yeah, pop the hat off. Show everybody.
I just got back from the gym. I'm like super sweaty and gross.
So did I. Don't worry about it. Pop the hat.
I mean, yeah.
No, I'm not. No, so here's the thing.
A shirt, then?
All right, here's the thing. There's a true story that is behind this. So, you guys caught me last week. Hairs was getting a little longer, a little curly. I love it. I'm still blessed to have a little bit of like thickness up top. So he cut it too short. I went in with the mindset. Now, can you just kind of like trim up the neckline? So it's like I sit down. He already has the buzzers out, and he's like, so tell me how things are going, like zzz, before I could even get a single word out. And at that point, you're like, all right, just keep my mouth shut. We'll move it to the next time. You know?
You want to keep it low. Like, you want to keep it tight. You got like 3 weeks left of warm weather, and then you grow it out. You keep all that head warmth in. You lose most of the heat in your body through your head, at least as an infant. I don't know about as an adult. Churning out heat like that, like your quads can probably keep a decent sized luxury steamer warm during the passage across the Atlantic. But across the, I don't know what you're warm.
Dudes, what are we doing? What are we doing? Are we live?
Oh man, no, I can't.
I just want Emerson's hat to come off, and I will also say,
I'll tell you what, I'll take something else off. I'll take something else off for you, pal. If you don't shut your mouth, okay?
Okay. You can take anything you want off. It's your life. I'm just
also, we have like 8 days left, so it's what are they going to do, huh?
I'll tell you right now, if we don't even mention the game for the full hour, it's not going to bother me one bit.
I honestly don't think it would bother anybody else.
Yeah, we're already gone, so it's like we're letting it all hang out here. There's 3 of us. There's 3 of us.
There's 3 of us. There's only 4 Sims today, so this is the first one. Everybody, we got the Saints. We got the Seahawks. It's really good to have everyone here. This is the last Monday of the last full week of the Dream Streams.
With commentators. We have to mention with commentators. The Sims aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I got
maybe the commentaries will be back.
Nope, you said it.
We're all going on pause right now.
Christian, you said it. Commentation is now a word. You did it.
I think I even said commentaries too.
So, dude, this is a perfect way to start the week, though. I'm dead serious. When I was talking to producer Drew, so once again, you guys know the influence I have on this team and this company. I was talking to producer Drew. I said, bro, you gotta use this last 8 day stretch. Let's do some like beautiful 3-headed monsters, like as many as possible. And I saw him immediately plug in us 3 to start this day off. And I said, holy hell, let's go. As Cam Jordan's like, holy hell, let's go. I'll go ahead and pick up my first sack.
Yeah, no, this was supposed to be Kaufman on my side, and he opted out. He's like, I can't deal with these 2 clowns. I can't. Tara Lynn will be there too. Call me a bozo on the back end. Anyway, you can come in and we'll swap up Sims. And when he sent that out to me, I was like, all right, when am I on with Kenny? What Kenny Sim can I pawn off on?
That's next, by the way.
I know.
We're losing Rossi and we're gaining Kenny. So everyone enjoy it now while it lasts.
Good trade. Get the likes in. Let's get to 100 likes ASAP. This is my message always on the noon sim when Kenny's on a 2. Get to 100 likes now.
Print it out real quick so we know the dislikes for Ducey are coming. Hashtag.
Dude, that has started to become like this large hashtag with the DK Sim fam. It's the dislikes for Ducey.
It's become its own series of free rolls and contests within the DK Sim fam. It's beautiful.
I will just say,
what's up?
I mentioned real quick, it is a Monday. It's a re-entry. It's a new fresh start. Hope regardless of the little snack we're talking here, hope everybody, weekend was good. Hope all that's well. And I hope we're ready to freshly start this week and have a badass week. Not just you.
Hell yeah.
You 2 clowns that I'm with. Frangelico, to sack. We have our guy AC June, but all of you guys, like literally, let's kick this week off right. Let's have some fun. Let's say some things we're gonna regret in a week, and you're not gonna hear from us anyways. But hopefully everybody, drink your water as always. But let's have a hell of a last week here.
Okay. All right, babe. Yeah, I'll cheers to that hot stuff. 2nd and 8.
I bought 3.
Cheers that little Manuel Sanders. What is that? What do you got?
So when you go to the store and you buy these big jugs of water, if you're a big bad boy like me, they have to stamp how many you bought. So I bought 3 jugs, or better that way. Because they think I'm going to steal or something. Like if they don't put, I don't know any market, or should I say grocery stores, wherever everybody is. If you buy jugs of water, they put these little stickers on there because they're not putting them in bags. Very efficient. Very efficient.
Yeah. You wouldn't want someone stealing water.
Which you can get for free.
Yeah.
When my grandfather was alive, like as a kid, he was a crusty old Irishman. We talked about it before, Ross. He played for Notre Dame football from 40 to 42 under Frank Leahy. The one thing that pissed him off the most was, as we got older and I was a kid, was bottled water. He couldn't understand how people paid for bottled water. It would just piss him off to no return.
God damn these bottles of water. What are we doing these days? These whippersnappers. I used to just go grab water.
Too much money.
Get out of here.
Oh, man.
It would have torn him apart to explain how you can pay money for like skins in video games. Like, yeah, I dropped $30 to get this secret colored gun on the in Counter-Strike or Call of Duty. Like that would have sent him to his grave. Like learning about that.
Oh God, yeah, man. He hated it.
Shaking his shillelagh as we speak, just talking about it. Represent, by the way, shout out to your grandfather. And go Notre Dame this year. Let's go. Let's get it.
Hey, man, buddy. How about UCF? Traquan Smith, baby.
Yeah. Good use of the word shillelagh, by the way, there, Rossi. It had been a minute since I heard that.
I don't think I've ever heard that word.
That's basically just a stick that you hit people with.
Yeah. It's an Irish.
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
Someone deep-rooted in Irish heritage like me with the last name Rossi understands.
Yeah. I mean, my granddad definitely had this like leather flat device. I don't know what it was. He used it to spank his 5 kids, and now it's framed in my mom's house.
Wow.
Yep. That was back in the day, man. They would spank you back then. My mom would tell me like the nuns that should be in school with pulling your ear, would smack you with rulers.
Yeah. Well, back then, kids had no rights whatsoever.
Yeah.
Dude. David N says, I miss Tara Lynn. Tara Lynn's here. Don't worry, David N. Don't miss her yet. She'll be on this week. She's probably right now fixing her new phone or doing something completely irrelevant with him, which is basically the theme. And the reason we're all gone. It's all because of nobody caring. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
100%.
Because Emerson just kept asking for more and more money, which we were all behind, and then we decided we were going to make it a united front, and DraftKings was like, no, we can't afford to pay you all Emerson Lachey money. It has to end here.
Yeah. You know what? I'll never forget the sacrifice that you peasants made for me. I truly, truly appreciate it. On 1st and goal, get in there, baby. Fight your way in there. Thank you.
K to the end zone. He's in my lineup. Not in the captain spot. Yeah. Right? He's flexed there.
Hey, DeAndrea, rip through your lineup for me.
DK in the captain spot. Russ, AK, Michael Thomas, Traquan, and my punt play is Big Willie style himself, Will Dissly. What about you guys?
Rossi, what do you got?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. And now you're making me open this app again. I'll tell you one thing. I won some money on preseason games this week. Keep telling people, throw lineups in. Read some of the beat writers and listen obviously to the sweat. But I'm telling you, I find it to be easy money in the preseason. Just throwing that out there as my app is almost like Tara Lynn's phone. It's just thinking.
Okay. You know what? I'll go ahead and give mine. So this is the Glizzy Guzzler Invitational. We're all huge fans of sausages and hot dogs. Some warmer and hotter and more cooked than others. But I went ahead and rostered Michael Thomas in the captain spot, Russ, Kamara, Breeze, Lutz, just because I got to have a kicker when I'm with my dude Rossi. And then punt play, another man built by UCF, Latavius Murray. I figured he could get in there for a vulture, possibly once, and all of a sudden he returns just $2,200 value.
Love it. I do have mine now. So like both of your lineups, I went a little opposite. I had Jared Cook in the captain, Kamara, Thomas, DK Metcalf, Carlos Hyde is my caca, and I also have Traquan Smith. I didn't put a kicker in, and I didn't put a defense, and I'm feeling a little guilty.
Wow.
No,
Getting bold in the last week of Sims here.
Yeah.
So some of us are just cussing out loud live on air, and Rossi, you're out here just not putting kickers. We all get wild in our own ways.
It's true. We're all equally having fun.
What's up, everybody? 269 people watching over on YouTube right now. A beautiful chunk of likes already, 56.
Very nice.
Go get it. Get that
Rick
century
Belly
mark.
won 7K last weekend. Hell yeah, good for you, man. That sounds awesome. What are you gonna spend that 7K on? You just gonna reinvest it into the lineup? So you're gonna take a chunk out and maybe I don't know. Do people still buy
7K.
rims? I would get some rims. I would get some.
Wait, oh my God, yeah. What was the old MTV show with Exhibit thing he did?
Am I right?
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Okay. Yo, dog, I heard you work in a pizza place, so we put a pizza oven in your car, and the guy would be like, why did you do this to me, Exhibit?
The best.
You don't need to put a pizza oven in my 1985 Buick Skylark.
That's the thing. These cars are straight trash. And then you throw in like fish tanks. It's like, how am I supposed to take care of these fish? What is going on? It was literally.
Exactly. It's like, yeah. Put in a stripper pole in the back.
Yeah, let's go.
Like I can't. No one can stand back here. Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. But you'll be
It's
rolling on them
fine.
22s. They spin it.
Damn, you got to be able to watch that show somewhere, like
Oh, I'm
Hulu
sure
or
it's on
something.
Dude, it might be like Paramount Plus. Into Nets. I gave up on the Jersey Shore family reunion too. That got too pandering and insulting. The gist of it. I don't need more Rob Dyrdek in my life.
I used to watch way too much. Little, I would just have that on, and I don't know why, because I needed something that just was so dumb and mindless, and just watching people fall on themselves. Which, by the way, is like happening again. Have you guys seen this milk crate challenge?
Yeah.
Oh my God, where the hell do people get all these freaking milk crates from?
Thank
Like,
you.
do you go to Publix or Tops or something and you steal them all? Like, honestly, where do you go?
I haven't seen a milk crate in person since I was in like kindergarten. Like, where are milk cartons even used for milk anymore? When I've seen milk delivery trucks, they're rolling out these like big like carrier packages with like the flaps and stuff. Like, what are we doing? There's like, I think it takes like 18 or something. I forget. I was looking it up because I'm like, I feel like I could do this, but then I'll be a guy, you know, with a broken rib and famous on YouTube, but not for any good reasons.
Dude, there have been some large human beings taking large spills, like their face smashing against the asphalt.
Dude, I
And I'm
saw
like,
one.
bro, how are you alive?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Carolyn, that could be your next Instagram thing. If you really want to get to that next level on the old IG, make a reel of you doing the milk crate challenge. I've seen more women pull it off than men. I don't know if it just.
I feel like it's one of those things where less weight would be ideal. I mean, you got to be like a hidden tiger, crouching dragon kind of run up, floating on trees. Like you just need to be like sprightly and light to get up there. The bigger you are, the more those things are going to wobble. All right, Carolyn's going to take a minute, get some crates.
There you go.
Next Instagram post ready to go.
Would if I was, hey, just hypothetically speaking here, Rossi,
Yes.
if I was able to order, I don't know how many crates those are. What is that, like 30 or something? I got to count them up. If I was able to order however many it takes to take on this challenge, could we do it in your backyard?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just worry, like you just said, my biggest concern is when people do it on grass is not even. Like, that, a lot of things throw me off because that's why I think the wobble, once you get to the top, the first, like up to 3, you're good. Once you hit 4 or 5, and I think it's 6 is the max.
The ones I'm seeing are on pavement, like in a parking lot.
I
I
think
know
I-
on grass is going to make it more challenging, but it will hurt less when you fall.
Right.
That's a good point.
That's true. These guys doing it on pavement are, I mean, because there's no guarantee the pavement. True. Not going to miss that in Madden 22. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. That was on 3rd and 17, too. Look at this, 4th and 28 coming up now.
Yeah, no, the guy, like, there's no guarantee the pavement's going to be flat either way. What you need to do is take it out to, like, a local, like, high school football field, maybe someplace with field turf, because the field turf can be a little bit more forgiving, unless it's, like, regular turf after a rain. And then you get the added benefit, like, the milk crates sink into the ground a little bit more, a little bit extra stability, and it's softer, that's where I would be doing this milk crate challenge.
Love it. Soft, smushy. Get Christian some milk crates.
I love Germ saying over on Twitch, you have a bunch of milk crates already, so you could like reach high shelves.
Oh yeah, no, those are stepping stools. I call those stepping stools.
Oh man,
it's the one with the little step and then the big step.
Like you and your toddler just share the same stools.
Oh man, do you have the one that's a step stool / high chair? Because that's the one. That's the win-win.
Nah, too expensive. I literally have the wood one since I was a kid. It flips up so it's kind of like a seat, only when you're real little.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to reach that top shelf. How are you supposed to get the peanut butter up there? You know what I'm saying? That's why I hide it.
Okay, so we've reached the end of the one quarter here, dudes. It is 7-0 Saints. I think Seattle's offense, for a little bit that I paid attention, has looked like hot garbage.
Oh yes, that's correct.
We do have
one catch for 10 yards.
Okay, that's true. Hey, at least Greg Olsen looks like was targeted. no catches there. Michael Thomas has 1 for 27. There's Kamar in the rushing department, 5 for 15. He's got the only touchdown in this game. I saw a couple of you asking. Chris Carson, 2 for 7. And in terms of the quarterback play, 4 of 5, 77 yards, Drew Brees, 1 of 2 for 10 yards for Russell Wilson. So he's on pace for a 40-yard game.
Look at you. Look at that. Look at Chris. Look at that. Emerson, the mathematician. You hear this man nightly on local Nesson, who he just smashes it. You see the clips on the YouTube and on the Twitters. Right there. That's why he has the job he has. The career he has, that math right there. Exactly. So quick.
Christian. One sec, sorry. I'm eating. Dude, it's just like the perfect time of year for cherries.
Yeah.
So I can't stop eating cherries.
You get those Traverse City cherries, man.
It's unbelievable.
Heart cherry capital of the world. You want real good sweet cherries? That's when you go to Door County, Wisconsin. Where the pros go. That's how the pros do it. We're not eating any of these garbage New England cherries. No. You go to the UP for your blueberries, cherries.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a perfect segue into Abby. Yes, they're cherry seeds. That's what I'm spitting into the cup. It's extremely attractive, I know. What's cooking on the post route today, big guy? I know the answer. I just want you to deliver it to the people because it was actually a big story over the weekend.
It was. It's why it would be okay. It's okay if the Bears want to start Andy Dalton in week 1. And you guys, if you've been here since day one, you know I'm no Andy Dalton truther, no Andy Dalton fan, but I think he is the guy you want to be your damaged sponge in week 1 rather than Justin Fields. You got to face the Rams, team that ranked 2nd in the league in sacks last year, despite not even being top 20 when it comes to blitz rate. They create a lot of pressure, and the Bears' offensive line right now, a total wreck. So why not stick Andy Dalton back there? You know he's durable, and you know your odds of winning that week 1 game are pretty much the same, whether it's Dalton or whether it's Justin Fields, based on what we've seen this preseason. Yes, Fields has been the better guy, but he's been doing it against 2nd and 3rd team defenses. You know what? Let Andy Dalton take his beating in week 1. Throw Justin Fields in afterwards. Let him build some confidence, build some strength, beat some of the bad teams on the schedule, and get him reamped up for that week 7, 8, 9 when things get tough against the Packers, against the Niners, against the Ravens. Give him a chance to build some confidence instead of letting him just get absolutely swatted in week 1. And you can read all about that in today's post route.
Yeah.
I love Justin Fields. Rossi, I'm not sure if you saw this too. Justin Fields came out. What did he say? He was like, I find it like super disrespectful, like people chanting my name when Dalton's out there. I was like, well, he sounds like a veteran. That's a very nice gesture already.
He knows. It's not like he went to some smaller school. He's not at North Dakota State, like the 500 of them all of a sudden. You come from the great university that you come from there, Emerson, and we've gotten some NFL action out of there more recent than not. But the North Dakota State, watch out for those guys. You have Carson Wentz, who was showing his wiggle and jiggle this morning. You have Easton Stick. What did I call him? Easton, whatever his name.
That was just exciting. That was just celebrating Easton Stick, of course.
Oh, yeah, what a name, by the way. And then you have, Trey Lance. Again, these guys are coming. It's like a hotbed, but, coming out of Ohio State, yeah, we knew, Fields will be able to handle his business. And I agree. Let Dalton take those licks. The Rams week 1 in Los Angeles, the potential best defense in the league. Then you come the second week, it's a revenge game. You get the Bengals week 2. You need to give Dalton that start. And, again, he's a former Pro Bowler. It's not like this is some, no disrespect to, like, Nick Foles, who did have that miraculous run, but Nick Foles has never really been a great regular season quarterback in his.
He was that ratio. We were all like, "Oh my God, Nick Foles is going to be the guy," and then he wasn't the guy, and then he got featured. Yeah,
that's right. You're right. He had that one. Not the Eagles.
Like years before that. Run with the Eagles.
– bone in the first game of the season against the stinking Chiefs, but then the legend of Gardner Minshew was born, and now he's about to be dead. Real competition, which, by the way, everybody, you can watch the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence tonight. Absolutely smoke the Saints on Monday Night Football, which is why we only have 4 Sims today.
What the people have been clamoring for.
Please. Line up, see who you believe is going to start, who you think is going to be that random tight end 2 that scores a late touchdown. Get in those lineups. I'm telling you, it's time to rake. But that good point, Emerson, about Foles getting that contract. He throws, I think.
It was Chark. It was like a.
Kind of got like shafted a little bit there because of, damn, dude. Why is every time I look up there's a stinking sack? Like, what the hell's happening?
Well, sack bros,
Sack bros. Stop. But like, all right. So what? He comes back. Was it like week 9? Has been born. He comes in. He was underwhelming. Jack's like, okay, yeah, you're done. We gotta put Minshew in there. Because I think either way they weren't necessarily going to win, but they were like, okay, what's going to get us like more love, more attention, like on a nationwide scale. And it was definitely going to be the dude with the mustache who wears jean shorts and lives in a Winnebago in the parking lot, like that 100%. That's why I just wish. I don't think it does any good for the Jaguars to start Gardner Minshew or even to be splitting up first-team reps like at this point. It's an advantage for Trevor Lawrence to get all of those reps in practice right now. Like, come on, guys. It's the future, the franchise. Just put his ass in there.
Yeah.
And C.J. Beathard, right? Beathard looked pretty good. So it's more of like a Minshew versus Beathard thing. That's what it should be for a backup quarterback.
Yeah, I don't know why they signed Beathard in the first place. They knew they were taking Trevor Lawrence in the draft. They have a pretty good backup in Minshew, who's cheaper than C.J. Beathard, but they just had all this cap space, and they're like, whatever. We're going to let Urban Meyer take this one over. And, okay, well, I don't know what Urban's doing, but whatever, it's fine. But he just saw another Big Ten quarterback that was available. He had some vague memories of Ohio State just getting absolutely ruined by Iowa, and he's like, yes, this guy, this is my man right here. And I do not understand the management's priorities in Jacksonville, but whatever, they will be better because they can't get much worse. And Trevor Lawrence is probably going to win you some fantasy money this upcoming season because he's going to be throwing the hell out of the ball. If Blake Bortles
Listen, it's good to give CJ Beathard. It's good. It's like quarterbacks. I like the 3 quarterbacks. People getting paid. Not enough positions out there. Obviously, we'll see what happens. I think it's not being talked about right now. But with Atlanta with that injury, AJ McCarron, there's going to be some movement somewhere. Maybe the Jags. Maybe it's a Beathard goes over to Atlanta, depending on what they believe in their. Who's their third string? I was looking at this earlier. I think it might be Christian D. I believe, or something like that. But yeah, so just keep an eye.
former Vanderbilt intramural legend. I got those shirts somewhere. I got the. Do you guys like? Did you guys, if you won an intramural title, did you get like T-shirts from the colleges you went to? Like,
Yeah, dude.
College.
Yep. You're talking to an inter.
Email and stuff, except for like my lacrosse stuff. But I would still keep that. I gotta let people know. People need to understand. It was once an intramural football and basketball champion.
It's funny you say that. This is not going to shock some of the people in the chat, but I've really never won much in all of my sports playing. I won a softball championship co-head about 6 years ago. It's kind of a sad existence. Never made it to the college ranks like you two absolute animals, but yeah, it's just weird. But hey, I still got that one, and yeah, they softball, they're not as fancy.
Your wife will be able to get rid of it for you
Dude,
when you don't know it.
No, you should see the stockpile of T-shirts I have right now. Like, I have a full rack in my closet that's just T-shirts. I did that, like, the trick where you take all the hangers, like, you wash everything, you take all the hangers, and you put them, like, facing the opposite side. So then after a year, like, you'll go back, and any hanger that is, like, facing in instead of out. Now, I have 0 shirts that I haven't worn. Like, I go through 50 T-shirts in a month. Like my entire wardrobe is just T-shirts. And it's an all Crunchberry mix of T-shirts.
Look at you. Yeah, I did my recent Target run, and there was a WrestleMania, I think it's 7 shirt.
Ooh,
like,
I know that one. Yeah, it's got like Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior, and yeah.
I had to get that. I was
like,
dude, people are talking about.
I will be honest. As Daryl says, does no good listening to this while you work. No play-by-play. Bunch of talk about BS. Yeah, and like, I'll just say, we got 8 days. We're going to send this puppy home. Do you really want me to hear second of this, going out left, going to the right? Like, nah, you don't.
Well, you can say you do. Good news, because come September 1st, you don't have to listen to us anymore. We're done, so we're on pause. We're taking a break. So you're going to get Brandon God and whoever the other guy is just kind of giving you canned audio in this, and you don't have to worry about us talking about sausages or the best. But, we got 8 days left. We're going to go out the way we came in.
Damn, Daryl. You know who would never say that? You know who would never say that? Even Noah Moon. Even Noah Moon would never say that. Finally.
Stay safe. Tornado warnings are no joke. Yeah. Watch you're okay with. Warnings are typically the get into a place with no windows, get down as low as you can. Yeah. So we had a few of those last week where it was like, all right, to the basement.
Yeah, dude, I got like these texts from my family being like showing me the screenshots of their televisions and like, I just got a text saying it's a hurricane or tornado warning. I'm like, what are we doing here? I don't get that, in one. And two, like, come on. We already had the not bad, like for us, I know there were some scary areas and some stuff going on. Hope everybody was okay from. But like we got nothing up
Henri. Dude, trust me, I'm married to a woman who took French for like a year in college. Who knows everything.
All right. Wait a second. Took a year.
Yeah.
And she is just
a year. I'm telling you, dude, it's like I'm living in Paris.
Wow.
Yep. It's a croissant,
Yeah.
not a croissant.
Of course. Yeah.
You
Quacksant?
foolish,
Say it again.
uncultured Americans.
Yeah.
It's croissant.
Quacksant? Okay, I got it.
It's croissant.
So are you
Quacksant.
every day? Are you guys just eating croque monsieurs and enjoying a little bit of fine wine with bread and cheese? Is that all you guys eat? Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Oh, hey.
How's everyone doing?
Hey, back
How's
off.
everyone doing?
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get out of here, you two.
Back off.
Get out of
What
here.
do you-
Stop by. Back off. Back off. Back off.
Come on.
All right. I don't even know if people can hear us, understand us. 11 to 12, 105 yards for Russell Wilson. 5 of 6, 93 yards for Drew Brees. Okay, so only 2 incompletions between the 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah. Not a lot of passing yards. This game, I mean, 10 points through the half. It's got a bit of a wild weather Wednesday feel to it. I feel like we're getting the game realized you were here, Emerson, and wanted to throw that back in your face. It wanted to let you know that it hasn't forgotten that you were the one that pulled wild weather off the board, and
Yep.
thus we are all paying for it now.
Coward. I said this yesterday. We didn't realize the movement to get rid of Wild Weather Wednesday. They were like, yeah, no big deal, because you guys are gone soon too, so don't worry about it.
That's true.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, I didn't realize that was going into the decision. Also, shout out to Daryl Robinson. He says making Daryl's look bad. I'm gonna miss the BS talk. LOL. Yeah, we like you, Daryl Robinson. You're cool, man. You can stay.
Yeah.
Varder says the audio is cutting out in and out every 10 seconds. So make those 10 seconds good, boys.
We're trying. We're
I
trying.
know, man. We really are. We really are trying. And honestly, something going wrong on the technical side of things. I don't know what it is about Mondays. I have no idea.
I can't wait for this to happen on the last sim.
Yeah, that's true. And now we go out we die the way we lived with terrible internet.
I know this is something that was kind of talked about behind the scenes, but Emerson, do we want to, the heartfelt side of our sim today? Do we want to, you should.
Well, let's wait until the audio. Let's actually wait until the audio gets fixed,
yeah.
if anything, because it is quite serious, and we do want to send some love to a family of the DK Sim fam.
Yeah.
But if things start to square up, and we start to sound better on your end, DK Sim fam, let us know. Otherwise, you can just look at Christian holding up his poster out.substack. Yeah, which way do I point?
Justin Fields discourse
Do I-
today.
I think you go that way. I don't know.
There you go. This way.
I'm just going to keep doing this.
Yeah, you got-
Watch us pointing to the outside.
Emerson's got his right, and Rossi, you got to go the opposite way.
Oh, because okay, this way.
All right, now we're offline.
He's giving you
I don't know what's
kisses.
going on.
He's giving you
I don't
kisses.
know what's going on right now? We're doing
Oh,
it.
wait. Problem Kid Gaming says the audio sounds good now. I don't know if that's let us know. Let us know if it sounds much better, everybody.
The lag could be the weather. It could be.
Yeah.
I record. I'm wearing a video game t-shirt, not a cat t-shirt, but I should put on a cat t-shirt.
What's the video game T-shirt?
I'm just wearing
Let me see it.
just a controller.
Oh, it did. No. That kind of did look like a cat ear,
Yeah,
like
a little bit right here.
half the head. Yeah.
With some weird eyes.
Yeah, like right there. Yes, like right there. That is definitely a cat head.
Like it. Meow, bitch. Oh, I almost said it. Didn't do it. Held off. All the swears will come out next Tuesday.
Oh my God, Must Be says, oh my God, you guys have changed. That's our audio. I think our audio is better. You know, when we got the Must Be stamp of approval.
Is that a stamp of approval though?
Yeah. Must Be's got nothing but love for the squad, man.
It's true.
Hey, so quarter break, Rossi. Let's do that.
All right. Sounds good. So AC, just a heads up, we're gonna do a little quick chat at the next quarter break. We actually might want to keep our odd faces.
Oh, look at you! You're producing. Now you're telling. Andrew on the ones and twos what to do. You go over producer Terrell's head. Yep. Oh my God!
We all know how this works.
Gone for like half an hour trying to find some milk crates. So
yeah, Terrell doesn't even hear. First of all, second of all, it's the technical producer who does the camera side of it. So I was just giving him a heads up so that he knows. I'd rather give people a heads up of what's going down. I'll tell him. He could tell me to blow chunks, and no, I'm like, cool, all right. He's the boss.
He's not going to do that. He's a great guy. And question for you, and this actually kind of ties into Andrew and his family just a wee bit. And I saw you tweeting a lot about it. Barter wants to know, Rossi, what happened in wrestling? Did Roman Reigns win or did John Cena win?
Varder, it's 2 days ago, bro. You have the Google machine first, but I got you.
Hey! Come on, that's not like you. It's just some people like to disconnect over the weekends and they pop in here
trying to connect with you, Rossi, and you are just crapping all over him.
True. You know what?
I thought this was a congeniality crew.
I know. I didn't mean it to sound as passive as it did, and I apologize. Let me change my tone. Hey, Varder, good question, man. John Cena did not capture his 17th World Championship. Roman Reigns defeated John Cena, clean as a sheet, middle of the ring. You can buy a really cool looking John Cena Super Mario 3 for like $1,000 and like an NFT. But anyways, yeah. And then Brock Lesnar made his return for the first time in about 18 months. So Brock is back looking like a straight farm dad. Google right now. Do me a favor, Emerson. Google Brock Lesnar and just look at what he looks like right now. The hair, dad jeans.
No, you know what Brock Lesnar looks like? He looks like Goro from like the first.
That's what everyone's saying.
Wow.
That movie, like the ponytail.
Holy crap! The dude who has the multiple arms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Awesome. He looks absolutely amazing. I needed something to change up with that man, and that's all I needed. His arms are about the size of the three of our heads put together. He looks like he's literally just been lifting cows. So in the dad jeans was in a tucked in shirt. There's something about watching a 40-something-year-old former UFC champion, WWE wrestler, millionaire, wearing a no sleeve tucked in black tee into his dad jeans with like boot cut pants. It's just ridiculously awesome. Blue Apple saying, I'm still PO'd. You didn't see Sasha Banks. Well, bro.
Yeah, dude, that was a mess. They knew Banks couldn't be there. They advertised her anyway, and then they jobbed out Bianca in like 15 seconds.
What was that?
Wait a minute. What? So it was like false advertising?
So, yes, technically, because they ran a package. Here's, I'm not going to get too deep into it. I know they're a partner here with DraftKings. Talk to me in 8 days, but I will just say that WWE did that, I think, a misstep. You could have
handled it poorly.
Yeah, you don't advertise a match that you knew wasn't going to be. It wasn't like day of either. This is like a known thing, as the interwebs will tell you. As some sources have informed me as well, but it is what it is. But yeah, Becky Lynch, very famous wrestler, the female that has kind of turned the tides for the females in wrestling, and just kind of comes back, shows up, wins the title. Very Hulk Hogan-esque, very unlike what fans in the modern era really look for. Like Brock showed up, he didn't win no titles. It was just like hey, I'm next. I'm challenging you. That's what we want. AC.
Well, what?
Go ahead. In the chat, AC says former Jaguar Roman Reigns. Was Roman Reigns? I don't think he ever made the league. Did he have a tryout?
I'm sure he was a practice squad at some point. I mean, he was obviously good enough to play in the CFL. He was an all ACC defensive tackle. I mean, dude. Let's take a look at his wiki.
Here we go, dude.
Yeah, he was
he's a practice squad player.
Yeah, okay. With the Vikings and the Jags.
Shout out. So Brock and Roman. Why is that never played into the storyline? Both did not make the Vikings. That's what it should have been.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a Pensacola, Florida native. Okay.
Oh, dude, he's right up your alley. You guys look the same too.
He really is. I mean, I'm telling you what, and anyone in the chat who knows Florida, the Panhandle is like almost like a second Florida. It's just a different breed of people.
Dude, Pensacola is like in theory, the family vacation spot because the roommates' parents were both Navy aviators, so they were based out of Pensacola for a long time. So that's like the go-to now. Like they love it up there.
Yeah, so the Big Dog spent only a short time on the Jaguars practice squad in August of 2007 before being released. He then played 5 games in the Canadian Football League in 2008 with Edmonton before being released in November of that year and retiring from football.
Shout out, though. Again, and I always say this with all, like, a lot of these wrestlers that are former NFL or NCAA or football players in general, like, what a success like that takes to even be a practice squad. Like there's still like so little people in the world that are able to do that. That is like, I don't slight those people at all. I think that's amazing.
No, if you can hang up an actual NFL jersey with your name on it, like that's the coolest thing in the world. Like even if you played in one preseason game, guess what? You still have that jersey. You can still frame that. You can tell everybody because you are in the like 0.0001% of football players who even got that far.
Absolutely. Just to wrap up the rest of the thing, I see Solomon Grande, one of my dudes, says, it's why AEW is so hot. AEW does CM Punk return perfectly well. WWE ruins Becky Lynch return, hurts Bianca in the process. Now, obviously, the first thing is, well, let's be patient. But in a vacuum, you're right, and it's the patience has run very thin over the last year.
Like they've lost the benefit of the doubt. Like every time it's like, well, let's wait and see where it goes. I'm sure they have a plan, and then it comes out later they have no plan.
They just want to do it.
Hot-shotting things kind of reactively. And I don't know. It was very frustrating. I mean, you could have just had Bianca, beat Carmella, and then Becky Lynch comes out and challenges her, and you build that for later. You get hype for that. I don't know.
It's
it was
simple.
Very frustrating.
It could be simple. That's all it takes. It's like in the real world. In the NFL, people just show up after a game. You win on this game, you win in this game. They're going to face each other next week in the playoffs. That type of like real world stuff can easily be relatable to wrestling fans, especially now they're on Fox. They're on major network. Don't even need cable to see them.
First time playing Fortnite. Hello, little pumpkin muffin. First time, man. I'm gonna miss you. I love you. Although you're pretty damn funny too on Twitter. I like how first time we'll kind of slide in there sometimes and try to start instigating some stuff, and then next thing you know, there's just this ginormous thread of back and forth. Whether it's loving, whether it's a little bit of beefing with your bros, or maybe it's just a thread of Brendan Glasheen's toes.
Yeah. But
it's fun. It's fun connecting with everybody. And one thing we're going to miss a lot here in the commentary is pause as another sack for the Saints defense. Friendly reminder, find us. Find us on Instagram. Find us on Twitter. Like, talk to us all the time. I love sharing memes and weird things with a lot of you and my DMs over on Instagram. It's a whole nother world over there. Anything flies. Also, the Sassy Springers. The Sassy Springers will talk to you. The girls love running their Instagram account.
Love it.
Ooh, so I made I pretty much everyone else I know online stayed in Friday night to watch the CM Punk return, and that was kind of unreal to watch. I don't think I've ever heard a wrestling crowd so loud for such a sustained amount of time. And then CM Punk is so over. Dude got next level, like 150 decibel cheers for sitting down. He got cheers for taking off his sweat. Dude was untouchable. And it was very cool to see the emotion kind of wash over him, the emotion kind of wash over the crowd. I think everyone understood that was a very special and unique return, and it was very, very cool to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, the emotion was definitely there, not just as for the performer, but for fans, because this is a man who was disenfranchised with wrestling in general, especially the fans, and said some really harsh things about the community of people that now love him again. So listen, people's minds can change. Emerson one day maybe will do upper body workouts. Like, things change. We do know that. So
maybe before I'm out of here, I'll do one shirtless sim. People can see the washboard.
Oh, I'm not. Listen, there's no disrespect. There's no flame in the game, but it's just, we all know where you're focusing.
That's true.
We see it on Instagram. You post pictures in like ponds, just barely clothed. Like, it's cool. Like, we get it, and I love it. Take the shirt off right now.
That was a few weeks ago.
It's a lot of butt angles too. Like, you're leaning over and looking back, and you're
wait, that wasn't you? You're saying?
It's like, man, Emerson's a thirst trap, but I'm a thirsty man.
Speaking.
Oh God. Yeah. Cheers to that. Russell Wilson, 15 of 17. Drew Brees, 7 of 9. This is 7-3. This is a.
Don't worry about the game.
This is a noon sim at its best. But one thing that we were told this morning, kind of like bring it back down a little bit and some real talk, is since day one here, a lot of the OGs of our DK Sim fam, a lot of you have been here since day one. And one of our original members, we have been notified, has actually passed away, lost his battle with cancer. I think many of you will recognize the name Dr. Will. So we've seen Dr. Will in the chat like quite a bit. Again, since day one, since Reed and I launched this thing like a year and a half ago. And then I know he communicates with a lot of us like on Twitter. Funny guy. He was a diehard Chicago sports fan. Went to Northwestern. Was big into charity and giving back. And Kaufman shared with us, he received a message from someone in the DK Sim fam that Dr. Will had passed away, had been battling cancer for 2 years. So, I mean, today's all about, we are going to dedicate like the rest of our Sims today to Dr. Will. And we were told how much he kind of leaned on us when he was having some of those down days, some of those rough days, a lot like when we have down days and rough days, guys, how we lean on the DK Sim fam. So, shout out to everyone here in the DK Sim fam and sending positive thoughts definitely to Dr. Will's family right now, because we love seeing him in there and we love interacting with him. And we have become this family. It's wild, man.
Yeah, I +1 on that 100 times. And we've said this time and time again, like, you guys mean a ton to us. We know what roles we have played in entertaining you a little bit, taking away, especially during the dark days of sitting in our rooms for a long time. Tater Hater made a video that literally still scares me to this day. But all jokes aside with that, like, yeah, like you guys, like you are family. Like, and when we heard that today, like, I think it hit us all in a different way, especially knowing these are coming to a commentation end. Like, yeah, absolutely. Shout out to all of you and anybody that's been through anything. I know a couple of you in the chat have said you've been through some cancer treatments, some heart issues, going to the doctors, just listening to this while there. So again, shout out to all of you and everybody that's been through anything. And we've played even the smallest part to take you away from that, whether it be for 30 seconds or 30 minutes or for 5 days straight. We appreciate it. And shout out again to Dr. Will.
Yeah, pour one out for a Sim Fam original. And again, it's just a testament to the reach of these Sims, man. Just had an impact on all of us, and kind of wild to think about how many people we've got to know just through a very silly simulation of football, and how we've got to expand our circles in a time where most circles were slamming shut. So, hey, and if you're in the chat, just like ripping off nonsense while trying to have a serious moment, maybe take a minute to examine your choices right now, because you're being real weird.
Yeah, a lot of good people in the chat sending some love to Dr. Will's family. So
Yeah.
it is nice that we kind of not kind of, but we do. We literally do have each other, and it's good to have a place to go to kind of clear your mind. And oh man, you need some help talking to each other. A lot of people here have connected too. A lot of you did not know each other and still have not met in person, but have built a strong virtual friendship and relationship with a lot of people.
Agreed.
Also, yes, Orlando, I know I am keeping my head on a swivel. There has been a lot of action behind me. I was just trying to have a conversation, and these two are having like World War III behind me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I heard this new like flower pot thing that my wife had delivered this weekend. I heard it shaking back there. And if that thing fell over and broke, my head would be on a spike tonight. It would just be my head doing the sim tomorrow at noon with Glash. It'd be like one of those talking heads from Futurama.
Dude, just you in a jar. It'd be Emerson Jar. Like, who was that? It was Jack Nicholson. No. It was Pierce Brosnan, I believe, and Mars Attacks. who's also just a head in a jar.
Oh, yes.
True, yeah.
Bro,
Bronson and Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yep. True.
star-studded cast in that movie, man. I know people like to kind of crap on it being a crap movie. That's what makes that movie so good.
Yeah, it's legit. Like, I put it in that like cult classic type of way. Like, this movie they thought was going to be like Independence Day 2.0. Like, people are going to love it. It's going to be huge. It's satire. It's a really bad movie, but it's a fun watch.
Ken Freeman, bro, I'm so with you. We also hate this game. He's like, bro, I hate this game. Dude, this game is terrible. This is one of the worst Sims on the planet.
Yeah, we are now up to 13 total points. No, yes. And good day to have Jason Myers. That's it.
Yeah. I like our guy Patrick Pittman says, I spent a lot of time in bed watching Sims. Appreciate you, Patrick. I feel like we were in that bed with you, which is such a special moment for all of us.
All right, so coming up, guys, as we have under 6 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter, we'll re-air the sweat with our girl, Jessie Cofield, TV's Jessie Cofield, as CDA. And then at 2 o'clock, Rossi will go skedaddle.
Hi.
And we will bring in Kenny Ducey. We will bring in Kenny
All right.
Ducey. It could get heated. Could get heated.
I'm gonna take my. Can I take my one Kenny shot?
Yes, go ahead. He's not listening. Go ahead.
Of course he's not. He's not part of this.
He never listens. Even if when you're on the stream with him, he's not listening. Don't worry.
It's true. It's so true.
Borderline glass-esque. No, here's what I'm gonna say. I want to know how many times he talks about how busy he is. On that, I'm gonna put it at like 1.5 now, because you guys are gonna have some conversation about what you did, and he's gonna say, "Oh, I've been so busy," or he's gonna show up like 2 seconds before the sim starts and be like, "Sorry guys, sorry, I was," like it's gonna happen. And I've always said to him, dude, I got a job. We all got things outside of these sims. Like we get it. Like we're all busy, but you don't have to just don't say it. Just say, hey, I'm here. No big deal. Like I don't care if you show up 10 minutes before or 2 seconds before. But I guarantee he'll bring it up. It's almost like, Tara Lynn, can you bait him actually? Can you say how busy you are today?
Yeah.
And then that's usually what sets him off. Thank you, TL. I appreciate you.
So then, after that game, I'll stick around. Jeff will slide in.
Ooh.
I know the Northern Trust will still be played. So almost look at it as like a live leaderboard esque edition of Get the Green. So Jeff and I will kind of focus in on the Northern Trust because Reed is there. Reed's been kicking ass covering that thing. If you've been following DraftKings on Twitter, and I'm sure Instagram as well, Reed's been giving us kind of daily reports and stuff like that. Samir's been there. Billy's been there.
Yeah, I'm still mad about it.
Glennon's been there. I know, me too. And they all just, they got to enjoy like a day, I think, around New Jersey and may have walked over to the city for a little bit yesterday.
Who doesn't want to enjoy a nice day in New Jersey on a rainy hurricane day? Like, blast. I was supposed to be. Did I tell you the story, Emerson? Or we were supposed to be in Vegas with Babysitter Billy?
Wait, what?
Yeah, so me and Babysitter Billy were supposed to go to SummerSlam, which was in Las Vegas. The haircut looks amazing. And because DK, there's a bunch of cowards that work there that couldn't, the video team, they needed 2 studs like Samir and Billy, and he couldn't get out of it. I even messaged the bigwigs, and I was like, hey, what do I got to do to get him out? And they're like, we can't afford, like literally nobody else was available. And I cried tears. Well, Saturday, I see all these people in Las Vegas living it up. But anyways, nonetheless, yeah, Billy's there and Reed's there showing off his just beautiful self. And we'll see what happens today. I think, with these tornado warnings, I'm getting literally messages from my father's girlfriend every 5 seconds telling me it's not over. It's sunny and no cloud in the sky, right? We're good.
So just wait. If you actually hear the tornado horns, then you got a problem.
And yes.
That's how we do it up here.
Yeah, it keeps moving, Christian. It keeps moving. It's like, it's over.
You decided to not go. You did not go.
I wasn't going to go by myself. Me and him literally had a plan. And then we both said, let's check in. I was going to check in with some family stuff. He was going to check in with work. He's like, there shouldn't be anything that weekend. And then all of a sudden, DraftKings decides to throw the little, whatever this thing's called, this little putt-putt game. And then you have, it's like brought to you by DraftKings, the whole thing.
Dude, I would actually be legit pissed if I was you. I bet you're just being very nice on the surface right now, but that would bug the hell out of me.
I haven't traveled with friends. I haven't traveled at all. I had to go away with the family and overnight. The first time I've ever had the like a child sleep outside the house because of the big C over the last year. So that was my juxtaposition. I could have been in Vegas with Billy, who is a single man who is afraid to make moves, but would have been fun at like 2 a.m. And that could have been it. I could have had so many stories right now because I'd be back. We'd be telling you about all the highlights instead I'm sitting here telling you how my dad's girlfriend sending me tornado warnings and we should all be afraid to move, even though it's it's moved again. If anybody's wondering if you're in New England or if you're in Massachusetts, it is moved. It was going to end at 11:40, then 12:30, now it's 1:20. So we got another 25 minutes.
The whole storm this weekend was just bizarre. Like, remember, it was from days ago. It went from like, oh my God, this like we're gonna be destroyed.
Yeah.
To yesterday, I walked my girls around the public garden and the common multiple times. Maybe a little drizzle here or there.
Yeah.
But besides that, maybe a little gust of wind. Just blowing through my new haircut. But besides that, no. Great day. Great day. Sat on the stoop, said hello to neighbors, a lot of waving. How you doing? How about this weather, huh? It
was a deluge where I am, but that thing took a left turn real quick, just like these Sims.
Yeah. By the way, this is a long sustained drive from the Saints, which, yes, does now feature Drew Brees rushing for more total yards, like 3 times as many yards as Russell Wilson. We saw it too, Sim fam. We're not happy about it either. Somehow Drew Brees ran for 19 yards on one play. I don't think he had 19 rushing yards total last season, and yet here we are. So this game, at the very least, hopefully going to grind to a desperately needed finish here, and we can act like it never happened. Completely blanket. Never saw this game before in my life, officer.
This is an uncomfortable game to watch. And currently, there is a 7-way tie for first in the big chunky showdown, 8,000 entries. How about our little contest? The Glizzy Guzzler Invitational. Out of 109 entries, I am 100 right now. I have 33 stinking points. Pathetic.
I am 77th with 38.
Oh, you want me to open my app again?
No, you're fine.
No. I'm 43rd, baby. I'm 43rd.
Oh.
Wow.
Top half.
Seahawks out of timeouts now, and Bree's going to do that
thing.
Did the thing.
My God. You know what's wild? What's wild? Oh, a big old sack for the Saints team.
That's an elderly sack. It's Drew Brees. It's a retired sack.
Dude. So this is going to put them at what? This will put them at 10?
Sacky.
This will put them at 10. Now just go for it. But then there's so much happening around me right now, and I didn't take my medicine today, so I can't focus. We're 6 likes away from 100. Give it to me, Lutz. Give it to me, Lutz.
You dirty Lutz. Kicking it in. Ooh, field goal.
Come on.
Hey, here's a big thumbs up to this sim. It's very unlikely to be an overtime game. So
there it is. There's the one benefit. Of course, now we're going to get like a 15-second Seahawks touchdown. The Saints are going to come back, kick a field goal, and then this game will just cruise right on through to 2 p.m.
Yeah. Hey.
All right.
Let me answer your question here, Solomon. The Saints have to be bad this season, right? Absolutely. And you're going to see that tonight when the Jaguars put up a historic preseason performance, just stomping on the face masks of the Saints.
I'm telling you,
tonight, the sewers will run red with the Saints' blood.
Bourbon Street will never be the same. Mark the date, August 23rd, when a backup quarterback, probably has a balling out game the second half of this one. Do we know if they announced starters tonight? I'm assuming, obviously, Trevor Lawrence is going to play at least a quarter.
We'll figure it out, man. Just riding the wave, dude.
Just riding that rate of wave of red as it's just the streets of New Orleans is just gonna cry.
Yeah. There's my guy Shane Payne. Shane Payne Gaines with the Jaguars logo as his profile pic. Says, what a weird sim. Dude, this has been the weirdest.
No, this is the best sim I've ever been on.
This is honestly top 3 sims for me.
Mm-hmm. The very first one, that one you did in September of last year, that was really good. And I put this one right there with it.
Yep.
Eric Court. Smash the like.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Isn't Eric great? I love Eric.
Great.
He's always freaking positive. I love that guy.
Yeah. Ooh, and anybody, again.
We're going to get a Hail Mary for the win here. This game might give us something to be happy about.
Okay. I mean, listen, throwing power's 91 for Russ Wilson, and that deep throw accuracy, 96. He's got the arm strength, got the accuracy. He's got everything.
All right, before the play, quickly. Hey, real quick. What's your favorite Jolly Rancher flavor? You have to do it before the game.
Watermelon.
Okay, grape and watermelon. I would.
Green apple, not grape. Get out of here.
Oh, I thought you said grape. Sorry, my bad.
Green apple.
Pull it down.
Oh,
but there's still a second left. There's
one more shot. One more shot. Let's go.
No matter what, this is the end of this game, so we can all be very excited. No matter what, we are finished after this play.
And is this the last sim all 3 of us are ever together on, at least for the foreseeable future? He's testing the atmosphere. Does he pull it down? No.
I don't even know where the ball is.
Yeah,
neither do I.
Out of bounds? I couldn't really tell there.
Nobody really knows anymore, man.
Things have changed. Great.
Emerson, Kenny, and Christian, 2:00. Falcons at the Texans.
We know you guys all have been clamoring for a little bit of Ducey in your life. Drew
Bless. It's start on Monday.
It apparently is.
Wow. Man, this was a terrible game. This was just a nothing, like no passing touchdown. 1 touchdown total. It belonged to Alvin Kamara, who still only had under 13 points. Can we give no crusty call player of the game for this one? Everyone's babysitter Billy. Every one of you is garbage. Look at Kamara at 3.1 yards per game. Drew Brees had the 3rd most rushing. He had 3 times as many rushing yards as Russell Wilson. I don't know what to say. Other than subscribe to the post route, get yourself some.
Love it.
I don't know what to say.
Except the thing I keep saying every time. I'm going to keep spamming it. It's free for now.
Whoa! Paywall coming. Yeah. Get that OnlyFans. You only have a few more weeks to get the OnlyFans, the content much longer. So.
And then you guys are going to be stuck with Glash's toes, which right now you can get for free on his Instagram story.
And he's in the Twitch chat right now to play toe shots. So.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how he's going to get you hooked on the toes and nipples, and then just once you're hooked, you got to pay for more. First dose is free.
I don't know why, but first I play Fortnite. Emerson is eating whole walnuts.
I wish, bro.
Like he's just cracking them with those choppers.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Look at that little guy. Shiny, just packed with all sorts of flavor.
Emerson's going to get a star if this was Mario 2 for all the cherries he's devoured in this the sim.
Wow. Good reference there.
And I bid you all.
No player of the game.
All right.
Babysitter Billy. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's let Roxy get on with this day. And then Emerson and I take the next 56 minutes to prep for an hour of Kenny Ducey hot takes.
Love you guys. I'll see you, DK Sim fam. We'll be back at 2:00.
Drink your water in person.
A little rain won't stop us from crowning a champion at the Northern Trust this week. After the final round at Liberty National was postponed Sunday, they'll finish the tournament today, and that means one of our DraftKings competitors will become the Fantasy Golf World Champion and walk away with $1 million. The sweat is on. It all comes down to today. So let's take a look at where things stand with our FGWC leaderboard. Guys, only 2 fellas where everyone made the cut. So we got Ski Basher's lineup, who we're looking at right now, he is in the lead. The Human Cespedes is right behind him. Again, those are the only two guys who everyone in their lineup made the cut. Very interesting. All right, let's bring in DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler. Reed Fowler, who is coming to us live from the event. As we can see, it is definitely raining. Reed has his umbrella out and everything. So, Jeff, thoughts on the leaders' lineup? I mean, the leader, Ski Basher, doesn't have John Rahm or Cameron Smith, the guys tied for the lead in his lineup. So, what do we think?
I mean, I think that he's just got obviously a very balanced lineup right now, and that he's benefited from a couple guys in Jordan Spieth and Bryson DeChambeau who aren't in the lead or really anywhere near getting, being in contention for the win. But they have made a boatload of birdies and eagles this week. Spieth with 3 eagles, DeChambeau with 19 birdies. These guys are absolutely fantasy-friendly scorers right now, and that's what it boils down to. You see those guys with 69 and 68 points, Jesse. They have more points than Sung J M. Sung J M is 3 shots ahead of Jordan Spieth. That's how many birdies and eagles DeChambeau and Spieth have been making. So that's what's going on with Ski Basher. He's targeted a couple high birdie rate players there in Spieth and DeChambeau. And, he's got a guy up there in Lowry who actually is pretty popular in this contest, but is kind of carrying things. So really interesting lineup. Love the construction for sure, and definitely struck the right note with guys like Charlie Hoffman, too, at low ownership.
Reed, looking at these lineups, how do we feel?
Yeah, I think someone that we also have to pay attention to is Kid Cudi. We got a chance to catch up with him and his lineup as well, Jesse. If you look at the player holes remaining, he's got 109. Which is one more than Ski Basher, right? So he has got a good chance to maybe overtake Human Cespedes. But Ski Basher, you take a look at his, like Jeff mentioned, is completely balanced. You see Tringali had a nice, consistent, 3 rounds of 4 under, 3 under, 4 under. So he's right there. And he's, again, a lot of birdies have been made. The conditions here, Jesse, obviously you can umbrella holding up. I don't have an umbrella person yet. Maybe one of these guys wants to do it. Maybe Samir wants to come and be my umbrella guy. But it's the conditions are going to be soft, and we'll get to it, that they might give way to someone maybe down the leaderboard in actual golf and might post an 8 under, a 9 under, get in early. And if the leaders don't go off until a little bit later and they have to sit on that, maybe there's another delay. You've seen this happen before, Jeff, right? Where you see these guys that have to keep on sitting on, and it's Rahm, right? It's Rahm. He's one of the best in the world, but that could make a difference if someone like, I don't know, Tony Finau posts a nice little score.
Yeah, Reed, when you take a look at the list of competitors, is there anyone you think could make a run up the leaderboard? Like you mentioned, Kid Cudi on this final day. Could he be someone who could just make a run and walk away with the $1 million?
I don't know about the $1 million, Jesse. I think Ski Basher's lineup is too balanced. I think when you take a look at what he was able to do with Sungjae Im, Shane Lowry, and Sungjae only in one lineup, that's going to be a lot. That's going to help out a ton. I think that construction is just a little too good, and especially with the player holes remaining. Maybe if he was a little bit less, maybe you see those guys like Peter Gibbons, McLovin, some of those guys only have 90, 91 holes left, maybe, but I do think it's Kid Cudi. I think Kid Cudi has a really good chance. Doug Gim looked really, really good on Saturday, posted that 8 under. If he's able to do that again, if Lonzo is able to do that, and if Brian Harman doesn't shoot 5 over, which I don't think he will, then I think Kid Cudi has a good shot of overtaking Human Cespedes. So I do think Human Cespedes, guys, I think Hank Lebioda missed. Yeah, I think he has Lebioda in his lineup, and he missed the cut. So he's only got 5 to 6.
Jeff, what do you think? Anyone on this leaderboard you think could make a run, walk away with the $1 million?
So I think in terms of the $1 million top prize, it really comes down to the top 5 guys. I'm not sure anyone outside of McLovin there at number 5 has any shot. Ski Basher is in an interesting position because he's really cheering against Jon Rahm. Everybody behind him pretty much has Jon Rahm. And if Jon Rahm becomes the clear-cut winner, obviously that's going to boost their lineups a little bit. Now, it's not going to boost it too much. He's already got the win points. So Ski Basher's in a very good spot. I'd almost be a little bit surprised if he lost at this point. But Kid Cudi down there also has 108. He's got the 6 golfers as well. Basically, what this is going to come down to is what is the back end of these lineups doing? Is Brian Harman shooting 10 under today, or is he shooting 1 over? Lanto Griffin, same thing. If these guys make huge moves, go out early, like Reed said, and just post insane scores, we could see a lot of flippage. If Rahm somehow loses this, I think Ski Basher has this in the bag, so to speak, baby, because he's just got too much firepower there with the guys who have already made so many birdies. So To me, Kid Cudi definitely has the highest chance of overtaking. I think Peter Gibbons, again, it's going to come down to a guy like Neiman. Can he shoot 10 under? But the scores are out there. Absolutely. Some of these early guys could go out there and shoot early scores because of the soft conditions. But realistically, it's not the top of the position we're really that concerned about with this Fantasy Golf World Championship. It's the bottom 4 players of these lineups. Can they go out, post insane scores, and put enough points on the board to overtake Ski Basher?
All right, Reed, you're down there. It's obviously wet. How's the course look today? How do you think it'll impact the leaders as they're set to tee off this afternoon? I mean, the final round's been pushed back a few times. It is now set to begin at 11:30 a.m.
Yeah, a little wet down here. Not gonna lie, but the ground through they I think the course. It's still great.
Not great audio from Reed. It just must be so blustery out there. So, Jeff, who do you think could benefit from these conditions today?
It's okay, Jesse. It's my time to shine. As I once, I think, declared on this very show, water is wet. So
yes.
I'm all set for these conditions. This is, like I said, my wheelhouse here, folks. I do know this biology. Look, the conditions, obviously, they're going to be soft. So I think that right off the bat, you're thinking the early starters here. The guys who get out early. I don't think that the greens are going to get dry or anything, but we could see conditions get worse. I know Reed did mention before he cut out there that there is a possibility of thunderstorms even in the afternoon. So I think the early starters here, there's still a little drizzle, but it doesn't look too windy from what Reed had told me. It's the early starters. If you're in showdown lineup, get on the early starters. If you're watching your lineups, it's probably going to be important that a couple of your early starters go low. That's the feeling that I get right now. And again, I think that's really going to be what affects and what ultimately this Fantasy Golf World Championship comes to. Can the back half, can the early starters of these guys' lineups come through for them? Because some of these guys are going to need really low scores to catch the leader right now.
All right, let's focus on the co-leaders heading into the final round. So you got Jon Rahm at plus 135 to finish this off, while Cameron Smith is at plus 300. Jeff, what do you think is the better bet in your opinion?
To me, it's Cameron Smith. This guy has been all over leaderboards for the last month. And look, we know Jon Rahm is Jon Rahm. I mean, he's the best player in the world. Is he perhaps, did he show a little bit of fatigue, rust there in the end to round 3? Yeah, it's possible. I feel like the rest, too, probably helps Cam Smith a little bit more. He's coming off a hot round. He's not going to be as full of adrenaline as if they had played yesterday. I think Cam Smith is a player who is kind of overdue for a bigger win. I know he's got the 1 win there at the Sony Open and the 2 team wins, but this is a really quality player. He's got multiple top 10s. I think you take the better number you're getting here at plus 300. I mean, you're getting over double Jon Rahm. These guys are tied. I think Cam Smith being slightly disrespected. Obviously, Rahm deserves to be the favorite, but in all things considered, I'm actually pretty interested in this number for Cam Smith. I think he does have a very, very good shot at getting it done today.
All right, Reed is back with us. Water is wet, but it won't keep him down. Reed, Jon Rahm is plus 135 to finish this off. Cameron Smith is at plus 300. What do you think is the better bet?
Yeah, I know I'm in Kenny Ducey's area of the world, so I know his internet is probably getting over to mine. But yeah, I mean, I agree with Jeff. If you take a look at just specifically, not just historically with Smith and Rahm this season, of course, Rahm is objectively the better player, right? But Cam Smith approach-wise, Jon Rahm this week, right? You've just been watching it. He's been dialed, and he's been getting the ball as close to the hole, and he's making his putts. Right, he's gaining close to 2 strokes putting, and Rahm is gaining close to 3.5. So yeah, I'm with Jeff here. It's going to be tough though, because these top guys, like I mentioned earlier, if the conditions and these guys go out earlier, and you see a guy like Finau or JT come out and post like a solid number, then I do think that it's something that you could consider a little bit down the line. But again, the guy who's up top, Jon Rahm, we've seen him close out these tournaments before. That just scares me a little bit. I wouldn't go past a guy like Finau at plus 1,200, and maybe him not being in the final group helps in terms of pressure to get a win.
Yeah, Reed, I was going to say, do you think there's any value in betting someone a little further down the board today? Sounds like maybe you do.
Yeah, I do think that Finau is someone to consider. Obviously, I don't have to explain myself why I like Mr. Finau. But look, I think Shane Lowry, too. I mean, Shane Lowry's been playing fantastic. These conditions, we're going to see some typical rain around a week. Right when the leaders tee off, we're going to see some lightning. Also, if those guys can't tee off and they have to wait. Some of these guys that post a number, it can get to 400 or 500 by halfway mark. They might have a shot at posting. Wait.
Jeff, what do you think? Any value with betting someone a little further down the board today?
I mean, I kind of hope Finau does get it done too. I mean, it'd be a nice story. The guy is just so overdue. But if I'm being realistic here with two really solid leaders, I think if I'm going to sprinkle someone further down, I'm going for the big odds, like the big payout. It's not going to cost me much to invest in a guy like Harold Varner III at plus 10,000. He's 4 shots back. He's going to have an earlier tee time though. And look, we've seen HV3 shoot like 62 multiple times on tour. I mean, this guy can get absolutely hot with his irons as well. So I think Harold Varner III is actually slightly alive there. It just comes down to, I think, plus 10,000. Like Kevin Malone always said on The Office, Jesse, if someone gives you 10,000 to 1, you take it. So, Harold, it's not quite 10,000 to 1, but, Harold Varner III at plus 10,000, 100 to 1, I think is actually very live here, and I don't think it's a bad sprinkle.
Yeah, always take the advice from The Office. All right, Reed, you've been there all week hanging out with our competitors. What's the mood like at the DraftKings house on the 15th green despite the weather?
Yeah, I mean, it was really fun. I think a lot of people really enjoying having this experience. As the sun comes out, Jetsy. But hey.
Well, I think Reed's done.
You know what this just shows, Jesse? If you had invited me, I would have brought the good Canadian internet to the DraftKings house. And this just shows, again, that you need to invite me next year, Reed, and this all would have been fixed. So
yeah, we'll just clip that part off and show that to everyone who makes those decisions here. Thank you, Jeff. We're gonna, despite the internet, everyone's having fun down there. All right, good stuff. Make sure to follow along and see who gets the W in the FGWC as the final round plays out. In the meantime, we're gonna check in with our baseball panel on the other side of this break to find out how they're tackling tonight's very small MLB slate. All right, we've got a very small 6-game MLB slate coming our way this evening. Here to make sense of it is DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman, along with RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. We are MLB price checking and starting with a pitcher over 8K. So, Matt, like I said, tiny 6-game slate, but most of the pitchers are over 8K, so you got 7 guys to choose from. Are you paying all the way up for Jordan Montgomery at 10K?
I don't think so. I don't think he's out of play. So to me, this slate is a pretty interesting small slate where there's actually a lot of potential for leverage. So for cash games, I think guys like Alek Manoah and Lance Lynn are more of the obvious choices, and Jordan Montgomery might just be a little expensive for a tough matchup against the Braves. But for GPPs, I think Manoah and Lynn, with what their ownership is likely to be, they're not really that exciting because I think they're both flawed for the matchup. Lance Lynn is facing the Blue Jays, which is tough, and Manoah has just been kind of inconsistent. His matchup isn't great either. So I think my favorite guy for tournaments is actually Huascar Ynoa, who's facing the Yankees. And the main reason I like him is that I do think the Yankees will be the most popular offense on this slate. They're getting a little bit of a park downgrade in Atlanta compared to the Bronx, but they're also losing a DH. So this lineup won't look as good as it normally does with a pitcher in there. We could see a regular player who normally is DHing, someone like Stanton or Judge, out of the lineup. So that would be a boost for Inoa too. But I just think the strikeout upside is there, even though there's a lot of volatility in this matchup. So there's no one who's perfect. I don't think there's any pitcher that's safe really on this slate. But I do think Inoa has a lot of upside for the ownership he's likely to get.
All right, Paul, where are you going for a pitcher over 8K?
I'm going to go to Lance Lynn against the Blue Jays. He's held opponents to a 2.25 ERA and a 2.29 batting average and 3.29 ERA over his last 10 starts, and only allowed 5 homers along the way. I also like his 61 strikeouts in that stretch as an indicator that he's more than capable of facing a free-swinging club that's suddenly slumping with only two wins in their last 9. They're not scoring runs like they were most of the season in this cold spot. His mound opponent, Alex Manoah, is coming off his poorest start of a very impressive rookie campaign as well. So I wonder if the kid will continue to struggle against the solid Sox lineup. And am I guessing that it's the third cycle through where Zach Greinke's name has come up, and I'm the only one in this segment who's on him? I'm going to stick with him. He's rewarded me with a pair of excellent starts recently, the last one against the same Royals he'll face tonight. I'm back on the Astros veteran, priced at 8,900 because he continues an excellent run during his last 10 starts where he's pitched to a whip of 106, an ERA of 2.93 featuring his excellent control. And the Royals offense is still one of the weakest in the AL. And their starting pitcher, Daniel Lynch, has a whip of 150 and a 5.12 ERA. I see a high win probability for my guy.
All right, Eric, what do we think? Pitcher over 8K, where are you going to be going?
Yeah, I don't identify as a grumpy old curmudgeon yet. You got to give me a couple decades for that, but I'm going to be one today. It's feels like a Monday. I do not like most of these expensive guys. Lance Lynn, Alek Manoah, Huascar Ynoa, all facing strong lineups. Jordan Montgomery, he's not a 5-digit guy. Zach Greinke, he just faced these Royals, which gives the Royals a boost. And if I want an old guy who doesn't get any strikeouts, I might as well just go $8,000 cheaper. And I'm going to go with Kyle Hendricks. Not really because I'm the world's biggest Kyle Hendricks fan, but because I don't really like any of the other choices. He's facing a Rockies team that's second worst by WRC plus on the season. Hendricks is more prone to blowups than normal this season. Just had 9 runs against the Brewers 2 starts ago. But even with that, he's been quite solid since the start of May. Really was awful in April. But since the start of May, 3.39 ERA. Still only a 16.7% strikeout rate over that stretch. He doesn't have as high a ground ball rate as he used to. But, man, it's a Rockies team away from home. That matchup is friendly enough that I think at 8,100 he's the best value out there.
Okay, so far fewer pitchers that are under 8K to choose from. So, Paul, only 4 guys here. Who are you going to be going with?
I'm going to the other guy in that matchup. I don't know how you can bet on the Cubs in that puny offense, but for me, the only one who merits consideration in this low range is Antonio Senzatela of the Rockies. He faces that depleted Cubs lineup, a club that's only 2-8 in their last 10 starts. That's almost the biggest plus for the Rockies starter has going for him, but it's a big one. For his part, I do like the 45-9 strikeout to walk ratio in his last 10 outings. He will oppose Kyle Hendricks, who has allowed an opposing batting average of 290 over his last 10 starts, and that I can't get over the Cubs' poor offense. I see a win probability for Senzatela. The price tag's at even $6,000.
Well, Eric, you were a curmudgeonly old man when we talked about expensive pitchers. Do you like some of these guys who are under 8K more?
No, that's why they're under 8K. But I think Senzatela is the best guy in this section, which I guess could push you away from Hendricks. But I think, especially in cash games, maybe you just play them both. Figure you get 1 win out of your 2 guys. Senzatela at 6,000 is one of the best values out there. Very low ceiling, just a 15.5% strikeout rate on the season. But he's really actually been pretty good, at least by some of the metrics this season. 4.58 ERA doesn't look good, but for a Rocky, that's actually better than average. And his 3.72 FIP is actually quite good. If you look at his park-adjusted FIP, that's FIP minus of 81. That's the same mark as guys like Chris Bassett, Julio Urias, and Aaron Nola. He really gets there just by not walking anybody and keeping the ball on the ground, which is basically the Kyle Hendricks model. I think you get the 2 of them against lineups that can't really do anything. I don't think you're going to see a lot of runs given up, and I think you're going to get the win out of one of the 2.
All right, Matt, where are you going for a pitcher who is going to be under 8K?
I do think Sensatella is the right call, at least for cash games. Like, he's the safest of these choices, and the pitchers below 8K, well, there's not a lot of them, but none of them are really good either. So I think Sensatella probably is the best call. For GPPs, though, I have a little bit of a concern that in order to fit the expensive Astros bats, Sensatella picks up a lot of ownership just because that lineup construction works. So the reason to not play him is because you probably have a limited upside pitcher who might be a little bit chalky. So that's really the main concern with him. I think compared to the other pitchers in the lower price range, he is the best guy. But if you're looking for a pivot, I think Paul Blackburn, who's a little bit cheaper at 5,300, I think he makes some sense just because he can give you some of the length that a starting pitcher would give you. His matchup is decent. He's not very good, and he's not a high strikeout guy, but in a home game against the Mariners, 5,300, if you're a mediocre pitcher, I still think that makes some sense. And if Sensatella is popular, it most likely means that Blackburn won't be. So there are some really expensive bats on this slate. The Braves are really pricey. The Jays are really pricey. If you want to pay up for some of those teams, maybe you pair Sensatella with a guy like Blackburn, and then you can get to some more expensive hitters that other people don't have.
Yeah, let's talk about those expensive hitters. Let's talk about a pricey bat, Eric. So with 5 multi-hit performances in a row, Freddie Freeman's batting average now sits above 300 for the first time in 2021. He's the most expensive hitter on the slate, 6,100. Do you want to pay up for him?
He is really good, but I don't think I want to go over 6,000 for a left-on-left matchup, even if it's a guy as good as Freddie Freeman. And Jordan Montgomery against him is a pretty good opponent. So I don't think it's great value. I don't think I'd completely rule it out. I think the better value among the more expensive guys is going to be Jose Altuve, getting the platoon advantage against Daniel Lynch, who's just been below average across the board. 5.12 ERA looks more or less deserved. Not terrible in any area, but doesn't get a lot of strikeouts, walks a few too many guys, doesn't keep the ball on the ground all that well. And Altuve, for his part, is completely recovered from a bad 2020 season. It was quite bad, but he looks almost exactly like he did in 2019. His 15% strikeout rate is an exact match for his number from 2 years ago, down over 3.5 ticks from where it was last season. His 25 homers so far puts him on pace for a career-high 33, which would be just, again, a near match for his 31 from 2019. He was only on pace for 14 last year. He's also been quite hot lately. 7 hits in his last 2 games and 4 multi-hit games over his last 7, hitting .412 over that stretch. So I think probably there's going to be a lot of people on a lot of the Astros, but I think with very good reason.
All right, Matt, who's the guy over 5K that you like to go yard tonight?
So Paul mentioned that the Blue Jays have struggled, and they really have. And it's not a total coincidence because George Springer is on the IL and Kevin Biggio's out too. So there are reasons why this team has been worse recently. But I still like the spot against Lance Lynn just because the ownership will be pretty much negligible. The Braves, in my mind, would have been the contrarian spot. But for whatever reason, the Braves just seem to always come in popular no matter what. Like, a lot of people are just going out of their way to squeeze these guys in at some really, really high price tags. So even at 6,100 in a lefty-lefty matchup, like, I could still see Freddie Freeman getting to 8 or 10% own. Anthony Rizzo is $3,500 with the platoon advantage, so I feel like he's the chalk there. So Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 6K, I just don't see any way that he's popular in any capacity, and he's too good of a hitter to not be owned on a slate this small. So Vlad for 6K, Lance Lynn is a tough matchup for him, but there's still massive upside. I mean, this is a guy who hit 3 homers in a game earlier this year when Max Scherzer was the opposing pitcher. I think 2 of them were off Scherzer. So he can have the upside against anybody, and I think at probably what'll be like 2 or 3% ownership, Vlad has massive upside for GPPs.
All right, Paul, where are you going? A hitter over 5K you like?
Look, I like all the nice words about the Jays, but they're sucking right now. I'm a big fan, and I'm watching this team closely. I'm off them tonight. Instead, I like Matt Chapman as the centerpiece of an Oakland stack against Marco Gonzalez, who was allowed 10 homers in his past 58 innings pitched, featuring him on the wrong side of batter versus pitches head-to-head histories is something you'll see if you go to one of RotoWire's many predictive tools for daily baseball matchups tonight. Chapman is priced at $5,000, which is low for a guy who has 5 dingers in his last 10 games and owns a 13 for 30 history and a platoon edge in the head-to-head matchup in this set too.
We got to respect that no one's harder on their own team than Paul. All right, Matt, how about a value bet under 5K to round out your lineup here?
So there's a few teams that are appealing, and I think there will be one that goes overlooked a bit. So we have the Yankees, who are underpriced. We have the Pirates and the Diamondbacks, who I think are underpriced too. And then if the Braves garner ownership just because they're the Braves, then there are some other teams in good spots that we just won't see a lot of ownership for. And I think the Rockies are the team in this under 5K area that makes the most sense to me. They have 5 or 6 players likely to be in the lineup that are in the 4,000 to 5,000 range. Trevor Story, because he's a shortstop, I think gets some decent amount of popularity. But I like him at 4,900, CJ Cron 4,800, Charlie Blackmon 4,400. This Rocky stack is maybe a bit too expensive, so it could be a little contrarian. I think all of those guys make a lot of sense as tournament plays.
All right, Paul, a bat under 5K. Who do you like?
I like a couple, including CJ Cron. He's enjoying what looks like a career best season for him, and he's featuring his solid power numbers in a career OBP that's 56 points higher than his career average. He's also on a 14 for 35 tear that includes 8 extra base knocks and 11 RBIs. You got to have all that going for you for the aforementioned 4,800 in a matchup against the struggling Kendricks and the Cubs tonight. So I like that a lot. Josh Rojas of the D-backs is a guy who's not going to be highly owned, but he looks like a great play tonight coming into this action on a 17 for 35 heater and will cost $4,700 in a matchup against Will Crowe of the Pirates, who has allowed a whip of 1.56 in his last 43.2 innings pitched. That's terrible, and it tells me that he's not fooling many players of late, and that also applies to a season-long ERA of 5.23, so he's been not very good for a long while.
All right, Eric, where are you going?
Yeah, I'm liking Kyle Seager at 3,800. He'll get the platoon advantage against Paul Blackburn, who Matt did mention earlier as maybe a cost-efficient choice, but that's about all he's got going for him. He's got a career 5.66 ERA, just over 100 innings at the highest level. Only made one MLB start this season and has an ERA of 4.97 at the AAA level. Seager's having an interesting year, kind of doing some of the same things that Joey Votto's doing, just to a lesser scale. You know, these veteran hitters who've actually made quite a bit of contact throughout their career, suddenly sacrificing some of that for power. And it's working in Seager's case. At least it's getting him the power. 24.6% strikeout rate is easily his career high, and it's up over 11 ticks from his career low last year. But it's had the desired effect. His isolated slugging of 236 is also a career high, as is his barrel rate of 13%, well above his career average of 8.1%, career high in hard hit rate as well. And he's one shy of tying his career high in homers, 29 homers already this season. Riding a 7-game hitting streak, and just kind of as an example of how his season is going, 7-game hitting streak with only 8 total hits, but 4 of those are homers. That's kind of the guy he's been for most of this year, low average, high power guy. And I think with a matchup against a guy like Blackburn, I think he's got a decent chance to homer and maybe even have a rare 2-hit game.
All right, guys, that'll do it for MLB Price Check. Thank you. We're turning our attention to the NFL next. Our panel will give their picks for tonight's preseason showdown between the Jags and Saints when the sweat returns. Until the NFL regular season begins. Until then, we've got preseason, baby. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich And Kenny Ducey here to give their picks for tonight's preseason showdown between the Jaguars and Saints. So first off, let's just look back to all the preseason games that were already played this week. Jeff, what's your biggest takeaway from the second week of the preseason?
Yeah, I mean, we still didn't get a ton of looks at a lot of starters. I mean, a lot of guys we'd probably would like to get more looks at than not, but people can take from this what they will, but the Pittsburgh Steelers offense looks really good. Ben Roethlisberger looked really good this week. He looked like old Ben Roethlisberger, moving around the pocket a little bit, finding plays. And look, I am on the Najee Harris train. I'm done with the doubts. This guy had an amazing catch and run against the Lions. And maybe that's the misnomer we should put. It's still preseason. It's the Lions. But, man, I would bump Ben Roethlisberger up. I would bump everybody in that Pittsburgh Steelers offense up just a little bit. They also got a nice little tight end there who was working in the red zone. Not Eric Ebron, so maybe bump Eric Ebron down. But, yeah, to me, my biggest takeaway this week, and, again, it has something to do with maybe not getting that many looks at that many players, Ben Roethlisberger and that Pittsburgh offense might be a little bit better than people think.
All right, apparently we've lost Kenny, so we're going to stick with you, Jeff, just carrying the show. Okay.
Right.
So tonight we have the Saints and the Jags. Sean Payton confirmed that Jameis Winston will be starting for New Orleans in this one. Now, on the other side, we should be seeing #1 overall pick Trevor Lawrence for Jacksonville. So, Jeff, would you make either of these quarterbacks your captain tonight, or are you looking to go with somebody else? Lawrence did complete 6 of 9 passes for 71 yards in that opening loss against Cleveland.
Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting spot, obviously. Right off the bat, if we're looking at which starting quarterback we're going to take, is it going to be Winston or is it going to be Lawrence? For me, it's 100% Trevor Lawrence. I feel like the Saints have been rotating, Hill and Jameis Winston in there already, and it's probably just going to continue. I don't think either guy going to see a ton of work. Maybe they split the whole first half, but I don't even know if that's going to happen. On the other side, I feel like Trevor Lawrence will just get a little bit more run. He saw, I think, a little bit more run, may play a full quarter, may even play into the second half. You'll see a little bit more Trevor Lawrence than you'll see Winston. But if I'm being dead honest, I think I'd rather not captain any of these guys. I think I'd rather captain CJ Beathard because he's probably going to play the entire second half. And I feel like both of these teams, you've got the Saints over there with actually 4 quarterbacks you might see. Simeon and Ian Book are in a battle for QB3. And then you've got the Jags, who also have Gardner Minshew to work in. I'm pretty sure Beathard, you're going to get close to a full half of work at the very least. So I think he's actually, of all the QBs, might be the best captain's pick.
And Kenny is back, I'm being told.
Like a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Yeah, a phoenix rising.
Who is CJ Beathard? Okay, who is that?
I'm just, listen.
The third string quarterback.
It's CJ Beathard.
Okay, well, listen, Kenny, you're not really in a place to admonish people because you fell out of this show because your computer died. And you do this as your job, so your computer was dead.
I could have called him Beat Hard. I mean, that could have that would have been worse.
I'm just saying, Kenny,
better,
those that live in glass houses. So, Kenny, let's go back to you, though. Saints, Jags. Either of these quarterbacks your captain tonight, or are you just looking elsewhere?
If I had to make a quarterback a captain, I think it would be Jameis Winston. Jeff, yeah, that's right. Jeff alluded to it earlier that Jameis Winston's probably going to be the guy to get the reps. I'm just talking through it. And,
wow.
He is the guy that's been practicing. We'll take care of this. That's the answer. With the first team. So Jameis Winston practicing with the first team this season, or this week rather, he should be the guy that leads this team out. I think that he's going to be the primary option. Again, Jeff makes a good point about the second half. We're not really sure what's going to happen, but in the first half, it should be all Jameis Winston. And as long as that happens, I'm pretty comfortable taking Jameis Winston as my captain. I think he should have a lot to play for. I think he should have a lot to prove. And I think he'll have a good half against the Jaguars defense that looked pretty. I really love at captain.
All right, well, Kenny's dog does not agree with the Jameis pick.
Taysom Hill fan.
Stack with your captain.
Laquan Treadwell, he was out there with Beathard. He was out there with CJ in the second half for the Jags the entire time. Actually looked okay with them. They connected on a few passes. be looking at a guy like Treadwell to stack with him, because Treadwell will be playing into the second half. Obviously, he's further down the depth chart around. Quan Treadwell, a guy you definitely want to stack there with the Jags third stringer.
All right, Kenny, maybe do earmuffs for your dog. He's going to have to hear this, or she, I'm not sure. Who would you stack with your captain, Jameis Winston?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to go again to the other team because I think that it's preseason. You take who you could get, and I really wanted to give out this pick. It's Tavon Austin. When everyone's salary is equal, I think that he's a pretty good option considering he had 4 catches for 52 yards in the first game. For the Jaguars, he should play a bunch. I would suspect. He's a guy that has a lot of talent. We know coming out of West Virginia all those years ago and being a high draft pick, he's got a lot of speed. And this is the type of guy that, he has enough athleticism where he really shouldn't be out there with the third string guys, at least against third string defenders, but he probably will be anyway. And I could see him working his way into potentially a roster spot with the Jaguars, considering Urban Meyer's, really big on giving every single person a chance. Tavon Austin has, as good a chance as anybody, really. He's been fantastic in the preseason, so I really like him. Also like the Treadwell call. I just like, or Marquez Callaway as well. I just like all these guys for the Saints. You could throw, Humphrey in there. So it's really difficult to tell on the Saints side who's going to catch the ball up, but I think on the Jaguars side, we should see a lot of Tavon Austin.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the DK Sportsbook. So Saints are favored by 4 points. Some key standouts projected to return to action for New Orleans, headlined by Marshawn Lattimore, Cam Jordan, Alvin Kamara. So with those guys being back or expected to be back, Kenny, would you bet New Orleans to cover this spread?
I would, but it has nothing to do with that. it really just has to do with the quarterback situation for the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence, we could see a seismic shift. We saw, I didn't get to touch on it in our week 2 takeaways, but we saw Justin Fields, look fantastic in that first preseason game and then look awful in the second preseason game. Lawrence looked pretty bad in his first one. Maybe he looks a little bit better here, but look, I'm actually really kind of betting on this curse a little bit. The only 2 games that Trevor Lawrence has ever lost came in this building. I think that it could, I think it's going to be number 3 here, at least in terms of, non-NFL preseason games, right? In college, he lost twice in this building. I think that he loses again, and I think that the Saints should cover here. I think that just in general, they have the 2 quarterbacks that they're going to be rotating in for most of this game probably are better than any of the quarterbacks, at least at the moment, that the Jaguars will be throwing out there. Of course, the ceiling very high for Trevor Lawrence, and it could be better than both of these guys. But right now, you got 2 guys with NFL experience. I like the Saints here, especially with the wide receivers as well. Plenty of talent at skill positions. I think that they should take it. So I think that they'll cover the 4.
Yeah, Jeff, the Saints obviously have that ongoing quarterback competition. Just like that increased usage of quality quarterbacks maybe make you want to take the Saints?
Yeah, look, shout out to Kenny for this deep dive here on the Trevor Lawrence record at the Superdome. This is like a young Pierce Dietrich. I remember working with Pierce all these years back. He used to always bring up these crazy stats, but I like it. And I like it because I do like the Saints side. Look, I mentioned they basically have 4 quarterbacks here. They actually have 2 QB competitions going on. Trevor Siemian and Ian Book. And these aren't bad guys to have in the second half to be rolling out there. You look at the Saints, they're going to be throwing more starters out. Both these teams lost preseason week 1, but it was the Saints who really, they didn't really play their starters much and they didn't really get much going. I think Sean Payton will get these guys up. We've got a serious QB competition with Winston and Taysom Hill obviously going out there. So all things considered, the Saints are still the deeper team here, like by quite a bit. I think that -4, it's a little bit to be laying for a preseason game, but I'm actually on the favorite here. I think the Saints' depth and shows up today.
Well, another preseason game, another low total, sitting at 39.5. So in week 1, the under hit in 14 of 17 games. So far in week 2, the under has hit in 9 of 15 games. Jeff, which way are you leaning tonight?
Yeah, this actually looks like a pretty big total for a preseason game right now. We're almost at 40 points, but I'm still leaning under here. Look, the Jags offense, again, after Lawrence leaves, you're just going to have guys like Treadwell out there just trying to make some catches. Like, it just doesn't look like anything's happening there. You might get the Saints defense with a big play or 2, or maybe, a guy like Lil Jordan Humphrey just comes through with a couple big plays, but I don't think it's enough to get to 40 points. I'm definitely on the under on this one.
Kenny, are you definitely on the under?
Yeah, that's been the smart bet all preseason long. When you look at these two teams, the Jaguars seem to want to get Dare and Gumbawale involved last game, and the Saints, you mentioned the names coming back. Latavius Murray, Troy Jones Jr. were two guys that, they ran the ball a lot, the Saints. And I think anytime you have Taysom Hill in there, they're going to be running the ball quite a bit. I think that this should be a pretty run-heavy attack on both sides. I think the under hits, and you also have the added bonus of the season being longer, so these players are really just trying not to get hurt out there. No one's really going too hard except for like the 7th-round pick, second-string linebacker. So I definitely think that, I think that we get an under here once more. A lot of running involved.
All right, that's a wrap, fellas. Thank you. One more block to go here on the Sweat. We're going to bring back our MLB panel and take a look at some bets available on the DK Sportsbook. RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman are first base is a run line or money line bet that you're liking.
Jesse, normally I have difficulty finding good money line bets, and I've turned my attention to the run line in this segment, where I can see there are still a few good values on that run line tonight, so maybe Eric can cover them. I'm going to say I want to try something different, so I lean into a couple of underdogs on the money line tonight in a battle of also-rans. I like the D-backs in Pittsburgh as the visitors come in playing some of their best ball of the season, winning 7 of their last 10. Humberto Mejia makes his season debut. Does the rookie throw a no-hitter? Another AZ pitcher did that last week, didn't he? I think he'll be better than the Pirates starter Will Crowe, who I panned earlier, so I'm taking Arizona plus 110. And I also like the look of the game that the Rockies are going to Wrigley Field tonight at the same price because of issues that I highlighted earlier as well. The visitors have a host of batters who've been feasting on the Cubs starter Hendricks in their head-to-head histories, and the Cubs offense has been reduced to a AAA caliber roster since the post-deadline.
All right, Eric, are you going with a run line or money line bet?
Yeah, I'm liking the Yankees at plus 100 on the money line over Atlanta. It was plus 125 last night, but I still like it now. I actually think the Yankees should probably be favored here. Yankees, since the All-Star break, they're 7th by WRC plus compared to 12th for Atlanta, so they've been a better offense so far in the second half. That should definitely, I think, hold true given their deadline additions and given that Atlanta no longer has Ronald Acuna Jr. So better lineup on that side. The pitchers, Jordan Montgomery, 3.77 ERA, looks well-deserved. Doesn't stand out a ton in any one area, but slightly better than average. Both strikeouts and walks, about average ground ball rate. Been a 3.14 ERA over his last 9 starts, so he comes into this one pitching quite well. Huascar Ynoa on the other side, it's hard to know what to make of him. 2.70 ERA. He started the year phenomenally, but he wasn't supposed to be anywhere near this good. And he's really just a 2-pitch guy. He throws his changeup about 5% of the time. Was supposed to be, decent chance of being a reliever before he had an incredible start to the year, which he then ruined by punching a bench and breaking his hand. Very human and relatable there, but not really sure what we do with him. Second start back, he was fine in his first start back, but just given that he's only been this good for 10 total appearances now, I think it's unwise to go all in and say he's definitely, the kind of guy who can have an ERA below 3. So if we regress that a bit, I don't think he looks a whole lot better than Montgomery, and I like the Yankees offense more. So I think the Yankees should be probably slight favorites.
Okay, Eric, how about a game total that you're targeting?
Yeah, I'm liking the over in the Royals-Astros game. That's set at just 9 runs. game on the season, so all it has to be is an average offensive performance, and I think they're going to get that against these two pitchers, Daniel Lynch and Zach Greinke, who notably their last starts came against these two teams, which is always a small boost to the hitter, having seen the guy's stuff pretty recently. Daniel Lynch on the Royals side, 5.12 ERA, looks deserved. Below average strikeout rate, few too many walks, slightly below average ground ball rate. That's a back end starter. Maybe a legitimate number 5, but not much more than a number 5. And Zach Greinke on the other side, 3.43 ERA, but that's almost a run better than his FIP, and he's not actually been a FIP beater. You often might think of these wily veterans as the kind of guys who reliably outperform their peripherals. That's not actually the case with Greinke. His ERA is 0.04 runs better than his FIP over the course of his career, so we should expect him, I think, to jump up near that FIP going forward. He just doesn't strike guys out anymore, under 18%, and he does. But if that's the only thing he does at a high level, more often than not, he's going to give up a run of singles together. So I don't think he's going to keep the Royals bats too quiet here, especially, again, given that they just got to face him. I think 9 runs is pretty easy total for these two teams to hit.
All right, Paul, what do you think? How about a game total that you're going to be targeting?
It's a good thing for you I'm picking other games then, Eric. So I'm going to stick with that trend. And going to the game at Wrigley, I talked about that a lot in the 2 segments today. The run line is set at 9, so I'm going to look to the alternate run total of 10.5. I think there's going to be a lot of scoring here, and 160 payout awaits me in a matchup that would surely favor the hitters in this one. I also like the under total going the alternate route. Jays offense has really stalled in the past week, and I don't see them turning it around against one of the Cy Young candidates tonight in Lance Lynn. I also see Manoah bouncing back for the home side, so I like the alternate run total of less than 7.5 runs to pay at plus 125 this evening.
All right, Paul, third base is a pitcher prop. So which prop are you going to be going with?
Well, earlier I spoke of the trouble that Marco Gonzalez has been having when facing the A's batters over their careers. I think they get to him early and often before he reaches a possible 4th strikeout, so that means I take the under 3.5 strikeout bet for a plus 120. And I have seen the Jays come unglued of late with issues all over the place, Jesse. It's not a good time to face one of the AL's top teams who come to town having themselves lost a series to Tampa. They will feature Lance Lynn on the mound. We've talked about him earlier. The veteran hurler is just the type of guy that's going to give this offense a fits, even at the best of times. And when they're struggling, you can multiply that. So take Lynn for the win at plus 130.
All right, Eric, where are you going?
Looking at a couple of strikeout props that look interesting. Jordan Montgomery, he's hit the over in exactly half of his 22 starts this year, but he doesn't normally get that free square against the opposing pitcher, given that he normally pitches in the AL. So I think that's a fine one, not a steal, but I think at plus money for something he's done half the time seems good to me. And then Antonio Senzatella at over 4.5 is at plus 105. Senzatella doesn't strike out anybody. Like that 16-ish% strikeout rate on the year, but the Cubs strike out against everybody. I might even be able to strike out a Cub if you gave me 100 chances. Probably not. But Antonio Senzatella could definitely strike out, I think, at least 5 Cubs. He had the under in his last 2 starts, but he hit the over in his previous 4. And against the team that's striking out 30.9% since the deadline, the next worst team is striking out just 26.6% of the time. So I think even a guy like Senzatella could easily get 6 or 7. Against the Cubs, the way they've been hitting. All
right, let's talk about hitting. Take us home with your hitter prop of choice, Eric.
I'll say some nice things about the Blue Jays. Got to be one of us doing that. I think Lance Lynn, he's a great pitcher, but he doesn't have a high ground ball. Just a 36.3% ground ball rate. Homer per fly ball rate, which tends to be mostly a sign of luck. Obviously, there's some skill there too, but he's given up fewer homers than we should expect him to give up going forward. Blue Jays have plenty of power bats, and Skydome, which I'll call it that rather than whatever giant telecom company sponsors it these days. Skydome has played, no, I was supposed to not give them the advertising. Skydome, much better name, has played very homer friendly in the last couple. Most of the top Blue Jays hitters, given again, the park and the fact that Lynn doesn't keep it on the ground look good to me. Maybe Teoscar Hernandez at plus 400, Bo Bichette at plus 500. I think Vlad is much lower odds, but obviously has a better chance of hitting a homer. So I think most of those Blue Jays, given the matchup, look good to me.
All right, Paul, are you going to say something nice about the Blue Jays, or no, you're off them?
I'm off them until they show me something. I'm that upset with them, Jesse.
Okay.
Instead, I'm going to double down on Matt Chapman, who I also highlighted in our earlier segment. He's on that hot streak with 5 dingers in his last 10 games. Has a great history against Marco Gonzalez, so why wouldn't I take him? Payoff. I also like a couple of Rockies, CJ Cron at plus 275 and Charlie Blackmon at 450 to go deep against Kyle Hendricks in what should be a pretty nice light show in that game tonight.
All right, that's a show, folks. Thanks for watching The Sweat. We've got 4 Madden Sims coming your way starting at noon. The Sweat will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. I'm Jesse Cofield.
Oh, baby. Oh, my God. So, what we do.
Let him roam.
The naked bird that has grown its feathers and has frolicked off into wherever it'll likely be eaten in the next few hours. And we are going to bring in the man who will eat that newly fresh feathered bird, Kenny Ducey. Good morning, Kenny.
You just say I'm eating Jason Rossi? Did I hear that right?
It's something similar to that, yes.
That's a little scary. I don't know if I want to do that.
I mean, Rossi, he's got some good marbling to him. I feel like he'd be one of the more sumptuous DK Sim announcers. I mean, he's going to go
It's like a ribeye.
Yeah, he's not going to be like a
sumptuous.
Yeah, but he's going to be like, you get him over that high heat, and some of those Rossi parts of him are going to melt into the actual muscle down there. I've seen him with a tank top on. He's got some real beef to go with, so it could happen. Could happen.
He is one of the beefiest dudes on our team at DraftKings.
I am uncomfortable.
What are you uncomfortable about?
Talking about who we would want to eat.
No, we're not talking about eating. I'm talking about like friendship.
Like we're in a plane that's going to go down. We got to eat somebody.
We
That's what it
off
sounds
the
like to
campaign
me.
conversation. Coming up. We came out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Did you guys?
Kenny actually created his own contest because he didn't realize it was a 3-person booth today.
This week, so you got to forgive me. I forgot that we were doing 3-man booths this week, and
Well,
I saw a
it's
Slack
Monday.
channel with me and Christian, and so I was like, "Oh, I got to make a contest." And then I looked in the Sim Fam with for a Christian contest. It didn't seem like Christian made a contest. With 50 spots open, I think only like 30 got filled. And then right before the show, I realized, this is with Emerson. And yeah, Emerson made a contest, so I entered yours. So just to
Thank you
take
for
the
doing
floor
that.
from Christian, you're welcome. Who is my is in my lineup. Hayden Hurst is my captain. I got Deshaun Watson, Calvin Ridley, Will Fuller, Russell Gage, Big Russ, and
Russ and Little Dookie? All right. Interesting. Interesting. David Johnson, who I could afford in there, but Captain Will Fuller, got Deshaun, got Julio, got Ridley, and really the only thing that can really crap on my parade is a big Brandon Cooks or Todd Gurley day. I may have learned nothing from that first sim too, because I'm betting on two good teams. Like maybe there's gonna be a lot of offense, and that's clearly not what happened. We had what, like 20 combined points between them. It's terrible.
7-6 or 10-6 or something.
It was 10-6. You're right. It was 10-6.
Jesus, what is
One
happening?
touchdown.
The only savior of that was the fact it was you, me, and Rossi, and we were having a hell of a time together.
Yeah.
I went with Will Fuller. I went Will Fuller in the captain spot. Watson, Ryan, Ridley, Gage, and Texans defense.
Yeah, Texans
you guys
defense.
both
Okay.
you guys both have Fuller in the captain spot. Very interesting.
Yeah. That's a very boomer bust possibility. I don't like Will Fuller in real life just because dude seems to have just the one dimension and he's hurt all the time. But last game, 4 for 129 and 2 touchdowns. Like he's got that upside. He can make things happen, even though he often does not make things happen. Part of it too. He was cheap. That was definitely part of it. Like, oh my God, this flex
Single time without fail.
We hear you if there are tech difficulties. We are trying to get it back in line for you. We'll fix that out. Might be even just talking to ourselves right now. But
The only thing that you can do,
Oh boy.
as Emerson knows as a broadcaster, is you just got to pretend you're on the air the whole time, and then eventually the incredible staff that we have working behind the scenes. Look at us back up.
Yeah. Woo.
Yeah.
This is it's another one. You always gotta act like the mic. All right, buddy.
Yeah.
So it's very true. It was like, you know me. Let's go, baby.
Oh,
Here we go.
Julio! Tennessee Titan and current. Where the hell are you going to draft him? Like, he's still Julio Jones, but he's still barely going off as a top 21.
We're gonna serve that scampi. Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to a new team, a team that does not throw the games last game and averaged 15 for a career high. His catch rate was a career high. Dude got his hands into everything. Jonnu Smith, Adam Humphrey, Davis, or elsewhere. Solid this weekend in preseason action. I'm very excited to take him way too.
Beautifully thrown balls from Zach Wilson. Where's your love? Where's that energy? 2 months, but we didn't. We had to see someone put on. I'll finally believe it. Yes, I think that they're going to be just fine. And I think that I don't think that there's going to be much of an issue with the Jets offense. Frankly, I mean, they have 8 running backs, so one of them will probably be okay. And I've been really impressed with Zach. We were on the sweat preseason takeaways, and Jeff, and I had not seen the whole Jets look flustered in the pocket, and still wasn't really sure how good. And then I watched every single snap of the game, because you know how people do that on YouTube. They put up every snap. Yeah. And not once did he look flustered in the pocket. He was incredible getting the ball out ahead of pressure. He got outside of the pocket a lot. And he definitely has a lot of arm talent. He's been able to. Been fun to watch.
Dude, he and it wasn't his fault that.
Oh no!
What is this?
Wow!
Oh
Yeah!
John puts it on the turf. David Johnson picks it up in stride and adds like another 25 yards to that carry. Disaster averted.
I don't think you're going to get points for that, though, right? That doesn't count as as rushing yards.
No. So before give him the yards in the Madden. It hits a different situation from sim to sim, and we might just be at the will of the gods here in Simland. But that might be some David Johnson points, but that's definitely some Brandon Cooks points right there.
Yep.
I definitely loved what I saw out of Corey Davis too. I think he's going to be really good.
Dude, just going back to Wilson real quick. I know the Packers rested like most of their top defenders, but he exploited the reserves who were in there, man. You know what? Tight throws, all parts of the field, Deucey. That 30-yarder to Corey Davis, I saw that one. Listen, I just want you to be happy for what the kid.
All I know is I think that it was funny that people thought that they were panicked after like one bad day of training camp. I'm not getting overly up or I'm not getting overly high or overly low about anything. I'm waiting until the season starts and what he does. Excited or not excited? I think that everyone had this type of arm talent. So we'll see what we'll see what he does, week 1 against the Panthers. I think that's a great spot for him. He's going to wreck that lackluster defense there. And we'll see what else he can do this season. I think it'll be special.
Speaking of special, Trevor Lawrence will take the field tonight against the Saints. And something new in that department is there is a new honor in his name. Not quite sure if you guys heard about this, but the Jacksonville Zoo naming one of its 2 baby giraffes that were born in July. One of them has been named after Trevor Lawrence.
He looks kind of like a giraffe, but he looks like more like a fancy show dog to me, like one of the ones with the golden flowing hair. He's got a long neck. He definitely does. He has a long dude, very strong arm. So it's Trevor is the male giraffe, and then Helen Honey is his sister. Okay, so is that like a Helen Hunt reference there? Is this are we doing some Mad About You references, or maybe as good as it gets? We're talking Helen Hunt here. Is this a Helen Hunt?
Helen Honey, who is named after a family member. That's all I'm saying from the Facebook
was the
post.
family member Helen Hunt? How is Helen Hunt doing?
No, I don't think so. But man, she was great in Twister.
Decent in Stranger Things. I believe he's still alive on that show. Coming back for season.
For me.
That's the thing. I don't know whether or not he made it through or not. I actually don't really remember what season.
Then just stop there. Stop there, because you're already ruining it. You've already told me he may be there or may not be there. You've ruined it for me.
That ruins nothing. Hell. I didn't say anything like that. There is no spoiler either way there. It's literally like if you've seen season 2. Okay, I guess it's a spoiler, and I'm pretty sure he's alive at the end of season 2, but I don't know that for sure either. It's been a while since I watched Stranger Things. I'm not like obsessed about it like other people are. The day it drops, I'm not going to go binging the episodes. It'll be like one night in like March, once NFL season has died down, I have a little extra free time. Be like, oh yeah, new season of Stranger Things. Let's go. I'm not going to watch it. It's fine. It doesn't deserve all the breath of this praise it gets, but I do appreciate.
No Stranger Things takes.
Yeah.
Never seen it.
It's fine. It's fine. I think there's a certain subset of people who are very nostalgic for the 80s and for old Dungeons and Dragons games, and who are also very into sci-fi. Like, they knew their audience when they were getting into it, and good for them. They did seem to nail a very specific point in time, a very specific slice of nerdy Americana. And it's fine. It's a good show. It's not a great show. It's a good show. As we are through one quarter here in Houston. I am Chris Landry, Emerson Lochley, Kenny Ducey with you.
What's up?
Hopefully our audio issues are fixed and you can hear us come through loud.
I'll tell you what, Chris Adams is very upset with this. He is going to vocalize his opinion about the technical issues, and we're working on it, just like you continuously day in and day out are working on your postroute.substack.com, and Kenny's just doing all sorts of stuff. How busy are you now, Kenny, following your little vacation?
So busy. I mean, not busy enough to be here at the Dream Stream, but plenty happening. You can check me out at I don't have the
well, this is great. Good stuff. Calvin Ridley.
just check out my Twitter account. You know where to find me. And I got plenty of tennis picks all week. And we got the U.S. Open coming up next week. It's going to be great. Thanks for giving me this chance to plug my own stuff. U.S. Open is 1 week away.
We got 8 days left. 8 days left to plug all our own stuff. We got to get it in now.
We only have 7 days until the U.S. Open now.
Oh,
more importantly.
Yeah, we're just a few days away from the BMW Championship, which is the next leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs, which are being played right now. And you mentioned how Jeff does not believe in your boy under center currently with the Jets. Jeff and I will be together following this, Sam. We'll do a Monday edition of Get the Green, but you still have the Northern Trust finishing up right now. Mother Nature, countless
really close to me.
delays. Everything has been gross. I know, but the weather's looking nice there.
I used to work and I used to look out across the water at Liberty National from my seat.
Really?
Back where The last 2 offices I've had, I could look out and look at the golf course over there.
That's amazing. What did you think when you were able to?
Well, I also went there. I covered the Barclays at Liberty National. It was it's a great course. I was inside the ropes walking around with Tiger Woods. That was Russell.
Yeah. Wow, Ridley.
That's my
I thought that was
guy,
Russell Gage. I
dude.
thought I saw 83.
No, it's Calvin Ridley, bro. It's Calvin Ridley. That's why he's got that
Bro.
superstar under him.
Star.
Come on, fart kebab. You're better than that.
Fart kebab. Okay.
Hey,
All right, that's
How
fine.
would
hold on. This is important.
Is it?
Frangelico said, by the way, just David Johnson did not get those fumble recovery yards. Just a heads up.
Okay.
Just to clear up in case anyone was not up to speed on everything. So shout out to Frangelico and JJ behind the scenes on the ops team. Producer Terrelin with us. Andrew, AC on the 1s and 2s trying to fix us sounding better.
Tasek just said, hi,
I
I'm
don't know if
here.
it's worked.
Well, I had to duck out briefly. Fortunately, you guys covered it up with seamless commentary, but my internet, a throwback to early 2020, my internet, where I just get cut off at random times for no reason.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Didn't know that you had your internet out. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's something to keep an eye on. That's for sure. Hey, Kenny, last time we spoke, and I know Christian is familiar with the New England area. Last week you said you were going to enjoy a nice little weekend on the Cape. You weren't going to bring your daughter, Harlow, your 4-legged fur baby, Harlow. So how did everything go on the Cape?
Great. Of course, I wanted to play golf with you, and we weren't able to do that.
Yeah, it's still a decent hike from Boston out to the Cape. I mean, we're looking at a couple, maybe like what, 45?
I think we're around where he was. Yeah, you were looking around like an hour and a half-ish.
Yeah, I mean, I could have met halfway. I offered, so.
Yeah, and you know what? There's some pretty good courses halfway. The problem was I was already scheduled to play Saturday morning, shot an 81, had a couple doubles on the card, so it could have easily been the 70s. I'll be on tour by October.
Can't play too much golf, you know. You can't play golf 2 times in the same week, you know. That's how it works.
Well, 2 times in the same day, it's just tough. It's tough. You were leaving Friday, and then you left last night. Yesterday it was windy, a little rainy around here. We didn't want you like being blown over by the wind and hurting yourself.
True. That's fair.
Reasonable. It's a reasonable complaint.
Reasonable. It's a bit reasonable.
So are you back with Harlow?
Yeah, she's just taking a nap. You know,
So are my girls. Yep.
Living her life to the fullest.
How's your sausage man, Christian?
He's a monster. He's just being a gooner out there. Being Right now we got landscapers in because the roommate was just sick of all the gravel and the weeds poking through. So we're getting like an unreasonable amount of work done, spending an absurd amount of money to get people in and completely revamp the backyard and take out some dead trees and whatnot. So
my God, there it is. There it is.
Oh, man. That is it.
That's it. Is that the game? Is that what you're saying?
The fumble 6. Holy moly.
Oh,
Christian, how many times have you said holy moly on this broadcast?
No.
Have you been watching Holy Moly on TV a lot?
You know what? I'll watch like one episode of Holy Moly and then I'm good. I'm good from there. Like I know some people absolutely love it. Like for me, it's just like, okay, I get it. Like I want to see what the funky mini golf holes are, and then I'm like, I'm good. I'm good from there. It's like watching American Ninja Warrior, right? Like I just need to see one successful run and one guy eat it, and then I'm good. Like I just want to know what the obstacles are, and I want to be like, ooh, could I do that obstacle? Could I do that obstacle? Could I do that obstacle? And I go from there.
Well, speaking of obstacles, Deshaun Watson's faced his fair share in this sim. Two fumbles. Is that right?
Yep. Correct. One recovered in return for a touchdown by the Falcons. Yeah, I can't confirm that.
Unreal.
Mm-hmm. Looking a little bit like Madden Mitch out there.
Or Lamar.
Hey, Calvin Ridley, by the way, how legitimate of a chance does he have to finish as the wide receiver 1 overall in fantasy?
Ooh,
I think a pretty good chance. I really like him this year, and I think that we're going to continue to see his growth. But I mean, he was really dang good last year, and everyone here knows how I feel about Kyle Pitts. I think he is gonna.
Oh my God, he fumbled it again!
They could have returned that too.
He's the worst football player I've ever seen, ever, at this moment in time.
Everyone knows how I feel about Kyle Pitts.
Yeah,
tell me. I don't think that Kyle Pitts is going to be a good year 1 fantasy player. I think that he has a bright future. I still don't have any idea why the Falcons took him that early. Just not a player that they need. They could have traded down. They could have taken a lineman. That's beside the point.
Is he going to cut in? Is he going to cut in a little bit to Ridley's share of targets?
No, I don't. That's what I was trying to say. I do not think that he's going to cut into Ridley's target share. At least not this year. Maybe next year. But
I'm nervous. I'm real nervous.
For me, they're already talking about all these different ways they're going to use Kyle Pitts, like in different blocking schemes. I don't know if they're going to have him run the ball. Like, I just don't think that. I think they're going to try to experiment a little bit this year with him, but also they're going to try to develop. They don't want him to have too much too early.
Yeah.
So I think that it's going to take a year for Kyle Pitts to emerge as a good option. I don't understand why he's going so early in drafts. I also, like I said, I am not fearful at all that he's going to take a bunch of targets away from Calvin Ridley.
I'm looking at some of Ridley's numbers right now. So he finished last season first in air yards and second in end zone targets.
There's your boy again. There he is. Just speak of the Ridley.
Wow.
Dude.
The second
Ridley?
touchdown. Oh, Falcon just running roughshod over the poor Texans.
Ridley's,
Texans have been
believe
very
it or
poor
not.
today, Christian. You're right.
So I like Ridley a lot, but I think his quality of target is going to go down significantly with Julio not being there. We saw it last year. His yards per target dropped by like 3 full yards after Julio left. Like, he's good. He's very good. But like, his catch rate went down 12% without Julio in the lineup. Yards per catch from 15 to 12. Yards per target from 11 to 7. Like, Julio opened up a lot of things for him. He's going to get a huge target share now, but the targets won't be as good. He's going to get double covered a lot. So I don't think ultimately he's going to be good enough to have a better year than guys like Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill or Steph Diggs or DeAndre Hopkins if they all stay healthy. But Ridley is probably like right there atop like the second tier of wideouts as the Texans take over now, down 21 after back-to-back fumbles from Deshaun Watson that ended in Texans giving up a touchdown.
Texans,
yeah. I was going to say back-to-back Falcons touchdowns, and then I said Texans, so I had to kind of improvise that sentence halfway through. You know, like a good announcer would. Just embarrassing myself left and right.
What about Gage though, dudes? Like, there's that popular narrative that he's going to see a ridiculous volume. You think that's a false narrative, though? What do you think?
I mean, sure. We'll get him there. I mean, he's going – they got to throw the ball to someone, and it's not like you're going to look at that Atlanta Falcons lineup and be like, oh, man, well, I bet Olamide Zacchaeus is going to get a ton of looks here. No, not really.
Zacchaeus. Rock me, Zacchaeus.
Wow. Beautiful.
Amadeus. What are we doing? All right, no. Finish it, Christian. You're making good points, and he's ruining it.
No, just the not a lot of really good targets down there for the Falcons. They know they're going to be throwing the ball a lot. They're going to be coming from behind. This is a bad team. Matt Ryan will throw the ball until his arm falls off. That's just who he is. And you have Calvin Ridley, and that's great. You have Russ Gage, who's fine. Then it's Zacchaeus, Tajay Sharp, Frank Darby, Kyle Pitts, Lee Smith, Hayden Hurt. Like, it's not just based on a lack of guys around him. Gage should wind up with like 100 140 targets over the season if he plays 17 games. And even if he only catches about half of them, he's going to have a pretty decent fantasy year. So, yeah, Russ Gage currently going off. Let's look at that ADP position for him. 147th. So late round flyer, wide receiver 58, but like up there with guys like Alex Madison, Phillip Lindsay, Zach Ertz, what are the other? Cole Beasley, T.Y. Hilton. I'd rather have Gage than any of those guys, I think.
Cole Beasley.
So he's a guy, I'm looking at his numbers. Okay, so he averaged more fantasy points per game with a healthy Jones in the lineup, 11.7, than without, 10.4. Kind of goes back to your point, Christian.
Yeah.
With Ridley, almost how much Jones did for these guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I look, maybe Russell Gage is the Ridley this year.
Oh, look at you.
I wasn't trying to make a controversial statement. I'm just saying or bold claim. It's not that bold. I'm just like, maybe that's who we want to start targeting late in drafts because we know Matt Ryan's going to throw the football a whole lot. Coming off a good year. I think that's the pivot that you want to take. You don't want to take Pitts. You want to go ahead and take maybe Russell Gage, who had a good close to the season last year. I think a lot of people didn't know who this guy was, and he's turned into a legitimate fantasy threat. But to me, I'm really conflicted about the draft, to be honest, because about the fantasy drafts. Well, look at this. They're punting down 21. This is great.
It's a fake. It's a fake. He throws it, and it's incomplete.
Oh, no.
All right, come on, guys. Pay attention. I'm the only one paying attention, but that's my job. Good.
I know.
I just said they were punting. I am paying attention. I didn't. I was faked out as well. Did you think I was going to read the fake punt?
Yeah. How did you not know that was coming? That was so damn obvious.
Anyway, look. I think wide receiver is incredibly deep. Like a guy like Jerry Jeudy coming in at wide receiver 32. We've touched on this a bunch. Michael Pittman at 46.
Yeah, Pittman's very undervalued.
Corey Davis, who we love. We just established that we love Corey Davis. He's at 48. You got Darnell Mooney. I don't know, Elijah Moore, one of my favorites. Russell Gage going off the board as wide receiver 58. There's plenty of great options. Rashad Bateman, a guy I think could break out as a rookie in Baltimore. So that's why, for me, and you can continue to go down the list and see guys like Emmanuel Sanders and Sammy Watkins. The list goes on and on with guys you can get late. But we just mentioned, right in the 50 range, you can get Elijah Moore, you can get Russell Gage, you could get Bateman, you could get Pittman earlier, and Corey Davis. I don't think it's necessarily that fruitful to go wide receiver heavy early, but at the same time, because there's a lot of bust potential there. At the same time, we've also talked about how after the top three running backs, Dalvin Cook, Christian McCaffrey, and Derrick Henry, it gets scary if you want to spend a first-round pick on a running back. And the guys at the end of the first round, maybe a guy like Najee Harris, Jonathan Taylor, Aaron Jones, they're probably safer bets. So what in the world do you do?
Yeah! Hayden
Hurst, Ridley bonus, Hayden Hurst in the end zone with 5 touchdowns.
All right, I guess I just won't speak for the rest of the sim.
I'm referencing what's happening. I'm a professional play-by-play guy. I'm not going to ignore what happens. Go back to your point.
I just gave you a thought-out point, and I asked you guys a question, and the response was just
because I'm doing this. I'm like the Al Michaels of
but you returned to the conversation.
Well, I forgot what you were saying because I can only focus on one thing at a time.
Right, there you go.
Yeah. All right, so can you repeat everything you just said for the past 30 minutes?
No.
I freaking love
Christian
you.
heard me. Christian, what's your answer, Christian? I don't care what you think, Emerson.
Don't answer it, Christian. Do not answer that question.
What was the question again? I got distracted by the Hayden Hurst touchdown, the Calvin Ridley bonus.
There's just so much happening. To be able to focus on more than one thing at one time, I'm making my way from point to point to point. You know what I mean?
Did Kenny disappear? Is he?
What is going on? Doesn't that actually screw up Andrew on the ones and twos when he does that?
He'll be back before halftime.
Kenny just turned his. I just want the DK Sim fam to know this.
Okay.
Kenny just turned his camera off. Just turned his microphone off.
He's
so
still,
all of a
he's still
sudden,
in the- he's still in the Zoom meeting. I think he can hear us.
yeah, he's still. Of course, he can hear us. I know exactly what you're doing, Kenny, and it's not going to work. And you know what? Matter of fact, the DK Sim fam, I think, is happy about this.
Oh no.
Dom, he did just rage quit. Who killed Kenny? Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Oh, now Kenny's not here to answer Lisa's question about how busy he's been lately.
This is amazing. Everyone's saying goodbye. All right, guys. I tell you what, if we can get to 200 likes, we'll just kick him out permanently. And he won't. Oh, wait. He's back. He's back.
He took a minute. He took a minute. He counted to 10.
My guy is back.
What were we talking about? We're
Kenny.
talking about fantasy wideout.
I asked, based on the conversations that Christian and I have had, and the conversations that we had a conversation about how many great sleeper wideouts there are.
So many.
With Corey Davis going near the 50s, Russell Gage down there as well, two guys we've talked about already on the sim. A breakout candidate like Rashad Bateman, who I like. You can get Michael Pittman late, Elijah Moore. With all that said, it makes the, taking a wide receiver early it makes it look like dumb, right? Because you're like, well, there's so many great wide receivers late. But at the same time, if you don't have one of the top 3 picks, Christian, we've also talked about how risky it is to take a running back in the first round, like Alvin Kamara, Ezekiel Elliott, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley. There's even Austin Eckler, right? So if you don't want to hammer home, there was a field goal that was hit. If you don't want to hammer home, or you don't want to hammer running back early, but you also don't want to hammer wide receiver, what is your strategy here? Because it seems like wide receiver is really deep, but it also seems like the sweet spot for running back could be 8 to 12. So what is your plan? Are you taking a quarterback early? Are you going to reach for Travis Kelce? What do? I don't know what to do. I'm puzzled.
No, I think you go with that second tier of running backs. You throw in on Steve or Henry or Eckler. I don't know. You don't even know if it would be Eckler, but maybe Aaron Jones. I think I would be more comfortable with a dual threat runner, like a guy who shows up in the passing game consistently in PPR leagues, like Zeke, like Eckler, like Jones, more than I would a guy like Tyreek Hill or even Devontae Adams. I don't know. I might go Devontae Adams after that, with the 4th overall pick if I had the choice. But like you said, there's so much more depth at wideout that you're gonna be able to find guys who contribute at wideout on the waiver wire during the regular season compared to running back, where you're only gonna get those guys if there's a big injury, and there normally is. But then you're gonna be competing with everyone else. You got to figure out waiver wire priority, how much money to throw at a guy if you're doing a bidding league. So. I think I would go with the second tier of running back before any wideout other than maybe Devontae Adams. Maybe DeAndre Hopkins.
It's difficult. Sorry, it sounds like Emerson wants to speak.
Gentlemen, what is wrong with you today? What is your deal? Why are you so angry?
Who's angry?
You. Why are you acting like this?
I ran away because you guys were bullying me.
Are you gaslighting us now, bro? Yeah, you are. Okay. I love you. 45 combined points in the first half after we had a combined, what was it, dude? In the 16. We had a combined 16 in the first game. So this is good stuff right now.
Yeah.
Rushing department, not so much. 731 Gurley. Watson's got 53.
Okay.
Duke and David Johnson have combined for 1 yard.
So David did not get the yards for the fumble recovery as we talked about earlier.
I know. We said that earlier.
Going over. Okay. Jabal saying she would draft Hill and Evans. So predicting a big Mike
Evans, interesting.
Kind of wild. Yeah, we haven't heard Mike Evans up there. with those top guys. He's actually going off as the wide receiver 16 per the consensus.
Is that
fans.
right?
How do you feel about
That's a case right there of why you could wait on value at wideout. You can still get a guy like Mike Evans, like
Amari Cooper?
Yeah, Cooper. Yeah, Cooper going off after CeeDee Lamb in a lot of these rankings, which is kind of
way after him. Yeah, we're looking at an ADP of 43 overall, or at least the 43rd highest. CeeDee Lamb 36 overall.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty big disparity. And like, I was going to ask you, I mean, Allen Robinson's going outside the top 10 of wide receivers, going number 34.
My guy, A-Rob.
A-Rob.
Give it to me all day long. Yo, how much does Dak's injury, the questions surrounding it, that's got to be impacting the fantasy value of Cooper and others on that team, Deucey?
I think, but I mean, I'm expecting a good year out of Dak.
Yeah.
There's also just a lot of options, as we said, so it could definitely impact Cooper, but I still think that he's the number one target there. I don't think that there's been anything that's happened that would lead you to believe that he wouldn't be the number one target. I mean, and they did spend a lot of draft capital on CeeDee Lamb, but they also traded a lot to get Amari Cooper, and him and Dak had a great rapport before Dak went out. Last year was not the year to do it, but in one of my fantasy leagues, I did stack up Zeke and Cooper. And I mean, this could be the year to do it, because I think that this is going to be the best price, right? If you wanted to stack that really talented Dallas Cowboys offense, you wanted to get Dak, Zeke, and Cooper, you're not going to find a better buy low spot on those three than this year. I don't think they're going high at all, any of them.
Yeah, no, like you mentioned before, Coop going after CeeDee Lamb, which is kind of wild to see, and then Zeke. And I kind of understand being trepidatious about Zeke, because he's got a lot of miles on his odometer. He's only 26, but last year might be the start of just kind of a career-ending arc for him. So we'll have to wait and see if he can come back. Can he get there? Probably. Dak right now, like quarterback 5, going like at the back end of round 4 for most people's drafts, and like I think he can provide a ton of value, especially if he can be mobile again, if that ankle's completely healed, if that shoulder's okay. He's probably not going to throw for 450 yards per game again, but he's definitely a guy who can give you like a 40-point fantasy day at quarterback, and that is absolutely wild.
So I almost feel like I would reach for, based on the depth that we've touched on. Like, I don't know. I mean, even Dak is going number 48 overall. Like, to me, my strategy might be to take a quarterback early. I've never been one to do that before. I kind of also really think there's a lot of value in just waiting and taking like Tom Brady or Ryan Tannehill or Matt Stafford. But I mean, Dak could be really valuable sitting there right in the Russell Wilson range. Any of these guys, frankly, I think that you could make a case for taking any of the top 7 quarterbacks and reaching for them, because there's so much depth at both running back and wide receiver. I feel like this could be the year to go completely off the page, just zig when everyone else is zagging, go tight end and quarterback early, and then just fill your roster out with some great skill position players that are at value.
Yeah, and one guy I think is getting slept on is the guy going off of the quarterback 4, Lamar Jackson, just because, like you mentioned, they have put a little bit more receiving talent around him. Hollywood Brown came alive towards the end of last season, had a lot of touchdowns. If it loosens things up for Mark Andrews, he could have a nice bounce back year. And he's Lamar Jackson, so he's going to be a 1,000-yard rushing threat on the ground. He just adds that extra dimension. He's 2 years removed from leading the NFL in touchdown passes. How's that guy going off at QB4?
And he's going off 41 overall. And I mean, look, I get the Kyler Murray. I get why people are taking Kyler Murray ahead of Lamar, because he had the shoulder injury last year, and in theory he should be. I mean, he was incredible before that injury, and I think he should be incredible once again this year. But like, as you mentioned, like the rushing upside of Lamar is insane. I am absolutely taking him ahead of Kyler and Josh Allen. I think I would take Lamar as the second quarterback if I had the choice. Again, Josh Allen, The question I have with Josh Allen, and I've established that I was wrong, that I said he was bad. He's obviously not bad. The question I have about Josh Allen is he's going to be facing a tougher schedule this year. Does he take a slight step back in his production? Was last year's maybe a little inflated due to some really terrible defenses he went against? The other thing that I don't know he'll be able to sustain is the amount of rushing touchdowns that he had what's the word I'm looking for? Not in relation to, but against how many times he actually ran. He's not like Lamar and Kyler. He's more like Mahomes in the sense that he doesn't run a lot. That's the biggest misnomer about Josh Allen. He doesn't run a lot at all. He did run he's run 100 times a year, basically, over the last 2 years. But, divided across 16 games, he's not a volume rusher.
Oh my God, we got a touchdown! We have a touchdown, Kenny Ducey!
It's another Brandon Cooks.
BC! Brandon Cooks! Lucky number 13 from Deshaun Watson. Wow, impeccable timing.
I had to take my headphones out because it was so loud. It hurt my ears.
Yeah, and hey, maybe the Texans climbing back into this one.
Wow.
Two Kennys. Yeah, I mean, so much of what Josh Allen does is more of a scramble compared to the designed runs that you will get from a guy like Kyler, like Lamar. So he ran the ball. He scrambled 40 plus times in 2019, 2018, down under 30 times in 2020. He's still very effective when it comes to that. Those scrambles make up a good 40 to 50% of his output. They're not running those design plays for him, and when they are, it's mostly short yardage type stuff and not RPOs that you will see elsewhere.
Right, and I mean the biggest thing here is he's averaged. He averaged 26 yards a game last year, Josh Allen. For Kyler Murray's career, I mean, Kyler Murray averaged 51 yards per game last year. And that again is just I think the upside is so grand. You need the rushing touchdowns from Josh Allen. He had 8 last year. And if you don't get those rushing touchdowns, he's really underwhelming as a runner. And then it's all on his arm. It's like how much can he do with his arm. I don't know. I think that I would much, if you're going to pick a guy based on rushing upside, I'd much rather go with Lamar or Kyler, who could easily get 1,000 yards. Josh Allen had 400 rushing yards last year, 421. It's not quite the same.
Yeah, and as he gets more comfortable as a passer, the amount that he pulls it down and runs with is going to be reduced.
And that's what you saw last year. He started out his career 52 yards a game on the ground, and then 31.9, and then 26.3 last year. And I think he's going to rush even fewer times this year because he's going to be comfortable throwing.
As we get more Calvin Ridley. So Ridley now, 229 passing yards for the Falcons. The bulk of them belong to that man right there. I believe that's his 10th catch of the day. Clear-cut post-route.substack.com player of the game right there, as he's up around 150 on the day on 10 catches, a couple touchdowns.
Wow.
Having a good one.
He is unbelievable.
Lamar, do you want to guess how many yards a game Lamar ran for in 2019 and in 2020, Christian? Because we heard Josh and we heard Kyler. Close.
69 yards a game.
Close.
It is close. Yeah, it's real close. Go ahead. Why don't you give us the real number then, buddy?
67.
Told you.
Last year. What about his MVP season? How many yards a game do you think he rushed for?
Oh, around 75.
55.
80.4.
Oh, there you go. I'm like,
those are running back.
$2 $1 and Price is Right.
Those are running back numbers right there.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Clearly.
And this guy's going 4th off the board. He's going behind Kyler, who even last year when he had to run more wasn't gaining as many yards. And Josh Allen, who we've talked about, continues to see fewer yards per game in the rushing column. So I agree with you, Christian. I would definitely take Lamar early. I think he's very undervalued in drafts.
I don't know, guys. I just don't know anymore.
What's wrong, Emerson?
Emerson, what do you have for lunch today? Do you just eat just a pound of cherries? Is that what we're talking about? Are you just filled with tart cherry juice right now, and that's why you're so bitter?
No, actually, with you two not shutting the hell up, I've been able to start taking some notes and prepare for Get the Green coming up after this with Jeff Ulrich. A little interesting because it's being played as we speak.
Yeah.
The whole Northern Trust. No, I had pizza. I reheated some pizza.
I'm about to do the same. About to do the same.
I had some Parmesan crusted chicken.
Let's see, that sounds good too. We're talking like a roast chicken, or like maybe pop in the air fryer, Rossi style.
It was. I did not have it. I did not make it. I got it from the market next door. Very delicious.
Let me see.
Well, it's in my stomach. You can't see it.
Now that attitude.
Oh, what's going on? What a day, dude. What a freaking day.
So all like the people I used to work with are posting they got new jobs this week, running for PFF and the Ringer and Sports Illustrated, and we're just sitting here talking about the chicken inside Kenny Ducey's stomach, winding down the last week of Sims. A bit of a bummer.
SI, that's where, of course, I started my career.
Yeah.
Great place, great people. Most of them gone now, but
Yeah, kind of sad the way they kind of dismantled it. Hopefully they can build it back up. That is an iconic publication who has been poorly managed as a brand rather than an actual outlet, which is extremely frustrating. But hey, I feel like if we want to talk about mismanaged media groups, we could just be talking here all day because I feel like we've all had that experience.
Let me,
Shout out SB Nation.
come here. Oh, my God.
Oh,
There we go.
oh,
Let's pop that light on. Hey, guys, we got one more quarter to play. It's 38-17 right now. Wow, that's a lot of points. That's like 55 points. 21 of 23, 243 yards for Matt Ryan. Watson, 15 of 16, 191 yards. Ryan's got 4 touchdown passes. Watson's got 2.
yeah.
Gurley has 33 yards on the ground. No one has scored a rushing touchdown, but Watson does have 66. Duke Johnson, David Johnson, instead of having a combined 1 yard, they now have a combined 2 yards.
I roster David Johnson. He is currently negative points in my roster. He is the reason why I'm only 55th among the chatty chiseled chinchillas MDO CDA free roll. The only reason
The Texans defense has negative 1 point.
Ooh, that's not ideal. Not ideal. What is
that's
ideal?
not what you want to see from the Texans.
Having Calvin Ridley in your lineup, 10 for 146, 2 touchdowns, 39.6 in the flex so far. Almost 60 points in the captain spot if you paid up a little bit for him. Because he wasn't even that expensive. 8,200 in the flex, 12.3 to captain. So it was cheaper to captain him than Julio or Todd Gurley or either quarterback. And if you did, he's paying off right now. Cobb, a decent punt play. Hurst got a touchdown.
Emerson, you talking to your dog?
1 catch.
Yes, I am.
Oh.
Someone just woke up from a nap. Oh, I got double trouble over here. Oh, no. Hello, everybody.
Oh.
Must be nice
I
to
know,
be you,
man.
Emerson.
Ain't a good dog.
Dude, you have a
Oh
dog.
my goodness. Are you getting stereo dog kisses right now?
Hello.
I'm jealous. I gotta sleep on the couch somewhere.
Both of you have dogs who could be smooching on you right now.
I know. I don't even
I
know.
made the mistake of waking mine up from a nap. Now they're both about to go a little crazy.
Yeah, see, the problem right now is mine's around here somewhere, just like staring down all the landscapers, just murder in his eyes, just waiting for his chance to get out there.
Murder in his eyes.
He's gonna be furious. They're taking away all the things he's peed on over the past 7 years. Like, he's gonna have to go out and pee on so many things now. Like, no one's gonna know this is his house.
That is a big problem.
It is a big problem. Ooh, Cliff Douglas, I'm actually here with you. I think Pat Freiermuth is going to have a very nice season. dude is a red zone threat. Might only have something like 50 catches and 600 yards, but I feel like he's got a real nice shot at like an 8 to 10 touchdown season. Absolutely.
Dude.
Jarrett quoting Lepton.
Is there anybody with fantasy value on the Texans?
Maybe Cooks.
You got to think they're going to be trailing a lot, right? So maybe some of the pass catchers who could receive some high volume. I don't know. What do you and Kenny think?
I don't love the Houston lineup. I mean, Cooks had a nice bounce back season, and I think he's in the circle of trust. And everyone else is just like, oh man, do you really want to? Do you want to throw a wager down on Anthony Miller or Chris Conley or Kiki Cutie after what they've done the past few years? The running back situation's a mess. As Duke, David Johnson getting free there for some yards. I don't know, Kenny, what do you think?
That was Duke.
Just say DJ, man. You'll be right.
That is a good point. Yeah, it's a tough one for me. I mean, I don't think that the Texans might be as bad as people think they would be. But that said, you know, at the skill positions, they're definitely lacking. I think a guy, I mean, you're making me really dig deep. I mean, I guess like maybe Jordan Akins kind of came out at the end of last year, maybe like as a late round tight end. You could see value in him. But yeah, I mean, it's Anthony Miller is a guy who I think, you know, people are kind of excited about because he had all the talent in the world, kind of misused in Chicago. Maybe like Anthony Miller, maybe. I don't really know what to say to this question. Like it's a hard one to say because you don't want to recommend a wide receiver or a tight end who's going to be, you know, playing with a, you know, a pretty awful quarterback. We just don't know what quarterback is going to be playing in Houston. But, you know, at the same time, I mean, maybe that talent shines through in Houston. I don't really know what to expect.
You know what I didn't expect was Duke Johnson threatening for the bonus because he's now got 5 catches for like 90 yards. And yeah, he's not a monster in Houston anymore. It's such a mess down there. Like, what running backs would you try? Mark Ingram, Philip Lindsay, Rex Burkhead, David Johnson. Like, that's just a whole bunch of guys who can trick or treat their way to like a daily fantasy. Like, I just wouldn't touch any of them from a regular, like a season-long fantasy standpoint. Like, David Johnson's yards per carry were up, but he might be the 3rd-string running back right now. Mark Ingram got usurped in Baltimore. Philip Lindsay, you know, once he broke his wrist, was a non-factor in the passing game, so he might go out and rush for 60 yards, but he might not have a single target on the day. This entire team is broken right now, and poor David Culley kind of plucked out of anonymity, the first black quarterback in Vanderbilt history. So rooting for him. Dude is historic, a legend. But man, he's got his work cut out for him as David Johnson into the end zone.
There you go.
Negatives.
Hey.
Okay. Get down that door. You have your first positive yards of the day, and it comes with 5 minutes to go. In a game, you are now trailing by 14.
It's sort of a wasteland, but also, like as Emerson said, you know that someone's going to come out of there. Look, Anthony Miller is my best guess. Maybe Philip Lindsay. I mean, Philip Lindsay, as you mentioned too, he's really talented. It's hard to say. What I can say is that my lineup's looking a lot better than it was early in the contest because Hayden Hurst, he had the touchdown earlier. I have him in my captain spot. I also have Ridley in my lineup and Duke Johnson. If Duke Johnson can maybe get that bonus, that would really help me. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Like, nothing from Gage, nothing from Will Fuller. I'm still in 33rd. I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, the Will Fuller do-nothing effect has been unfortunate right now. Just the one catch for 12 yards. Going to be a clear-cut babysitter Billy here. But Texans are still going to have to throw the hell out of the ball. And it's good news we got Todd Gurley. He's probably going to get a bunch of carries as the Falcons try to wind some clock down here and escape the great state of Texas with a victory.
Don't speak so fast there on the babysitter Billy. I think that we still have time for guys to redeem themselves in this game. We still got plenty of time for that.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Hey, you two. Get
Oh,
over here. Get over here.
The sounds you're hearing right now is Emerson getting puppy cuddles, which, you know, it feels like you needed them more the first game of the day, as Falcons throwing it, and it's working for him. Julio Jones, first down there. Poor Matt Ryan. I feel like
Poor Matt Ryan is right, man.
Whoa.
he was so close to breaking through. He got his MVP.
He's like a borderline
Now
Hall of
people on
Famer.
Twitter are like, yeah, people on Twitter are like, oh, he's a journeyman quarterback now, which, no, absolutely not. That's not even what journeyman means.
Right, exactly. I feel like you have to be on at least 3 teams to classify as a journeyman,
exactly.
right?
Ryan Fitzpatrick is a journeyman. Matt Ryan's just a guy who we overlook now because the Falcons have been falconing for so long around him.
Brian Hoyer is a journeyman.
But this guy, he has an MVP to his credit. It looked like he was going to break through and be the guy, and it never happened for him. And he still had some really good years in him in 2018.
And you know what the really dumb part about it all is, Christian? If the Falcons don't blow that lead to the Patriots, the conversation about Matt Ryan is so different. And that doesn't
100%.
I think that is the ire of football fans everywhere. Is like, why look, did Matt Ryan not win the Super Bowl? Of course. But is it his fault alone that the Falcons lost that game? No, absolutely not. He had a great offensive performance. And I just think that, like, because of one half of football, now the guy's entire legacy is different. And it's not even like he did anything that poorly in that half. I mean, the defense really just let up. The coaching staff, the game plan was awful. And yeah, for me, you know, it was a situation where the guys had, like, whatever it was. How long has this guy been in the NFL? Like 12 years of dominance or brilliance, and you know, all the yardage in the world. And we're gonna because of that half of football now. Now he's a borderline Hall of Famer. And then the opposite is another infuriating thing. Eli Manning. He doesn't win those 2 Super Bowls. This guy's the most forgettable quarterback. He's a bust. If he didn't win those 2 Super Bowls, he would have been a bust. And because based on his numbers, he really never had a great season. He had 2 great postseasons, but that didn't, like, the whole body of work for him was really mediocre. So it's kind of a fallacy of evaluating players, and that's why that whole rings argument is always so dreaded, because it lacks context and it lacks nuance.
Yeah, no, agreed there. And same thing with the Joe Flacco conversation. Although Flacco kind of tarnishing his own legacy by hanging on a little bit too late. You know, Eli had the good sense to get out before he really fell off a cliff. Not that he was great, but, you know, he got out while he still could, whereas Flacco kind of hanging on as a journeyman now does seem to reframe the conversation about whether or not he was elite in any way, shape, or form. As Texans will get another chance here. They got 2 timeouts, minute 50 to go. Brian Enger's punt is a decent one. They'll take over 86 yards from the end zone. Garbage time points on the way from that man right there, Deshaun Watson. 3 fumbles today, 2 fumbles lost. Let's see if he adds to that total, or if maybe he can get Will Fuller cooking, because Fuller, as we previously mentioned, has done next to nothing in the sim, and that does not help anyone. The short completion to Jordan Akins, the tight end, too. 6 yards, clock is ticking. Emerson, you're throwing out that you haven't showered out there today, like it makes a difference. It's still early in the day, man. You got all day.
It is really early in the day, for sure. 1,000%. Coming up next, Monday edition of Get the Green. Jeff and I will kind of poke over to the Fantasy Golf World Championship. Imagine being one of 40 entries in this. You win $1 million if you take first place, and you got to wait a whole another day, multiple delays because of the weather. You're just sweating this thing out.
Dude, the tropical storm touched down in my home state and got a couple good
What?
clips with the waves being big. Yeah, man. Hit Rhode Island. Hit Westerly. Part of home to one of the most historic high school rivalry games of all time, Westerly versus Stonington. I've never been. I was busy watching Pilgrim play Vets and then ultimately absorb Vets.
Cooks
Now,
again, wow.
Cooks! Oh, Cooks! Oh, hey, dude, it's not a touchdown. You don't have to be like
Big
that.
play,
What's
big
going on?
play. Look at this.
Yeah, no, you're
Rack,
right. You're
rack.
absolutely right. Hey, he was making a great point there. You don't have to interrupt him.
Continue, Christian. Sorry, I just wanted to call the play.
Hey, Christian, what were you asking us again? What was the question?
What was the question?
We're
Christian?
talking about high school football and how great it is. You guys remember all those glory days of high school football where you'd go and watch a terrible game in the stands with your friends and it would be cold and then you go make out with some of them?
No, I was on the team. So I never got to do that.
And then you had like all the real sad guys who graduated years ago, still coming back from games, still wearing their Letterman jacket, even though they failed out of the community college of Rhode Island.
Yeah, that's Kenny. That's Kenny. 2nd and 10 to Sean Watson. Remember when he fumbled like 4 times in the first half?
I was kind of expecting.
It feels like hours
Two
ago.
fumbles, and he's gonna finish with 25 fantasy points at least. That's incredible.
Got a shot at the bonus here. Got a shot at the bonus.
Cooks is in the bonus, so that's great. Appreciate you passing that along to us, Frangelico.
Two tutties too. I mean, you needed Cooks, you needed Ridley. Julio did some work, Deshaun did some work, and then I think from there it's just all punt plays. All right, another shot over the middle. Hey, Will Fuller, welcome back. All right, Watson's 11 away from the passing bonus, like 14 away from the rushing bonus. He's going to have 1, maybe 2 more plays here. Ken, you are definitely signed up for the DK SimFam Fantasy League with 2 different teams.
Oh, I signed up. I only meant to sign up.
Wait a
once.
minute. Wait, you're in our league twice?
Stacking the deck.
How is that even possible? Do you have 2 different accounts?
No.
You
I don't.
cheater. You are trying to cheat right now.
How
Look
would
at that evil, devilish grin on your handsome face.
How would you even be able to cheat with 2 teams? People would
As long
notice
as,
that you
as
had 2
long as you
teams.
have the link to get in, if you have 2
It was
different
obviously
Yahoo
a
accounts.
mistake.
Oh, dude, Christian, good on you calling him out because he would have moved ahead and moved forward, trying to double his chances.
How would I have gotten away with having 2 teams?
My God.
Wow.
This is
You get one
unbelievable.
over on us.
This reminds you of the time you cheated in rock, paper, scissors.
Oh my God! You know what? You guys have fun. I'm out. I'm
Kenny
not doing
Ducey's
it.
But don't turn your camera off yet.
Yeah, you know, I care about
Red
the
flag.
production staff. I don't care
Red
about
flag.
you, so I'm gonna mute myself, and I'm not gonna turn my camera off.
Red
This is literally what people have been demanding for this entire sim is for you to mute yourself. You've done it. You finally have done it.
Wow. Mean.
All right. This is it. Damn, Watson, 3 yards shy of the B word. Do you have a player of the game?
Let's give it to Ridley. I mean, he didn't have to do much at the end. He still finished with 60 plus in the captain spot. So Ridley, postroute.substack.com, player of the game, and Babysitter Billy goes to Will Fuller, 2 catches for 20 yards.
No. It's not the babysitter Billy.
Oh no.
When was the last time Billy was on the Dream Stream?
I don't know.
Why is it still the babysitter
Probably. I
Billy?
think he was on here in emergency like a month and a half ago or something.
Yeah.
All right.
See.
Let me tell you what. I've been texting a lot with him this past week because he's with the crew at the Northern Trust. I gotta side text you guys. They had a day yesterday when they were off.
Oof, oh boy.
Yeah, I'll side text both of you right after this, and I'll tell Jeff too.
Ducey's disappointment would go to Will Fuller, more expensive than Russell Gage, slightly more popular, 4 points, 2 catches for 20 yards. That's ugly game for Will Fuller the 5th.
Okay. Noted.
Okay.
That being we're just gonna we hand it off to you now, Emerson. To talk
Hold
about
on. I really love Must Be saying that was Katie's Kenny's KD burner. You know, he's trying to have a burner account in the fantasy. Like, Kenny, you are the best. That is hilarious.
You know why I'm the best? Because I continue to give you content, Emerson.
You really do.
What
That's
would you
what
do
I
without
love
me?
you. Like, so, like you and I,
Yeah,
we need like a podcast or a show or something. That's what we need. This is
Let's start it.
incredible.
Let's do live streams during the day, and we'll just do them. How about that? For the fans. Christian can come be a guest. So could Jeff. Jeff could come on and say erroneous things about Zach Wilson. Like he can't throw in under pressure when I watched every single one of his snaps and not one time was he flushed under pressure.
All right, his mic's on. So here, guys, as we're about to make this transition here to get
Zach
the green.
Wilson shredding third-team defenses. Look out, everybody. Look out, world.
Well, okay,
Whoa.
that's ridiculous, but it wasn't ridiculous when people said that he was going to suck because he had a bad day of practice. So that was legitimate, right? Being concerned about the bad practice
They're
day.
both
But
equally
now we're going to
ridiculous.
delegitimize his good play. All I know is this: I am so done with the preseason and in training camp. I don't care what happens in preseason. I don't care. Look, Trey Lance is a great example. He was good. Now he sucks. Let's just see what they do in the real games, and then we'll judge them. How about that? Does that sound good to everybody?
No, I want more preseason. I want all the preseason. I'm not done with it yet. Christian agrees. He's dancing.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Tavon Austin in a DFS lineup tonight. That's how I know I'm done with
Guys,
the preseason.
I was just gonna say, our Lord and Savior Trevor Lawrence tonight, everybody. All right, Kenny and Christian, I love you guys. I'll see y'all later.
Love you too, Emerson.
I'll side text y'all because I really do need to text you something crazy.
All right.
It's crazy.
All right.
And Jeff, Jeff. I may just call you, but I don't want the long distance charge since you're north of the border. I really don't.
True. It's like $10 a minute.
Wow.
It's terrible. Sometimes one of Meg's family members lives on like the river up there in that neck of the woods, and Canada's right across the river in Buffalo, bro, in Buffalo. And sometimes the damn phone thinks that I'm in Canada, and it's charging me. What is it? The Rogers cell service there? Is that what it is?
There is a Rogers. Yeah, it's a big media conglomerate. That is actually a thing. You've got that correct.
Love you guys.
All right.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, guys. Bye, Kenny.
Bye.
All right,
Jeff.
yeah. AC saying pitch to the show, so we'll do that. I was texting producer Drew most of last night and today. I said, dude, what are we going to talk about? And then I started doing research, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if there's much we could do now. So I said,
What are we going to talk about?
Let's just turn it in. Honestly, let's make this 10, 15 minutes. And that way I can squeeze in 9 before I pick up Meg from work. I'm serious. Because the weather all of a sudden has improved. This is the bluest sky I've seen in 3 weeks.
Wow. Good for you. I mean, I don't know. What should we talk about? I mean, this tournament's tightening up a little bit. I mean, we could talk about that.
Yeah, we can. Now, here's where we could start. We could start with, obviously we know everybody, this is the Northern Trust going on. This was supposed to be the final round yesterday, but Hurricane Henri, you know that, being a French dude in Canada. Henri,
Yes.
like poutine, that kind of stuff. That's how you say it. It wreaked havoc on the whole New York, New Jersey area, at least with rain. They had 9 inches of rain overnight. The fact that this course was even playable by the time 11:30 rolled around and the first group went off, mad props to the grounds crew there at Liberty National. That is so difficult to do. They said if there was any more rain, like there's a threat of maybe an inch of rain later tonight, possible still Tuesday finish for some of the later groups.
Yep.
They're gonna have to get everyone off the course more because of the rain and the condition of the course.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm 9 inches is ridiculous. I know I was trying to get some info from Reed this morning, but his internet was kind of wonky. But yeah, he did mention, it might get a little bit more rainy like later in the day. And if it does, it just feels like, I mean, they're going to push this potentially to Tuesday. The next tournament's in Maryland, so it's not like it's super, super close or anything. It's not super far, but it's not
Oh,
super
that's not
close.
super.
So
Yeah, I was gonna be. Come on, dude. It's just like when I'm visiting the in-laws in Buffalo. It's just like 30 minutes from where you live.
that's right. So yeah, interesting time. I mean, the PGA obviously doesn't want one of its playoff events to go only to 3 rounds, and I mean they're committed now. I mean this round is you got people finishing rounds now. You've got the leaders through 6 holes, like so this thing is getting in 4 rounds. There's no question at this point. It's just when are they going to finish, today or tomorrow? So hopefully, for the love of God, for all of us who like to play DFS golf and all this stuff, it's today. But I don't really know. It could be tomorrow.
Hey, DK Nation just put out a tweet and tagged us. You should probably retweet it.
Okay.
Just so you know. Looking at the Fantasy Golf World Championships, there's a big reason why. Reed's there, Samir's there. Samir's acting like he's busy. Billy is there. Glennon is there. We got the whole squad. But right now, you got a solo first place with 499 points. So everyone, there's 40 entries in this thing. You got a few folks with multiple seats. I see one with 4, one with 3, one with 2, another one with 2.
Yep.
Okay. But Ski Basher, 499 points right now. Look at this lineup. Spieth, DeChambeau, M, Lowry, Tringali, and Hoffman. If you would have told me that was going to be a first place lineup, at least up to this point, like early last week, I said, no way, dude. No way. What did they do here? Looks like a bunch of all right, so they paid up for Speed, DeChambeau, almost 10 grand, and the rest like in the 7s.
It's so weird. They really benefited this lineup. Ski Basher, the guy's leading right now. He's leading by like 50 points. He really, really benefited from the high casualty rate. And what I mean by that is there's only 2 lineups in the entire Fantasy Golf World Championships out of 40 teams? Out of 40 teams that made the cut with 6 out of 6 players. And one of them is Ski Basher. Now he doesn't have any of the leaders. I mean, Hoffman's up there. Im is at -12. Tringali, Hoffman, and Im are all at -12. But Lowry is up there too. But like he doesn't have any of the top 4 or 5 players, like the guys at 15 or better. But Bryson and Spieth made so many birdies and eagles between them this week that it doesn't even matter where they are. Like Spieth is in T72. He's got 74 points. He's outscoring guys like Harris English at -8. Like Spieth is outscoring Patrick Cantlay, who's at -10. Spieth is at even par. And he's got more points than Patrick Cantlay at -10 because he's made 3 eagles. He's made 14 birdies. He's just racking up the DK fantasy points. So you see how valuable these birdie makers are on a week. And Bryson in the same boat. He's made 23 birdies and an eagle. He's only in T42 at 700, but he's got like 10 more points than Cantlay. So not every DFS player is obviously created equal. Different. When you get to different positioning. I mean, it really depends on how they got there. Did they get there by making pars and a couple birdies? Did they get there by making 20 birdies and like 12 bogeys or something? So,
question. So to get into the Fantasy Golf World Championship, like you got to win like qualifiers, right? And other special events that get you a ticket. Like there's no paying money to get into this, is there?
It's great. You got to qualify. Now there's different levels of qualifiers. Like if you're interested in qualifying next year for whatever big Fantasy Golf World Championship they have, there's like $5 entries, but in the $5 entries, you got to be like 10,000 people. There's bigger entries, worth $1,000, whatever. You got to be a lot less people, but you got to pony up for it. So these guys all qualified, various qualifiers, $33, whatever, $500, whatever. That's all they all want a ticket. Obviously you see guys with multiple tickets. You got McLovin down there with 2. Peter Gibbons has 4. I think the human Cespedes.
So just a ticket gets you in. You don't have to pay on top of that because like I click on the contest details and I see an entry fee $76,276.30. I don't know
that's how much the ticket itself is worth. So
you
win a satellite.
Thank you.
That, yeah.
There you go. Must Be was asking over on YouTube, and it was actually good to kind of bring it up and get kind of those details out, and also inform people how they could be part of something like this if they start now.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, if you're interested in it for next year, I mean, obviously if you get to the final, I mean, you've got a chance at some big money. I mean, even the guys down in 40th, the guy in last place right now is going to take home 15 grand. Now, I don't know what he spent to win his ticket. Maybe he spent $5, maybe he spent 5,000, maybe he spent 50,000, but he's going to win $5,000. The guy in 24th is going to take home 20K. The guy in 16th is going to take home 25. The guy in 10th, 40. 5th, they're going to split like 125K. Yeah. And even second place right now is taking home 500K. So obviously you've got a really good shot at some big money here because the field is only 40 people, but you've got to get there. How you get there is, like I said, you can pony up and try and play in some of these big buy-ins, or you can just take shots here and there and hope to get insanely hot one week. And, obviously the payoff at the end, if you get there, is massive.
Where is it? Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm seeing it. I'm like, it's not on Golf Channel anymore. Where the hell did it go? All right, I found it. Did I say Cam? What? What'd you say?
We're just lucky we have golf on a Monday here. I mean, who knows where? I'm surprised they're telecasting it at all. I mean, I'm just,
Well, it's 2021. There would be outrage if they didn't.
We are, but it's golf. And like the PGA just enjoys making it as hard as possible to find their products sometimes. So.
Yes, I do not think you're
God
very
bless
wrong
them.
with that,
God
but
bless
they're
the
getting
PGA.
better. They're getting better.
They're getting better. They're definitely improving. But anyways.
So how did Cam Smith shoot a course record 60 in the third round? He missed. How long was the putt he missed for a 59? Oh man.
I actually don't know. That's a good question. I never checked that out. It wasn't very long. It's 11 feet.
It was 12 feet. Yep, 11, 12 feet. Oh, damn, that would have been sick. What's the par? It's a par 71 too, isn't it?
Par 71. So he shot 11 under yesterday. Yep. Yeah. He just made a double bogey. He made what you'd call a good double bogey. He waterballed his tee shot on 5. Then he hit his approach basically to the very edge of the hazard again. So he was lying 4 on a par 4, and then he hit his chip to about 9 feet, and then he sunk a 9-footer for double bogey. But that, he's only one back now, but he could easily have tripled there and been at 14. So he was leading. He was at 17 under, but now it's Finau and Rahm tied at 16 under.
I didn't realize that we were on this ridiculous streak, the PGA Tour, of all of these golfers who have won starting the final round trailing. So I think it's been like 13 or 14 straight weeks. I think the last guy who wasn't trailing entering the final round to win that day was Phil Mickelson at the PGA. Every winner since then was trailing entering the final round. The only two on top today was Smith and John Rahm. And you're telling me Smith just made double. I got to pull this leaderboard up here.
Yeah.
We can update.
Yeah, it is hard to close, man. It is. It's hard for a lot of reasons.
What do you think the reason?
Well, there is various reasons. Like when you're a leader on the PGA, you're going out last in the afternoon. So right off the bat, sometimes the greens get buggered up a little bit. The greens get faster. Conditions. Oftentimes you're behind. You might be starting, say you're going to start at 1 p.m., but then it's behind. So you start at 1:15 and then it's so longer in the day. You have more time to wait. Guys go out early. They're freer. They're swinging freer. Maybe they have slightly better conditions than you. It all adds up. And then you add in the pressure of the fact these guys are playing for $1 million up top. Plus it's you can kind of see why, right? A lot of these guys just don't have the best days. Right. So, it's a weird streak we're on, but closing on the PGA is one of the hardest things to do. I think it was Justin Ray tweeted out, players with 3-shot leads only have a 48% close percentage on the PGA over the last, I can't remember the time frame, might have been 10 years or something, but 48%, I mean, with a 3-shot lead, you'd figure we're talking like 70 or 80%, but it's less than 50. So, a 1-shot lead is I don't even know what that is. It's probably like 20 or less. So
Look at some of the other takeaways from today. So Jordan Spieth, we all know that was incredible in round 2, the back-to-back Eagles.
Yes.
And then today, one of us, back-to-back triples. So
he just hit the jackpot, Emerson. He was 1-7 away. 7-7.
He's the only player in the last 20 seasons to make consecutive Eagles and consecutive triples or worse in the same PGA Tour event. That's
Amazing
history.
Stuff. Amazing stuff.
And he's in the winning lineup. He's in the winning lineup of the Millie Maker.
It just shows you. I mean, this is important. If you're just kind of getting into golf and you want to know how the scoring works, the Eagles are so important. And it's obviously you can't predict. It's like, oh yeah, this guy's going to make a ton of Eagles this week. But there are players like Spieth. Bryson is another one. They give themselves more opportunities to make these shots like Eagles. And Bryson especially, man, when he's at 9,600, he's nearly a must play because he just gives himself so many opportunities at Eagles and birdies every hole because of how he drives it. Yeah, some weeks the irons may not show up or the putter won't show up, but dude has 23 birdies and he's at 7 under. He's not even playing that good, and he's just dominating from a scoring perspective for DraftKings. So I'm just looking, he's got 81 points. Sung J M at 12 under par has 17 birdies, but he's only got 78 points. So Bryson is outscoring these guys. And it's such a vital point where you really got to identify these good birdie makers through stats, through whatever, and just target them when they're too cheap like this.
So Rahm through 5 holes. Oh my God, he's tied for first place with Reed's guy, Tony Finau.
Yeah, Finau's up there, man.
Yeah, Cam Smith is tied for 3rd, 1 shot back.
Yep.
And then
some
Lowry
other guys to keep an eye on. I mean, obviously Eric Van Rooyen. If you had read the PGA cheat sheet this week that I wrote on DK Nation, by the way, I just wanted to throw that out there. You would have known Eric Van Rooyen was a really a sleeper I was obviously high on. So I'm definitely cheering for him a little bit. But Shane Lowry at 14 under playing really good. Lowry is a guy I would really look to next week as well. His irons are just absolute fire right now. He's playing really good golf. Justin Thomas had a great start. He's really petered out. Still just not quite consistent like we see Justin Thomas, but he's close. And I mentioned Sung J M. Sung J's playing really good golf too. So that's another guy to keep an eye on for next week. But Lowry, a guy you definitely want to keep around.
And how do you pronounce his last name? Rooyen?
Rooyen. Van Rooyen.
All right, so talk about some monumental movements with that guy. Good for you for noticing that and picking up on that, and also trying to share that information with all of our bajillions of followers.
I do what I can.
The movement that he's had over the last few weeks, going from almost failing to qualify for the FedEx Cup playoffs to potentially securing a one-way ticket to the BMW Championship this week.
It's crazy, yeah. Yeah, this dude just got married. Did he just get married? No, he just had a kid.
Oh, okay. I haven't experienced that.
I think he just had a child, and then it came to the Barracuda, was outside the playoffs, well outside, maybe 140th. Won that week, went on a heater, and I mean, this is a guy who's competed at some big events. He had a T3 at a WGC last year. He was top 10 at a major a couple of years ago. He can play, Eric Van Rooyen, man. He can absolutely play. So just made a birdie, actually. I think Rahm made a birdie as well. So yeah, Rahm at 16, Rahm at 17, Finau at 16, first. And Van Rooyen at 16. Cam Smith, I believe, still stuck at 15. So that's where we're at.
Okay. Hold on a second. I was just seeing if someone wanted to challenge me to a Jaguar Saints head-to-head tonight.
I mean, you could send it over. I mean, I'll take you on, friend.
Do you want to go? Do you want to try me?
Let's go. I mean, let's do this.
I mean, that'd be big for you if you could beat me because of how large the American dollar is compared to yours. You would be.
I mean, my max is $5 because I mean that's basically that's basically what my house costs in American dollars. So I mean,
yeah, for sure. Dude, you could join a Millie Maker if you beat me tonight. It's a $2 head-to-head.
I mean, I'd be the richest person in Canada if I ever did win the Millie Maker. I mean, so
how do you just because we're just talking all things golf and health, you guys want to talk about anything else, just let me know. How do we feel about Bryson DeChambeau is going to compete in the long drive championship just a couple days after the Ryder Cup? I think that's pretty neat. I think a lot of people, it's already for like that niche audience, but it's something, if I catch it on my TV, I'll be like, I just want to watch someone hit a golf ball 420 yards or whatever it is. I don't hate him being part of this. I think this is actually a great strategy to get more eyeballs on this event.
Oh, for the event, it's absolutely massive, man.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I've watched the long drive competitions a couple times. They're actually kind of fun. They got to keep it in bounds. They got these like drivers that are like, as long as your car kind of thing. They're just whipping them out. But there's no way I would have been like, oh yeah, I got to sit down and watch this. Now I'm 100% watching this. Like, no doubt about it. I am watching the long drive competition. So I think it's great for the event. I don't know if it's great for Bryson long term. I mean, I don't.
He's just really trying to be as different as he could be.
Hey, as long as and look, the only thing I worry about would be, is he focusing on this too much, and then like it leads to like body issues, and by body issues I just mean injury. So that's what I worry about. But I mean, you're right. Like, it's fine being different as long as he can manage it. I mean, and it's not like he's gonna get like some kind of muscle tear or something. But he seems pretty smart about it. I mean, he really hasn't. The funny thing is, everyone's like, oh, he's going to get injured. He hasn't been injured at all. Like, I don't remember the last time Bryson pulled out of an event where he was like, yeah, I got an injury. I mean, you got DJ, you got Brooks, you got all these guys. And have we really ever seen Bryson get injured? I mean, I haven't. So the guy definitely is good at managing himself.
Yeah. Hopefully he's not overthinking looking past the Ryder Cup when he's in the thick of it. I don't think so. And thinking about this. This is huge. This is a world championship, buddy. This is a world championship, all right? Ryder Cup's the Ryder Cup. World championship. Think about it.
I will.
CEH, when's the new Madden? Hopefully soon, my dude. Hopefully soon.
Yeah.
Week from tomorrow. Last go around here with the commentary before we hit pause on it.
Yeah, this is, if you got questions like that, throw them out, because, we won't be here in a week. So what are you going to do with all your free time? Golf?
No, I'm going to go over to the studio and do stuff in the studio. That's what I'm going to do. I'm looking forward to it. Like, I'm definitely going to miss like hanging out here like on YouTube and stuff, but they're putting me to work. Like, that's for
I'm
sure.
sure I will be put to work as well.
Oh yeah, don't you worry, man.
Yeah,
don't you worry. I think you and I and Reed, I'm working on some stuff.
Good.
I think there could be something like fun and entertaining that we could do, either football related or continue some early golf chatter.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be kicking around a lot on the old Dream stream.
Well, yeah, our faces too. Like, the amount of there's nothing's public yet, so I can't get into like details. But it's going to be a fun football season. Let's just put it
there.
That
you go.
way.
Yeah, exactly. It is going to be a fun football season, man. I'm very much looking forward to it. Obviously, we're here to talk about golf, but it's a weird day. We can't really look forward. We got the event going on, so throw it out. I mean, look, if you have football questions, throw them out, man. Kenny was on here earlier, jabbering at me about how good Zach Wilson looked. If you want to get in my face about that, go for it, man.
CH, what he says, y'all knew a day before commentary was canceled and didn't tell us. Well, I didn't know anything, and I'm supposed to know everything, being as high up as I am in that company. This was something even above my pay grade, dude. CH, I'm an open book, bro. Open me up.
I literally
flip it.
Finished
whatever chapter.
I literally finished the sim and then got told. So, you guys basically found out before I did. I think the chat may have actually found out before I did.
You know what? It's a lot like some of these players getting traded near a trade deadline, no matter what league or sport it is. A lot of them come out and say, dude, I saw it on Twitter first. I realized that when I was being traded to the Flint Tropics.
Yeah. For a washing machine. Oh man.
Is there anyone on the bubble out there trying to who is close to cracking, because you got to go top 70, right?
Yep. Yes.
Top 70 move on. Is there anyone in the FedEx Cup standings? Very close here.
I mean, as far as big names go, I think one guy to really watch up top, Keith Mitchell is having a good week. He's at 11 under. He's at 73. So how Keith Mitchell finishes is going to be really. Tom Hoagie is in the same boat. Tom Hoagie and Keith Mitchell. These aren't big names, so you guys are like, I really don't care. But Emerson asked the question, and both these guys need good finishes, like really big finishes here to get inside the top 70. So they're going to be really close. Oh, I think Mitchell. Oh no, he's okay. He just made a par. Alex Noren made a big move this week. He was 91st. Now he's at 56. So if he stays in position, he'll be fine. Who else here down here? If there's any other big names, let's see.
Oh my God.
What?
Go ahead. This is not good for me. This is not good for me.
Bad Kazire. Well, okay. You just got to tell me. I don't have any.
Dude, I'm not going to be on this earth much longer. This is a New York Post headline just now.
Okay.
Eating one hot dog takes 35 minutes off your life, studies suggest. I am going to be dead in 4 years because the amount of glizzies that I guzzle down.
Look, that's just clickbait. Not every hot dog is created the same. Okay. You got to get the pure beef, the good beef kind.
I got home the other night after work. It was a little after 1 a.m. The hot dog buns are molded. I said, babe, just throw them out next time. And I open up the fridge and I just grab a cold turkey dog and I just eat it. And I'm squirting a little bit, I flatten the surface at the front of my teeth, squirt a little bit of ketchup on the tip, and then I just go to town.
You didn't even heat it up?
No, man. This is a terrible look for me. I just hope when I'm gone, they bring you up and they promote you and you could take over my position.
That's desperate, man. That reeks of desperation. Was that around the time you found out that the Sims were canceled, or was that just like a regular day?
What are you talking about?
Well, you're eating cold hot dogs over there. I mean, I'm a little concerned. Like,
all right, dude, I'm just.
You not have a microwave? Like, what?
No, we've been in the New England area for 6 years. We've had a microwave 1 year out of our 6 years up here.
Oh, wait a second.
Why,
wait. You actually don't have a microwave?
No, we don't have a microwave. We've been in this apartment for 3 years.
What?
We don't have a microwave, bro. I don't. Look at this. This looks like somebody that eats microwave food. No, I just eat stuff cold.
But you still need. Okay. Wow.
I do miss popcorn.
I might have to call you about this.
I do miss Hot Pockets a lot.
You're right.
And it's better because I'm learning ways to reheat foods. I use the oven.
Use your wooden stove from the 1960s.
You should see me out on my stoop. I'm churning butter.
That's right. Look,
my wife comes home in our buggy.
I'm laughing, but I actually am kind of impressed because I would survive about a day without a microwave. I'd be like, I'd just be cold and hungry. I'd probably go bang on my neighbor's house for food or something. So, anyways, okay. Well, there's some interesting info.
Yeah,
you learn something every day.
First, I'm pretty sure we've talked about this, you and I, before, but you and I have the same memory, which we always joke about.
Yes.
See the girls back there. Girls are having themselves a heyday. How's Pepper? We're really sticking the script here today, everybody. Pepper, your puppy.
This is some insane golf content we're throwing out. She's doing great. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can see one of the Springers just lollygagging it up on those white couches. How are they still white with the puppies? Man, crazy. Yes.
Oh, if you look close,
they're not as so
they
much.
should be. So that's why we have. And this is who's the OxyClean guy on the late night commercials? I think he has crossed the Rainbow Bridge. Is it Billy Mays? Billy Mays here for OxyClean,
right?
And Flex Seal and all the other stuff.
Yeah,
you know what happened to the ShamWow guy? That ShamWow guy went off the deep end.
Yeah, he's on the lam kind of. Yeah. I think he's on the most wanted list now or something.
But OxyClean, people, OxyClean works. Those cushions over there look white now. They'll be pristine, like Egyptian cotton white when I take them out of the wash after OxyClean. And then I put the scent booster seeds in there, maybe a little pod as well.
Okay.
There's a strategy. I do way too much laundry.
No, I mean, we're getting some good life advice here as well. You know, no microwave, OxyClean with the sheets. It's good stuff. This is why they pay us. This is why we're the 2 highest paid announcers on the DK Sim Fam. I mean,
I know. You know, we did want to try to get like a 3-man Monday edition of Get the Green going, but producer Drew was like, his internet's been crap there, talking about Reed.
oh yeah, it was terrible this morning.
Yeah.
We could see him, but we couldn't hear him. So I, of course, had to carry the show again, which I mean, I would have done even if Reed was there, but you know, even more so than usual. No, it was, I mean, it was kind of funny because at least we got to see Reed, and we did get to see how like overcast and kind of cruddy the weather was. So that more than anything was almost worth having Reed on for. But yeah, his, the interwebs there didn't look like it was working well. So, and me, I mean, I've just been sitting on the TV all day, you know, on the couch all day watching TV, obviously, because I don't do anything. So I was ready to go.
Yeah. It's a good day to be on the couch, though.
It is. It's
Day to be on the couch.
It's not a good weather where I live right now either. So, you know, it's very much similar to what the golfers are experiencing.
So, I mean, if we want to do a little bit more golf talk, again, this is just like super different with the tournament going on. It's like the leaderboard live thing, but like the people and our friends watching on the Dream Stream, like they don't like, does anyone have a lineup in this thing? No, they're probably all like they're in New Jersey. I don't know if they care too much about what all of the very wealthy people are doing in this event. But my question to you is for next week. So when it comes to the BMW, do you want, like, you're going to have people towards the back end, you're going to have a little more ground to make up to crack the top 30 to make it to the Tour Championship in Atlanta.
Yep.
Like, you're going to want to maybe target some more of those, and there's no more cuts too, which is kind of cool for next week.
Yep.
Right?
No cut next week. Yep.
Your lineups are going to look sick most likely because you're going to have all 6 golfers make it. But those who are going to be going pedal to the metal, pedal to the floor, trying to crack that top 30, going to be one of those situations you want to target those guys.
So, I mean, you look, like next week they're going to a place called Cave Valley in Maryland. It's a longer par 72. I mean, I don't take, like, all these guys are going to be, like you said, it's kind of make it or break it. I mean, getting into the top 30 is huge, but you know, even the players up top who are like in the top 10, I mean, they want a big week because, like, you know, if you, with the new format, if you're like top 2, top 3, you're starting at like 7, 8 under par. So you're in a really good spot compared to the rest of the field. Right. So next week, it's a big week for everyone in the field, but you know, most importantly, I would just say play the players who are playing well, because here's an interesting stat. I'll give you guys some definitely good info for next week. Like, of the last 6 winners of the BMW Championship, 5 of them finished T12 or better in this week's event. So they're coming in hot. Like, they were in contention this week, and then they're coming in and then they win. A lot of people hate the momentum word in sports, and it is kind of dumb, but momentum in the playoffs for the golf, it's like a real thing. You know, last year, John Rahm finished T6 at this event, then he went on and won. The year before, it was Dustin. No, it wasn't Dustin. It was
What do you mean? Justin is the one, yeah, who went super low at the Northern Trust last year, right? No fans at TPC Boston. Is that what you're talking about?
Last year, Rahm won the BMW, and then he finished top 10 at this week's event, the Northern Trust. The year before, I'm trying to think who, I can't remember, but look, all these trends are saying play the guys who finished high up this week in terms of, especially if you're outright betting. Like, for outright betting, I would not stray too far off this week's leaderboard. That's my best advice, because again, these guys just get hot, these top players, and there's so much money at stake. They stay out for a couple of weeks, and that's who ends up winning. So there's a smidgen of advice there for next week.
Yeah. Like, tomorrow's gonna be great. I don't know if Reed is back. Maybe it's you and me again, or maybe it's you and Reed, but we'll know a lot more. We'll have
salaries,
betting numbers, we'll have salaries. We'll be able to kind of preview who's in a good position, you know, good fades, good chases. too high, too low. If we want to look at some odds, just trying to think of other segments we run in the sweat that we could possibly do here. How many weeks do you give Cam as the starter in New England? Germ wants to know.
Oh boy.
Well, right now he won't be doing anything for the next 5 days.
Yeah, at least 5 days. I think that Cam's success is kind of like tied to also the defense. If the defense plays well and he controls the ball and doesn't fumble and stuff, I think he could be there for a lot of the season. So I'm going to say the over under probably 6 weeks, 5.5 maybe. Like, I think if they start off with a couple wins, even if he's playing bad, they're not going to go to Mac Jones right away. It might even be longer than that, maybe like 7.5 weeks. So, but if they start really badly, then yeah, you could see him. I think he's going to get at least 3 weeks. Like, he'd have to be terrible.
No. He'll get at least 4 weeks. They're not putting Mac Jones in there for a week 4 battle against Tom Brady.
Oh, against Tom Brady. Good point.
No way.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think 4 weeks is probably, it's pretty secure. He would have to be terrible after week 2 for Belichick to go to him. Because like Emerson said, there's no way they're just pulling Cam after week 3 and be like, hey, here you go, kid. Get ready for the national nightmare of your life here as you get dissected every play and compared to Tom Brady and how much worse
Biggest,
you are than
loudest crowd that stadium will ever hear.
Half your fans are going to have Tampa Bay Buccaneer jerseys on today and hate you for one day. Oh God.
But I love that creamsicle orange. As long as they're rocking the creamsicle orange jerseys and shirts, let's go.
It's a great uniform. I wish they'd wear it more. The Bucks.
They'll be able to bring it back next year with the elimination of the one helmet rule.
Right.
Cardinals at the Jaguars. Glash, ZT, and BK at 4:00. Vikings at the Bengals. Glash, Lamarca, and you, Jeff Ulrich, at 6 o'clock.
I am on a sim today.
We have just 2 more sims today because of Monday Night Football tonight. Oh, there's a heated battle between Gardner Minshew right now. Gardner Minshew and Trevor Lawrence, dude.
Heated.
I'm not buying anything Urban says about that battle.
This is ridiculousness. I mean, I know Urban Meyer is like the competition guy and he comes from a college background, but could you imagine if he started Gardner Minshew week 1? I mean, it would be hilarious, but not hilarious for Jaguar fans like yourself.
CEH is asking, so this is on when it's final round of PGA normally? No, dude, today, I think they just panicked and they were like, we still need about 45 minutes to fill, which we got a few minutes left and our goal will be accomplished. But yeah, usually this Monday show will react very quickly off the top to what we just witnessed in the final round of whatever tournament was on Sunday. And then the majority of the show is spent helping you guys out, asking or answering your questions and giving you advice, sports betting or DFS when it comes to golf. We got 2 more weeks to do that. 2 more weeks. Let's go. Actually, I certainly hope we'll be back at least for that 3rd week, even though the commentating on the Sims will be done. But I think these shows and slate, I think that's still in the mix. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah. I would kind of assume that we'll still keep the golf going, because again,
It's become so big with our company too. People love it, love to bet it, love to play it.
It is. Golf is fun and it's year round and it's early in the week. So, there's not as much NFL content on Tuesdays and stuff like that. So you would kind of assume that, Get the Green will be here with the NFL content and stuff like that. So
I'm looking at just poking over to the Millie Maker just one more time to the Fantasy Golf World Championship. Ski Basher only one north of 500 points, 513.5. But second place closing in a little bit, 472. Kid Cotty here.
Yeah, Kid Cotty's got John Rahm. Bryson is still out there making birdies. I just don't think he's got enough firepower left.
Really? Harmon, Griffin, and who's the Gim?
Doug Gim.
He doesn't even have
the Gim Reaper.
He doesn't even have a picture. It's just an American flag.
That's right.
He was $6,200.
He shot 63 in round 3. He's
yes, he did. Damn.
Yeah, but I just don't think he's got enough holes left. Like Casey's almost done his round. He's really just got, well, I mean, maybe Brian Harmon will pick things up. He'd really need Brian Harmon to pick things up though, but I don't know. I feel like Ski Basher is pretty close to just putting a bow on this thing. It does help Kid Cudi if Rahm wins. He definitely needs Rahm to win, preferably by like 5 strokes. But I really think it comes down to those two because the human Cespedes, he's got Rahm too. But yeah, he's really out of holes. He's got Lowry and Connors and Kid Cudi. Yeah, it's really, honestly, for first place, it's really, I think Kid Cudi is the only guy who has even a shot at catching Ski Basher right now. So those two guys feel like they've locked up first and second. Again, that's not official. That's just me hypothesizing. Nothing finalized about the scores or anything yet, but that's what it looks like from the Fantasy Golf World Championships. Great position for Ski Basher, though. He is, again, both guys up top have Bryson. Yeah, that's the only overlap between the first and second lineups. So it's Bryson, which is kind of interesting. And again, shout out to these guys because they're the only 2 players who got 6 out of 6 through the cut.
Yep.
So they deserve to be first and second.
It's so clutch, man.
It is.
It's like you need that. Even like when we do our fun little, our own like employee only like contests and stuff.
Yep.
Most of us, everyone will kind of be in contention there for the first couple of days, like most contests. But anyone who has like the 5 or 6 guys still alive tend to win those things.
This week in particular, because there's so many birdies, like if you have 6 of 6, most of your players are at least making you some birdies. Like I've got a 6 of 6 lineup going and like it doesn't have Rahm.
Weird flex, but okay.
It doesn't have Finau. It doesn't have Cam Smith, but it's like it's up there. I'm not going to win anything because I don't have Rahm, but it's doing well. So,
all right, well that's it for us. We're gonna put the cherry on
pretty
top
much all
here.
she wrote. We apologize. I mean, I couldn't even screen share the Fantasy Golf World Championships because apparently
I know it took you had one job. What's going on? Is it because of your account or something? You want to see how everyone to see how rich you are?
Yeah, that's it. No, I don't know why the GPS thing just keeps flashing. So apparently it can't verify that I'm in Canada, which is
we'll
where I am.
find you.
Yeah. Anyways,
all right. I guess I'll talk to you a little later.
Yeah. Talk tomorrow, maybe. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be back on the same time, get the green.
Okay.
We'll have the BMW championship stuff out. I mean, I'll definitely have my cheat sheet out anyways, guys. So give me a follow at the Fantasy Grind. Go check out DK Nation. PJ cheat sheet. You guys probably know it by now, but it'll be up hopefully by tomorrow morning. I'm going to be working on it tonight if the salaries are out and get the green tomorrow. I'll be here for sure. I don't know if it'll be Reed or Emerson or what, but I'll be here. We'll answer some golf questions. We'll talk about who won and stuff and what you should be doing. My boy, Louis Oosthuizen, should be returning to action next week, so that'll be fun.
That's right. I hope he's healthy because when he is playing well and happy, my best friend Jeff is happy and healthy. You guys all have a good, happy and healthy rest of your day. Next sim coming up 4:00. Get your lineups in. Cardinals at America's team, the Jaguars, Glash, ZT, and BK. And then Jeff will be back for Vikings at the Bengals at 6. He'll be joined by Glash and Lamarca. That may be my favorite trio of announcers. I'm not kidding. Love you guys. Peace out.
Hey, what's up? How we doing? It's Monday. Full week-ish. Full week of Sims. Monday through Friday, at least. ZT is here. Hi, Zach. How are you?
What's up? I'm doing very well. How about you?
Good. Good. What is this for you? Like your time's winding down here, right? As far as reps?
Yeah. I got
Sims?
this one. I got one tomorrow. I got one Thursday this week, and then whatever finale we have planned. So 3 left.
Okay. Yeah, next Monday and Tuesdays when all hell breaks loose.
Pretty much. Yeah, I don't even know what that is yet, but
No,
it'll be
we
fun,
don't.
whatever it is.
We're all going through this thing together. We're all going to figure out what the hell's going to happen. Brandon Cristal will join us at some point. We don't know when, but stand by for BK.
Yep.
Big crowded Zoom today. It's going to be crowded next week, too. Producer Tara Lynn, Andrew, we have Bert and Tate from the Game Ops team. Why don't we reveal to the people our lineups here for Cards and Jags? What do you got?
Yeah, so Cards and Jags, this is the research sim for Thursday's Cards and Jags matchup, which is coming up. You'll see the same exact matchup again on Thursday. I think I might be on that game too, but it'll be good either way. I've got Kyler as my captain, very popular option in our smaller free showdown. Over a third of people with Kyler as the captain think he'll run all over the Jags. I've also got Minshew. I like the upside there, and that is where it's a little bit of a differentiator because he's owned in under 20% of lineups in our smaller showdown. Also have DJ Chark, the wide receiver 1 for the Jags, Chris Conley and Josh Lambo from the Jacksonville side, and then rounded things out with Larry Fitz on the Arizona side.
Okay. So I captained Hopkins.
Okay.
13% owned in our contest, 115 entries.
Nice.
Kyler, Kenyon Drake. I played the Cardinals D. That's the way the money
Jags. Could be great.
could be great. Chris Thompson, Chris Conley.
Chris, yeah. So both of us on Chris Conley as a value play. I like it. Obviously, he's in my lineup. That's why I like it. Hopefully it works out for both of us. Fitz as kind of a send-off, right? I mean, he's still not signed. He says right now he has no desire to play. We'll see if he joins late or really does retire.
Okay, we can certainly talk Jaguars. They are playing tonight, Monday Night Football. Of course, it's preseason, second preseason game for the Jags. I'm kind of fascinated. I want to check this thing out. I haven't had a real chance to watch any Saints games or I don't know. I'm fascinated to see what it looks like. I'm assuming I haven't heard otherwise that we're not going to see Lawrence or we're not going to see Winston. I would assume those guys are playing. I haven't seen anything about it.
Yeah, I've not seen either way for sure either, but I would think they're trying to get those guys as many reps as they can, especially after they looked so, I mean, is it, I don't want to say bad, but underwhelming?
Why? What's underwhelming?
The Saints quarterback situation in the first game was less than exciting. So you want to see it again, right? You want to see Hill, you want to see Winston.
Correct.
You want to see if they can be better because it was not good that first week. We see Kyler with a nice little run here. Yeah, and I mean, this is definitely, as we will see the Jaguars here in Simland, but this is definitely a defense that you would hope those Saints quarterbacks can roll. Even Taysom Hill should be able to throw passes against the Jaguars, but we will see. Also, a lot of upheaval or uncertainty, maybe is a better word, in that Saints pass catching core. I think that's something I'm interested in watching. I don't feel like I have a real good grasp of who is catching the passes there. I know I like Troutman, the tight end who they drafted last year. Juwan Johnson also seems to be getting a lot of hype as far as somebody who's going to get a lot of catches from tight end. So that's Adam Troutman and Juwan Johnson, two guys I'll be watching tonight, see how they fit into the offense, because we know that the Saints tight end has been a pretty productive spot. Now, that was with Drew Brees, but it's the same offense.
Mm-hmm.
So with Jared Cook now in LA, there's definitely an opening there, and it'll be interesting to see if either of those guys can step up. And as we've talked about a lot on these streams, when I look at tight end, you've got those top three, and then there is a cliff before you get to anybody else. And if you can grab one of those Saints guys late and they hit, it could end up solving that problem for you if you miss on those, or if you wait out those top 3 options. On the wide receiver front, you've got Kevin White, who they picked up this past week. Used to be a very high draft pick, or was a very high draft pick for the Bears, dealt with some injuries. You got Traquan Smith back in practice. Not sure if he's playing tonight. And Marquez Callaway, who's been supposedly the guy filling in as the go-to option with Traquan and Michael Thomas, of course, out. So definitely some stuff to watch on the Saints side of things. Regardless of the pass throwers, I'm more interested in the pass catchers because I'm not owning – in season-long leagues, I'm not touching Jameis Winston Taysom Hill. Thank you, no thank you, hard pass.
Okay. All right.
What about
Ralphie's in
you?
the chat.
Aside from Alvin Kamara, who do you like on the Saints?
I mean, if you want to stash Michael Thomas in a season-long format, you might want to do that.
Fair enough. Yep. Good call. If he drops.
Right. You got to make a decent call as far as what round.
Yep. He's going very late. He's going very late. Let me pull up ADP.
I was just going to ask you that if you knew his ADP off the top of your head. He's the guy we haven't given much discussion, right? Because of his absence.
Right.
I think BK has joined the Zoom. BK will be with us in just a moment.
Nice. Yeah, when I last looked at Michael Thomas, he was actually dropping to the point where I was interested. He is right now, according to the ESPN Fantasy Football ADP, which is live. That's one of the one that updates most regularly. Michael Thomas going as the 35th wide receiver off the board. I like him at that spot a lot, actually. He's going round 9 in a 10-team league as we see Kyler up the middle. Could have had the touchdown. Instead, slides down short.
BK, what's up?
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. I was talking to one of my bosses. We have, for the second time in 2 weeks, a COVID issue in the office, and normally it wouldn't pertain to me, but I went by the office today. And so I was like, okay, is there any of these? I'm like, I talked to exactly 5. Nope, I was in the elevator with a 6. Like, no, it sounds like you're fine. So, but it was one of those where I was in the office for 12 minutes picking up the station vehicle and, just having a quick chat. And I was like, oh. And I took a COVID test this morning at the Broncos for our weekly 2-week media, or weekly, is it bi-weekly, bi-monthly? Bi-weekly and bi-monthly mean the same thing. But every 2 weeks we have to get tested, and I'm negative as of now, but who knows what's floating around my office apparently. So sorry about that, guys.
Thankfully, the virtual booth is sick. Going for it on 4th down.
Kenyon Drake.
And I do have Kenyon Drake in my lineup. I have Kyler. I've got at least one other skill player from Arizona, I believe. I did get a lineup in, though, so I'm feeling good about that. Just the act of getting it in. I don't feel good about my lineup. I played Trevor Lawrence at quarterback, so no, it's going to be a skill.
I think you'll be fine.
I think you were in first place for a little bit.
I'm sure I was, at least.
Yeah. Just wanted to let you know.
Might have been before the game started, but it was for a little bit.
Terrace, yes, a lot of 3-person booths. I think the one day we won't have them is tomorrow, which is just bizarre. I guess not a lot of people were available tomorrow. Just kind of how it worked out.
There's fewer games today, too. There's no games tonight. Tomorrow we've got a full slate. So you get the full, 6 games, 2 people, 12 people involved. Today, 4 games, 3 people, 12 people involved. I don't know. That's why I figured. I don't know. What do I know?
That's fair.
We can see everyone's marked availability.
But yeah, I have a 3-man tomorrow. 3-man booth.
Oh, there you go.
There you go, dude.
It could be 3-person if Tara Lynch.
Nope, it's me, Rossi, and Koff.
Well, I'm just saying instead of 3-man, 3-person.
True.
Is it trying to be politically correct or just kidding. He and Koff crashed my sim the other day with Christian because they were coming on to do the slate, I guess, after us maybe, and or something along those lines. And then we just spent the last 5 minutes just kind of yelling at each other while Christian sat there.
Well, you got to get it all out now before it all ends next Tuesday.
Jaguars going 3-0.
It has taken some of the luster off the fantasy league to some degree, although I think the idea that I proposed in our group chat today is going to help the legacy of the DK Sim fan to some degree.
I like that too. I don't want to reveal
Oh, I
think we should.
I said it on air yesterday.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, I said it on air with LaMarca because Captain Blood, I only had a 28-person contest because LaMarca and I forgot to make one, and then he didn't get in mine. But Captain Blood was in it, and I remarked, as I have to you several times, DTU and I just haven't worked enough. But Captain Blood's my favorite screen name. Let me turn myself up a little. Captain Blood's my favorite screen name of all of them. And so I thought, I was going to make that my fantasy team name in our league. And I thought everyone should be some sort of something related to a DK Sim fan member.
I like that idea.
So, BK, you missed it. There's Hopkins with the catch. So, Kyler Murray handing off to Kenyon Drake. They don't get it on 4th and 1. In this case, Jaguars smartly punt on 4th and 1 deep in their own territory. So, you haven't missed anything of note on the offensive end, except the Cards not punching it in there. So,
Did have a pretty decent job.
The only thing about your idea, I don't think, it's just a damn Kaufman or Tom's Microwave. So should those two people associated with those names, should that be their name? That just feels too easy.
Only if they choose to. Only if they choose to.
But it could get confusing, too.
Here's where it'll be confusing. Here's what'll be confusing is if Glash was it's just a damn Kaufman. That would be confusing, right? Well, I go to my league where
I think last year everybody was Glash's something or other.
Correct. That's exactly what happened.
Somebody was Glash's costume. Somebody was Glash's something else.
Yeah, that was hard.
So I didn't know costumes, Glash's eyebrows.
But if you had one of those, that you loved, or even if you named your team Raheem Meowster, that would also be acceptable. But have you even gotten that cat yet? We're gonna go this whole time, and you will have still not acquired the cat.
Well, I mean. You're the only one who does this to me.
I'm the one who does it to you. Well, me and all the other cat lovers. I'm sure Jags fans want you to get a cat. There's a big sack, Jags D. I actually play the Jags D too because Kyler's prone to put the ball on the carpet at least once a game. But
Josh Allen with the sack there, the other one.
So I think, and here's the thing too. You can have a few different in your pocket, right? And so as long as we know it's you. Say you want to be Noah Moon - Glash or whatever. Great. And then you want to change to Jordan Lindenbaum - Glash in week 4 because it's not going well and you want to change it to Mojo or, ZT, you want to be CEH - 1300 - ZT. You can do that. So I don't think there's really too many rules other than it's a nice ode to the DK Sim fan. But you shouldn't be someone else's name because that would be confusing.
I kind of like the confusing part. Make you work for it. Go figure out who I am.
Well, I'm okay with that, too, and that's what I was going to say. So I have a league I've been in with some guys from college. One of the guys' team name is Da Beer Nuts, DABER Nuts, right? And then my friend Jonathan, who's on creative and doesn't like the other guy named John, he's Da Beer Nuts Suck, and that's been his team for 20 years, is Da Beer Nuts Suck. So his whole team is geared just towards ripping on one other dude's team name, which I think it takes a lot of dedication there's nobody that I dislike enough, even though they're friends, to make my team something great. Although Kenny is challenging that.
Is he now?
Well, I mean, if I was going to slam anyone in our league in terms of my name being a dig at them, it would likely be at Kenny.
Left tackle talk,
Something along those lines. It would be something in the left tackle quarterback. If he drafts Mekhi Becton ahead of a quarterback, he's never going to hear the end of it.
Is that even possible? Can you actually do that?
I don't think they're available.
But he might pull it off. I wouldn't shock me.
Of course, if you play
off.
in a league that you can draft individual defensive players, but our league is not like that. I don't think it is. Maybe Kenny
and
will.
That would be an offensive lineman anyway, so not really. We only have 27 passing yards in that entire first quarter, guys.
I think I might be in first place because of that sack. Let's see where I am with the sack.
I'm in first, actually.
Oh, look at you.
Hopkins has all the points.
I've got Hopkins, too. Did you captain Hopper?
He captained him, yeah.
Way to go.
Yeah.
I'm in fourth.
Wow.
Look at that.
Coming for me.
I'm coming for you. Absolutely.
Who's your captain? BK,
My captain, I captained DJ Chark.
Okay.
So I captained Chark.
That fits. That helps.
Kyler, Drake, Hopkins, Chris Conley, Jaguars defense.
Chris Conley in all 3 of our lineups, strangely. But
Chris Conley's performed well on many a Jag sim that Glash and I have done.
Fitz first catch of the day. He's
you
my
played Fitz.
one. Yep, he's my
ZT.
one Cardinal receiver. It's kind of my shout out to him on his way out. Maybe.
I think he definitely left the door open and be like, I'm gonna let you know around mid to late October. How are the Chiefs receivers looking? Does Tom Brady lose Mike Evans or Chris Godwin or someone like that? Because then they could keep doing the Westwood One stuff. They could just do it in the same studio or at Tom's house or whatever. The funniest thing about the Westwood One thing is the technology has existed forever. I realize it's gotten way better. And I obviously know the people at Westwood One. I don't know why they're fine with Tom doing that Jim Gray feature every Monday on his phone when he easily could have had. Right, SiriusXM has been doing broadcasts from people's houses forever, so they definitely could have put a T1 line or anything. And
I'm sure his internet could have handled it.
Yeah, it could have handled it, and Westwood One could have afforded the, couple grand in equipment at the time, and now you can do it for nothing. But anyway, just funny to hear like Jim Gray and Tom Brady at halftime, but Jim Gray and Larry Fitzgerald were like, why are they just on their phones? Come on, 2019, 2020.
Rips left for Kyler from the 6. Boom.
Touchdown.
Christian Kirk.
I've got Fitz. You guys have Hopkins. Christian Kirk's got the touchdown. That seems about
you know
right.
what? Because I've been burned too many times where I've made him Captain Kirk and he hasn't come through.
It's too easy. Yeah, he is for sure. Wide receiver 2, Fitz is the 3 on these Cardinals. He's the one who gets the touchdown. First score of the day. BK, I was excited that you were on this because I need my Broncos QB battle update.
Well, so all the conventional thinking around these parts is it's going to be Teddy winning. I don't know about winning the job, being named the starter, I guess is more accurate. And they're not doing anything today unless I get an email sometime soon. And it's going to kind of cut into not only this chat with you guys, but also I'm going to coach high school football as soon as we're done. But I think there's a walkthrough. I think that, yeah, exactly. These are my Jaguars and those are my Jaguars. We had a tough scrimmage on Friday night, but we'll be all right.
Coaching for your job now.
I don't know about that. but it is funny because, so real quick, because I said I went in the building, Dave Logan, the Broncos play-by-play guy, played 10 years in league, drafted in 3 sports, is also the best high school football coach in the state of Colorado history, has 8 or 9 state championships at 4 different high schools. So I was talking to him a little bit, and he and I hadn't really talked since I took this gig. And I was telling him about the scrimmage because it's against his rival, their freshman team. And he's like, hey, no matter what, you're still undefeated because it was a scrimmage. I was like, well, I'm not the head coach, so I'm not taking the loss even when we don't win every game. But anyway, the Broncos are off today. There's a big setup to the Broncos quarterback answer. The Broncos appear to be off today media-wise, and we would have definitely heard if in a team meeting Vic announced, and maybe he still will because they're not on the field, I think, till 3:30 or 3:40. Vic might announce that it's going to be Teddy. He might let it go a couple more days, but it's going to end up, we all think it's going to be Teddy. I'd love for it to be Drew because I think Drew gives him more upside, but I understand why it's going to likely be Teddy because they just want to, they're fine winning a game 10-9 as long as they win, right? Which I get that. Defensive coach doesn't want the risk.
His winner looked okay. He looked all right, I thought.
Sure, he's looked fine. And that's the thing is, if they're healthy, which is something they certainly were not, but you've got Von Miller and Chubb. You've got the best secondary in football, maybe. You've got a top 10-ish kind of receiving group. Pro Football Focus ranked him 6th. Melvin Gordon and Javonte Williams is a nice combo. 4 starters back on the O-line, and you're adding Bobby Massey, who was just okay in Chicago, but he's still a 10-year vet, right? So, anyway, it's uninspiring, and Drew Lock is going to get more popular by the day unless Teddy just keeps winning every game. Even if he wins 10-9, as long as he's winning. But if not, Drew Lock will get more and more popular.
It might be the best thing that's happened to Drew Lock's Q rating, right? People will like him more and more as he sits as the backup with all that potential that is still just untapped, but potential. I
started
grabbed
18
Javonte
games
Williams late in one of my season-long drafts.
Is it a keeper league? Keeper league?
No, it's not. It's redraft, but I got him late enough that at that point I was thrilled that even second half of the season he could be.
And I think you're absolutely right. I think that's where he's really going to cut into Melvin Gordon's carries. He did have a really nice blitz pickup the other day, but he's not Melvin Gordon yet.
No.
CEH is asking, have you ever interviewed Reggie Miller? BK.
I'm sure at some point I've had him on the air. I've definitely just been around him at different stuff at Final Fours and All-Star games. I always get along with him, and when he calls a Nuggets game and I see him, he just says what's up. But we're not like buddies where he's like, oh, hey, BK, what's up? Just, hey, man, how's it going? You know, like there's an acknowledgement that he knows me. But no.
Something else from the chat I want to get to, and maybe our production crew can confirm, since this is the first sim for the three of us on air today. Carter Robinson says Kenny walked off the sim today. He got so mad because Emerson interrupted him when the Atlanta scored a touchdown. He got mad, turned his camera off, turned his volume off for 5 minutes. Is this true? Can we confirm?
That would be amazing and totally accurate. I got 2 different texts from Emerson today. I don't say unprovoked, but he and I weren't chatting previously. They were just kind of random. The first one, I may have to clean it up. He said, hey, man, you're and I'll just put the word blank. But have a great day. I miss you. And I said, that's the best text I've received in the last 8 or 9 minutes. And then literally at 1:57 Mountain Time, 3:57 Eastern, he said, hey, have a great sim. So those texts were 6 hours apart.
Okay.
Appreciate that. I don't know if I'm doing any games with him before we close out. I hope I am. I haven't checked the schedule closely enough.
Wow, a lot of confirmations in the chat. Production crew says it wasn't 5 minutes. They said it was about a minute.
Well, a minute in Kenny time could feel like 5 minutes.
You know, exactly. The buzzword is only a minute, but it feels like an eternity.
Sure.
You know, so
hey, how's the rest of your weekend at Mohegan Sun? Did you go win a couple shekels on blackjack or something?
No, but, and I know Tara Lynn's going to do this. She's going to say, all you do is talk about Mohegan Sun. All you do is talk about this. Like, I know it's coming because, see, now you asked. So this is why I'm answering. Okay, Tara Lynn? Like, I'm going to answer the question because it was asked. I will be there tomorrow through Sunday.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a long stretch.
Well, so what? Tomorrow's Tuesday. What, do you have a Wednesday game and a Saturday or Sunday? Wednesday and Saturday?
We go Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Big home stretch here. Big home stretch.
Is your better half coming down to hang out a little bit?
She might come for a night.
Okay. Is Zach coming? I mean, if you have 1 bed or 2 beds in the room?
1.
Oh, sorry, ZT. You're out.
Bummer.
I mean, it's a king bed. No, I'll move over.
Sure.
Yeah,
you guys can put pillows in between. You can go feet to face, whatever that's called.
Yeah. Is that the term for it?
I'm sure it's not. I'm sure there's a more technical term. Totally platonic. I'm not even trying to be funny, but it's probably called something. I know that what used to be called something we shouldn't say because it's racially insensitive is now called crisscross applesauce when you sit there with your legs crossed.
Yeah.
That is something that kids just say because that's what they learned. They don't even know the other.
They don't even know there was anything before that.
Right. Some kids are just going to think the Washington football team is their name or whatever their new mascot is.
There's a Williams in the chat says, how come Ducey doesn't get put on punishment like Glash was? It's true. I've been suspended multiple times. It's not fair.
From the chat.
From Sims. I've gone through 4 days suspensions.
But they're probably well earned.
I was going to ask, did you deserve them or not?
Probably.
There were a couple times I thought I might get an email or a text, a few things I said, including one time that made Clash really uncomfortable. But
yeah, and you never got suspended either.
No, I apologized and moved on. Apologize for putting you in that spot and apologize to our behind the scenes folks, and that was it. Oh, Tara Lynn's producing this too. Awesome. I forgot she's even here. I don't mean it because I got in late.
Boy.
No. I got in late and I just clicked on my Slack channel is like 50 Slack things. So I just, wherever I find the one that says today, and then I scrolled down. So I just looked up to see, because I've been watching the game. I see that obviously one of the many producer Drews is here, and lovely to see Tara Lynn and Bert and Tate. Awesome. Hope we're on air with Tara Lynn before we take our long pause.
Christian Kirk has the touchdown. That's it to this point. That's it.
You did all the highlights right there. Well done.
I'm in 7th.
Problem Kid Gaming would be a good team name.
Problem Kid Gaming at Glash. You never give me a shout out anymore. I always got the good jokes.
Well, if you have to tell us how good your jokes are they really that good?
I mean, as we like to say, there's a lot of people here, and maybe I don't keep track of who I shout out more. I know I give Must Be a hard time about his Cam Newton takes, where's Cam Newton? Interesting. Don't see a lot of Cam backing today in the chat. What happened there? I loved Must-Be's response. Oh, Mac Jones just needs the reps. Cam's doing him a favor. Oh, that's a good spin. That is, I respect
Cam's doing
it.
him a favor by confirming he's at least the third starting quarterback we know of that isn't vaccinated.
Oh, jeez.
Seriously.
I heard somebody on air today say that, it's Peter King. He was on Dan Patrick's show. He goes, at some point, COVID is going to mess with a team, and that's going to change the way the league looks because a player or two or multiple are going to test positive, even if they are vaccinated, and certainly the unvaccinated ones run a higher risk. But it seems inevitable, right? It's like injury. You don't want to predict it, but it seems inevitable, just like torn ACLs. And is it a quarterback? When you have three starting quarterbacks potentially that aren't, they run a higher risk. But let's just say it happens to be Patrick Mahomes, right? Or somebody that we know has talked about being vaccinated, and I guess Dak hasn't answered it one way or another.
I mean, couldn't you say that last year that happened to the Ravens? They had that big long stretch where they had.
Yeah, but they still made the playoffs. Yeah, they didn't really lose
Lamar
a game.
Jackson got it.
In this instance,
Griffin had to play.
Yeah, I guess RG3 did play. You're right, Zach.
I mean, you're right. I think there's a great chance that it happens again this year. But I think that we've seen that it did, to your point, did not cost them a playoff spot, but I think it did hurt their season overall.
No, that's probably fair. And so I don't want to predict it. I'll just be curious to see when it happens and who it happens to. And if it does happen to a team whose quarterback chose not to get vaccinated, I understand it's a choice. But if you have other quarterbacks that aren't getting it, I'm not going to say I'm going to laugh at you, but I'm going to say this is preventable, potentially.
All I'm going to say, my really takeaway is, I don't want to hear the excuses. Because here we are once again. You could argue it's the most important week of the preseason. And he isn't out there. He's going to miss a practice. He's going to miss a joint practice on Wednesday.
Who do they have this week that they're joint practicing with?
The Giants.
And then do they play the Giants, or have they already played it?
And
they
look,
play the
I
Giants,
know
and that's a wrap.
We've done a lot of Cam talk here, but I'm sorry. He's in the news, and it's not good. Kirk Cousins is in the news, too, for the same subject. Just going to say, I don't want to hear it.
I do think it's a little different because he was doing something that the team was well aware of. It wasn't like he was outside of what he was supposed to be doing. The team knew he was doing this.
I'm annoyed with the team, too, because why do they
and
keep
that's fine,
going about?
but I do think there's a difference between him and Cousins in that Cam was at least operating in, if you want to say good faith or whatever, he was working with the team to make this happen. They misread the rule or didn't understand the rule, however you want to.
Yeah, which is not like Bill, because doesn't Bill
normally
like?
But hang on, I'm just going to chime in with the bounty gate argument from Roger Goodell. Ignorance is not an excuse. Misunderstanding the rule is still on you.
Which is why it totally makes sense that he's got to sit. And I'm not saying that he shouldn't have to sit. I just think it's different than a situation like Cousins, right? Where the team is telling him he should be vaccinated and he's not, and he's having these issues and he's having to sit out, whatever. Well, in this case, Cam was within what the team thought was okay. Now they were wrong and they're paying for that now. I'm not arguing against that at all.
Well, I guess here's the difference too, is we didn't know Cam was in the daily testing and unvaccinated, right? And it's up to the teams if they feel like making it public or making a bigger deal. But we certainly know Ron Rivera's stance on this, and we definitely know Mike Zimmer's stance on this. And Mike Zimmer, while I don't think Mike Zimmer thinks he's coaching for his job, if they go 3-13, there's a chance Rick Spielman, after 18 years, could be out of a gig. I don't think so. And that they could move on from Mike Zimmer too, although I'm sure Mike's going to be like, I didn't want Cousins in the first place. He signed another 2-year fully guaranteed deal, Rick, so that's on you.
Bingo. Starting quarterback impacts so many jobs.
But the other side of it is Kellen Mond is also very publicly not
yeah, I know, right?
So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Look, I'm glad that the chat isn't freaking out on us with how we're handling this, but these are all new stories. And we live in a fantasy world as it relates to how we spend our entertainment in football, right? Whether it's DFS or season long, and you're going to draft one of these players. Kirk Cousins is going to be drafted. If Cam is named the starter, he'll be on some rosters in some two quarterback leagues. It's going to have to be, right? And certainly Lamar Jackson is going to be a top tier quarterback, if you will, right? A top 5-ish, 7-ish kind of quarterback, depending on who takes him where.
And there's a very real risk that he is going to miss a game or two.
He is the number 4 quarterback coming.
Number 4. And I would be very nervous to draft him.
Would you take Lamar Jackson or Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers.
Not even close.
Yes,
Would you
it's
take
not
Lamar
close.
Jackson or Dak Prescott?
Good question.
All I know is this. For now 2 straight years, Cam Newton has impacted the New England Patriots and how they prepare week to week for a game setting.
We get it. You're a Patriots fan. Noted.
So I just don't want to hear it if they get off to a bad start and then we're going to make I just don't get the excuse making. Bill doesn't do this with anyone, but he'll do it for him. So I don't get it. And look, maybe it's because the kid really isn't ready. Mac Jones is not ready. But yes,
That's very possible. Even playing in Alabama, very possible that Bill is not comfortable with Mac Jones being a down in, down out starter.
Correct. I'm annoyed that this is their plan. By the way, the guy who played in San Francisco last night, who started, Jimmy Garoppolo did not look good last night. I am still praying. Maybe this opens the door for the Patriots to go get Jimmy Garoppolo.
No.
Maybe.
Starting Trey
Probably
Lance.
not.
They're
Maybe.
not
Trey Lance
ready.
isn't ready.
No, Trey Lance is less ready than Mac Jones.
That's fair. I would agree with that.
Yeah, Mac Jones played how many games 2 years ago? 5 or 6, plus all the games last year. Yeah, at Alabama. Trey Lance hasn't played in 2 years, really. He had the one show, and he played all those games at North Dakota State. And you can say what you want about their schedule. It's not the same as Alabama.
Well, and they didn't have a schedule last year.
Sure, right. So he hasn't
game.
played in 2 years.
Right.
And when he did play, it was against a bunch of guys that are now working as accountants or something else.
Sure.
CEH, I am on a first name basis with Bill. It's a habit. It's habit being around here, living here. Belichick.
Everyone calls him
I'll
Bill.
say Belichick.
I think Mac Jones is ready enough that they'll change the offense a little bit, but I think they'll go to him if he has a good week this week.
You think they're ready to name Mac Jones a starter this week if he has a good week of practice?
I don't think they want to.
Sharp. Well, want to. Bill is not going to do anything because other people think they have to. Does he think Mac has caught up to Cam in terms of his ability to run the offense and understand everything about being an NFL quarterback?
He's pretty close. After watching the preseason games, I don't think he's that far behind. And like you and your Bridgewater and Locke situation, I think there's more upside with Mac long term.
Yeah, long term. I mean, look, you drafted a kid in the first round, so there better be.
That's true.
I would hope so.
If not, then there's another problem. Wait, we use that draft pick.
No, so it's funny because I didn't react to it. It must be said I'm a Teddy hater and a Locke lover. I'm intrigued by Locke's talent because I see him make throws that a lot of guys on the planet can't make. Teddy doesn't excite me at all. Last year he started 15 games, I think, 15 out of 16, without Christian McCaffrey. I get. Still had DJ Moore, had Greg Olsen for a stretch, had Curtis Samuel, and he threw 15 touchdowns. Even with a good Saints team, and you guys, right as I came on, we're talking about the Saints, but a good Saints team, he had 9 touchdowns in 5 games, right? 9 and 2 or 7 and 2. I think it was 9 and 2. Lamarck and I did this yesterday. I think it might have been 7.
It wasn't good.
So
I think we know what both those quarterbacks are.
Well,
we know.
I think we know what Locke has been to this point. But if we're gonna define every quarterback by their first 18 games, then John Elway would just be a car salesman. So there's that.
I did not. I was saying the established options in the 2 situations.
Sure. Oh, you're right.
I was saying. I think
we
know what they are. The rookies or younger quarterbacks in Drew Lock's case give you a higher ceiling. So I am always in favor of giving them more run early in the season. That's why, me and everybody else wants Justin Fields to start.
Because what's the point with the Bears? The Niners are a little different because I guess I have to agree. And we started talking about this yesterday. You guys, please tell me if you think, are we just automatically calling the Niners a Super Bowl contender because they were there 2 years ago? They have Bosa and Warner on defense. And Kyle's such a good coach that on offense, they're a Super Bowl team. Because
did you see Jimmy G last game? Did you see? He's
you talking about last night?
Good. Yeah,
No, it didn't look good.
I'm not ready to do that. No.
Now, are they with Trey Lance if they can game up the offense for him and put in a bunch of boot rollout stuff? We know he's super smart in real life. I don't know if that translates always to football smart, right? He had offers to go play in the Ivy League, and they don't just hand those out because you're good at football. You have to qualify academically. And so, I don't know.
I don't think they would be this season, but I think you're in a much better spot longer term.
Yeah, you're probably right. But with Fields especially, I just don't get the Dalton thing. Like, are you saying, well, we can win 10 games?
Man. His time.
Well, Matt Nagy says we got to see him. What do you say? We've got to see him on the field?
No.
Got to see him on the field. Do we? No, we don't, Coach. We've seen him for a decade.
I think we've seen that.
Including last year with Dallas, and I know that the O-line was jacked up and no Tyron Smith most of the year, and he got banged up plenty, but he still had 3 of the 30 best receivers in football, give or take. 3 of the 50 best. I guess, how low do you rate CD and Gallup? But certainly with Amari, I mean, you'll take the Cowboys receivers over just any other group of 3 just about. Most of them.
Everybody loves him whenever they're talking up Dak. It's the great options. He's got a receiver. He's bound to be great. Oh, but Andy Dalton gets a pass because he didn't have anybody to work with. But wait a minute, it's the same people.
And Zeke was there too, I'm pretty sure.
He was. That's true.
Well, it's good to have all of you with us. It is a Monday on the Dream Stream for Sims.
I thought you were just talking to me and ZT.
Yeah, well, you guys are fine. Love you, mean it. Flash, ZT, Brandon Cristal is here. We have producer Tara Lynn, Andrew from the Game Ops team, Bert and Tate. Chris Adams was in the chat. He wants to talk about Tom Brady's last 2 regular season games in New England so bad. But I think a lot of us just went at him in the chat, all out of good fun. Nothing crossed the line. But I think he must have left and he must be watching Peyton Manning commercials now on YouTube because he's obsessed with Peyton Manning. I just don't really follow. But that's my guess of where he is. Boston Joe says Jax is really hitting their stride this sim. Do we believe at all that Trevor Lawrence hasn't looked great this preseason?
No, I think Urban's just trying to lessen expectations all across the board.
Okay, all right.
And I didn't read Peter King's column today, but like I said, I heard him with Dan Patrick. And it's interesting because if you would go listen to Draymond Jones talk about Urban Meyer, he basically said if your name wasn't Bosa, he didn't really care about you. But Peter King said that Urban Meyer's going out of his way to tell players, call me 24 hours a day. So much so that Josh Allen, the pass rusher, he and his wife have a baby. They only want to feed the baby formula, or they only want to breastfeed. The doctors are saying the baby needs this formula because little jaundice. So Josh Allen is calling Urban, asking what he should do. And while I appreciate that approach, the way Peter King made it sound is Urban's doing all he can to, one, not get bogged down by the fact that it's a preseason that he keeps losing in, but understanding there's going to be 1, 2, maybe 3 wins if he's lucky, right? Maybe a couple more because they catch lightning in a bottle. So he's trying to handle all the human side of things because the football side is going to be a disaster this year. As it relates to the success he's had for the last 20 years in college football and what they expect this season on the field, not in terms of growth, just in terms of result.
There goes Kyler to the 43. They give him the first down? They don't. 2nd and 1.
But to your point, I don't think Jacksonville's going to be any good this year.
No,
I mean,
it's going to be a fun race
question.
to the bottom, right? Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston. Who's going to win? Who's the worst team in football out of those 3? We can all pick one.
After those 3?
No, those 3. Who gets the first pick next year?
Oh, Detroit.
Yeah, I think
I don't even think it's that close. Houston, you've got the huge wild card of does Deshaun Watson?
Oh, if Deshaun plays, it changes everything. No, that conversation. They still probably only win 6 or 7 games, but
but they're not the worst.
No, they're absolutely not because he's just too good. But that seems like such a long shot. Did you see where Spencer Tillman? I want to say Spencer does their TV games for preseason. He said Nick Caserio had the best offseason of any GM in recent memory.
I did. I literally laughed out loud. Like that's not. I mean, I did out loud. I was like, wait, isn't he the GM of the Texans?
Yeah,
oh, he is.
Well, and to be fair, maybe he means recent memory of Texans GMs this season, like real recent memory.
I mean, he's probably, to be fair, had a better offseason than Bill O'Brien had his last few seasons there as the GM.
Darth
Was he
Gator
their
says,
GM?
He was at the very end. He's the one that made all those sweet trades, like the DeAndre Hopkins.
So
one.
okay, I stand corrected. He's been better than Bill
yes,
O'Brien.
he hasn't
as the GM.
traded. He hasn't traded their
away
other
DeAndre
any
Hopkins.
other best players. Although they didn't bring J.J. Watt back on his watch, and they are going to lose Deshaun Watson on his watch. So he's not doing great. I don't think when that second thing happens, if and when Deshaun gets cleared with all the other stuff. And
Oh,
that's
there
a
is your
big if.
fumble.
Oh, but
With
Hopper
DeAndre
right
Hopkins'
there.
job. Yep.
Johnny on the spot.
Kind of like a lateral.
Kind of. How do they score that?
He gets rushing yards.
By the way, I will say this, Glash, I kind of buried the lead. My 14-year-old who hasn't played tackle football in his life and has missed more practice than he's made, I put him in at safety a little bit the other day just kind of see how he played. He did have a fumble recovery. So
Hey.
there's that, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to
That's
play
2 fantasy
harder.
points.
He said I'm going to play harder. And I go, well, if you're not playing hard, that's on you. I said, I don't have the ability to quantify how hard you're playing, and I understand you missed practice. I go, but I'm going to need you on special team. And he goes, I don't want to play special teams. I go, then you're probably not going to play. I said, I can't start you just because you're my kid. You're going to need to go out and earn a spot, but you can go be the leading special teams tackler right now. And I said, we're going to be punting a lot.
You said that to him?
Coach's kids, man.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
That we're going to punt a lot because, well, he's not on offense currently. He's not the quarterback. And all the linemen are like 5'10", 170. Like, we don't have any big boy. There's a couple, but it is not the biggest O-line. We're pulling a lot of pulling guards and centers.
A lot of speed in that.
Yeah, a lot of speed up front.
Which is not the way you draw it up.
No, not if you can help it. I feel like, the Junction boys in Texas.
Were you coach's kid?
50s. No. My dad played soccer. My dad's from Argentina.
You told your son, who's on the team,
Yes.
hey, we're not going to be getting a lot of first downs. We're going to be punting a lot. Why would you tell him that?
I'm just being pragmatic. It doesn't do. I'm not here to
Realism. It's realism.
Yeah,
Glass.
like that's sort of the point I've had with youth sports in general. Like, my wife would get mad at me for yelling at the refs, but I remember yelling. I'm like, hey, the kid stepped out of bounds. Like, just do your job right, not you're a terrible ref. And I'm sitting there telling you, I'm like, this is my team. I'm like, this is our team.
yelling at the refs. It's like,
I'm like, this is my.
We get yelled at from the chat about the ops team.
Yeah, sure.
Similar.
Sure. But I'm like, if you're going to sign up to do a job, I get you're getting $15 an hour, but just do the job right. And if I'm telling you that my own team stepped out of bounds, mark it back 8 yards, right?
Exactly.
Here's what I do know. None of these kids are going to the NFL. There's Kenyon Drake. He's in the NFL, sort of. He backs up Josh Jacobs and signed a weird contract.
He's Reed's friend, Reed Fowler's friend.
Oh, there you go. And he's Reed's friend.
And he's got a touchdown.
Yeah, he does. He and Christian Kirk are dynamic scorers. That's why they celebrated that. But none of these kids are going to the NFL. And look, maybe I'll be wrong, but or the major leagues in baseball or the NBA. I've been on enough fields and seen enough elite high school players and even kids in junior high that became elite high school and college players. It's not easy to get there. So let's just calm down and try to run the plays right.
Wait.
And then we'll punt when you don't.
And then we'll punt on 4th and 8 because we picked up 2 yards in 3 plays.
17-0. Devin Carlisle says, I guess Glash hasn't heard about him making the babysitter cry.
Oh, yeah, it's not going great.
What? I haven't heard about this either.
Last week, my wife wanted me to talk to our nanny. Wants a raise for no real reason. I mean, she wants it because she wants more money, but she hasn't earned it.
How old is the nanny?
18. She just graduated high school.
Okay.
And so I go to talk to her. My wife is like, you have to handle this. And admittedly, I don't have the softest touch. I was like, look, sometimes you're really good, but today you were asleep and the 3-year-old interrupted my wife's Zoom meeting. Like, walked into her office and started talking while she's on camera. Like, and the other kid's asleep, and it's like, okay, you have one kid awake. Just don't take a nap during an important Zoom meeting. Could my wife she doesn't have a lock on that door, but she'll sometimes put a chair in front of it, and that's that. But regardless,
so you're
able to hide. She quit. She apparently cried, said she never felt so embarrassed. And then her mom was somehow involved in all this.
Oh wow!
I mean, she's not our direct neighbor. She lives in our neighborhood, I guess is more accurate. So my wife hired her back, or she got hired back. So like, look, you're a part of it, and I did buy her flowers. But now she probably has COVID. We think she might have COVID. She definitely has pink eye. She didn't have a raise. She's going to take one day off a week. That was the what we settled on.
My favorite part is that prefacing sentence that was, "Hey, some days you're really good."
Yeah, but on days you're
like, how would you know?
Look,
She's babysitting. You're not there.
But like the day she does everybody's dishes is nice, right? If the dishwasher or the sink is full. But at the very least, when you're feeding the kids, don't leave all of their food out and don't leave their food on the ground. That's pretty basic. And I came home the other night and there was both, little kids' plates on the table and food on the ground by the high chair. And it's like, come on. This isn't my mess. I didn't leave, baby food on the floor. You did. So that's inconsistent. Another day she cleans like she's being paid to be the housekeeper, not the nanny. You're like, wow, this is great. That's inconsistent. I just need our Irish au pair to get here. If they'll just send her visa, we'll be done.
Some days you're really good. Just today.
Yeah.
You suck.
No. I told her, look, and I'll even get real with you on the money. We pay her $400 a week, which is way more than we want to be paying. And she wants $600 a week. And I go, that's like if you're making $40,000, all of a sudden we're going to pay you $60,000.
Wow.
That's
an increase.
You probably have to earn a 33% raise. And I said it kind of like that. Apparently
That's a 50% raise.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right. I'm not a 33% increase in your salary.
She's making more than a fourth stringer in the preseason game tonight.
No kidding. No kidding.
That's true.
Nah, yeah. So it's one of those.
You're gonna be BK's babysitter instead of playing fourth string offensive line.
But now she has pink eye, and we want to go see Nathaniel Rateliff in the night sweats at Red Rocks tonight. We're having to scramble to find kids in the neighborhood when she could just be here to do the job.
Side note: Red Rocks is awesome.
Yes, everyone will tell you that.
BK's in the market. Maybe after Broncos preseason, you can ask one of the 6 linebackers to
Sure.
take
Be like,
the
hey,
job.
you can
He
stay
might
in
need
town
the
and
work.
train. You got some good gyms here. That way, if they do call you, you're good.
Ready to roll.
Yeah, you're right down the street. That's how Ryan Harris got the job. He ended up, he played 10 years in league, but he was literally up the street when Ryan Clady tore his knee in 2015 in June. They called Ryan Harris. He drove down from his house because he married a girl from Denver and lived there with 3 kids. He starts in the Super Bowl, the left tackle.
See, there you go. See, you got to tell that story, and you'll be all set.
Yeah. Yeah, be like, you could be the next Ryan Harris, but you got to be here.
You got to be close.
Although with the testing cadence.
Would they be in the bubble?
No, you're not, unless you kept getting tested. They are going to do. The league hasn't come out, but I'm almost certain we will see 16 practice squad spots again. And 2 veterans that have no limit on practice squad eligibility. And here's the other thing: like, I understand the development of practice squad and the idea that if you've played 3 years, you can't be on the practice squad. Why does the NFL really care, right? Like, if you're the guy at the end of the bench on an NBA team or a hockey team and you don't even dress, like, who cares? It's if the Broncos wanted to take the Larry Fitzgeralds of the world, right? And or the Chiefs, and Larry was on their practice squad. Like, we don't have a roster spot.
Right.
It doesn't matter that he's played 1,000 games. If he wants to keep playing and it's cool making $6,000 a week or whatever that number is, why does the league care whether it's a 22-year-old or a 42-year-old? I think it's a silly rule.
All right, we're in the final quarter. Mo says Mo's going to miss the stories from the Cristal household.
Well, you just hit me up on Twitter and I'll let you know what's going on.
Whoa! Gardner Minshew. Arm punt. Somebody
Buda Baker. Come on, somebody tackle Buda Baker. That was a face mask, too. How about last year when Buda Baker had that pick 6? It was his first interception of his career, and he had already signed the deal as the highest paid safety in football.
And that was after he got chased down by DK Metcalf, right?
Yeah. No, that was, I guess that was the play.
That was the play, too.
But that was his first interception in like 7 years or however many years. Choker says, buy her a gift certificate to Casa Bonita, like a backhanded compliment, except for Matt Parker and Trey Stone and Matt. Were that their names? The South Park guys? Matt Parker and Trey Stone? Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Trey Parker and Matt Stone. South Park guys bought Casa Bonita.
Oh.
So there's some breaking news from a couple weeks ago.
We do have another sim tonight after this. 3-person booth. No slate today after this sim.
Happy Rizzo. Fire this kid, 400 a week. Go get a real job. Job, please. Peter Pitt's hiring. The McDonald's by our house is paying 18 an hour, which is more than we pay.
Vikings Bengals is the final sim of the night. We will not run sims at 8 and 10 because of Jags Saints preseason football. Contests available on DraftKings.com and the app. Vikings Bengals, myself, Jeff Ulrich, Matt LaMarca. That's your crew for the 6 o'clock sim. No baseball slate. I know some of you look forward to the slate on Monday nights for baseball with Buchanan and whoever joins him, LaMarca or Garion, but no baseball tonight. No slate. Kyler, you needed more than whatever. You needed more than 2 yards. What are you doing?
Not fumbling.
That's fair.
Are you still in first place, Clash? I haven't checked the standings.
No, I think I'm in like 10. 12th. 12th place in our contest. I've got the $100 free up. 5-way tie, first place.
I'm in 78th.
Yeah, I'm in 76th.
So ZT and I are neck and
we're
neck.
bottom feeding. Need some decent Jaguar production. Jaguars have been hot garbage so far.
You know what I need before next Tuesday? I need to see a kick return, punt return touchdown. I haven't seen one of those in a long.
We had a kick return last night. LaMarca and I to start off our sim, 99-yarder.
Nice.
To the house.
Who was it?
To the house.
Was it somebody who people rostered? Because that's fun. When
it
it's
was
like
the Titans D. It was the Titans D. I don't think anybody got the double, but LaMarca had the Titans D.
To start the game.
To start the game, the Titans
That's
D took
wild.
it to the house, kicked off.
Nice.
I don't think all the sims I've done.
I think
certainly
Khalif Raymond is the returner from what I remember.
maybe it's Khalif Raymond, who was part of that rush to gold, fastest man in the league thing that Marquise
Khalif
Goodwin
Raymond,
won easily.
College of Holy Cross.
Yeah, was a Bronco for a little bit too.
That's right.
For a little while, actually, but he did that.
Broncos drafted him, right?
I think they signed him up undrafted.
Oh my God.
How about another pick from Minshew?
I think
helps
Trevor
me.
Lawrence is winning the job just based on this. Yeah.
I don't think he has to win the job. I think they kind of already gave it to him.
All right. ZT, I know we talked briefly before we went on there. The Cardinals D play working out well for your boy, but Chris Conley's got nothing.
Nothing. I know. All three of us have Conley and not showed up yet. Of course, the Jaguars offense hasn't either, to be fair. One afternoon baseball game, the Red Sox had a 3-1 lead going into the ninth, gave up 2 runs because, that's what the bullpen has done. And now it's in extra innings.
Did Barnes give him up? Must have been Barnes.
It might have been.
It was Barnes. Yep, sure was.
Might have been Matt Barnes. Yep.
It was
Yep,
Barnes.
Sure was. Yep.
Yikes.
You got one out, though. Then Garrett Whitlock came in through 37 pitches to get through 2 2/3 innings, which is actually pretty impressive. That's a nice, efficient outing. About 10 pitches an inning.
Joshua Jones in the chat. Yesterday was real good. I got paid. There you go.
Do you get paid more than BK's name? It's my new, Mendoza line.
Now someone needs to make the username BK's Nanny, and then that should be BK's name for the fantasy seed. Yeah, maybe not. A little too close.
Then I don't know. I'll have to think.
Then BK won't ever be able to get his mind off of.
Maybe I'll read these. Did you know?
Yeah, good point. I don't know. Smash that like button for us. About 300 of you watching. Great to have you here. Let's try to get close to 200 likes if we can.
Let's do it. Kyler, do something.
Ooh,
There we go.
Yeah,
Look at
Kyler.
that. See it the bonus yet? Oh, 97.
Now I'm in 5th. That's 6th. That's pretty good.
Not bad at all.
ZT, you still high on this Cardinals team? I know we've talked Cardinals quite a bit in the offseason.
Yeah, I am. I think I would take them over the 49ers at this point.
Are they your pick to win the division? Or is it Seattle?
I think
Or
it's
is it
Seattle.
LA?
I think it's Seattle.
I'm picking Matt Stafford to win the MVP.
You taking
so.
Stafford?
I'm buying Cardinals stock. I'm just nervous. We're talking about where we draft Lamar. I had Kyler on a couple of leagues. He was so good for, what was that, 8, 9, 10 weeks till he got hurt. Was it in San Francisco, I think? And then he just kind of wasn't the same. By the end of the year, he was kind of back to normal. But at that point, you were out of your fantasy playoffs. So it didn't matter what he did in week
He's
15
the
or 16.
third quarterback going off the board right now behind Mahomes and Allen, which is way too early for me.
Well, but let me ask you this, and philosophically, unless I'm in a league where quarterbacks get crazy points, and I am in one league like that where you get a point for every yard, basically. So quarterbacks can score 70 to 90 a week easy.
Yeah.
I'm always one to grab running backs and wideouts because the Russell Wilsons of the world are typically there, right? Or Matt Stafford. So it's like I can get those guys later
Ryan
on.
Tannehill or
But I'm in a keeper league where the guys go up each round and you keep them up to 3 years. And I'm taking Sutton in the 15th, DJ Moore in the 14th. So they're my 2 of my 3 receiver starters. I can get Kyler in the 4th. And I don't know where I'm picking. But if I have the last pick of the 4th, is it worth grabbing Kyler there? Because Mahomes is already kept. He's a 4th round pick this year because he was a 7th a few years ago. And then next year, I bet he goes in the 1st round next year. So you don't have all the info, but you do know Mahomes is kept. There's probably a couple more guys like that are kept if I went and did some digging. I could also get Baker in the 13th, but feels like I could just
round did you have Kyler?
draft him 4th. And again, I don't know what I'm picking. But if I'm picking last out of 12, that makes him the 48th pick.
If you're at the end, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the
If you're at
first.
the beginning, that does make because you're at.
But what's his
30,
AD? What's his ADP in PPR leagues?
40, right in the middle of that.
So I guess it's how high am I picking in the round? And I don't know when we're gonna.
And who
find
else?
out.
If he ends up falling to you.
And I'll have to decide. But coincidentally enough, that draft starts exactly at the same time as our draft. So I will have to.
Oh, good.
One on my laptop, one on my desktop computer at the.
I've done that before. I hate it.
I do it almost every year.
I always think I have somebody on one team, but they're on my other team.
Yeah,
Kenny Drake stopped at the 1.
I don't run
Are they
into
gonna
that
get another
issue.
playoff? Or is that it? They're gonna.
They might.
Obviously they're winning. They're gonna.
They might take a
another
knee. I
player?
bet they take a knee. I bet they take a knee. Cliff's not going to run it up here. But so I love the Cardinals on paper. I think AJ Green's supposed to be looking great right now.
Yep.
Christian Kirk taking another step. Hopkins is Hopkins.
I like Edmonds.
JJ Watt inspired. You get Chandler Jones back. You got Buda Baker there. They're going to run a play. Watch. Nope. So excited.
Okay. 5th place. I'll take it. Let's go.
You missed it. I actually was cheering for overtime yesterday for the first time in forever, which is not now because I got to get to football practice. But my wife was packing up the camper. We were at Jellystone again. And I was like, hey, overtime wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. And instead of kicking a field goal, the Ravens punched it in. Or the tie, I can't even remember. And actually won it by 4. So anyway, no overtime here. Who's our player of the game? It's got to be who scored that first touchdown? Christian Kirk?
Christian Kirk.
Is he the crusty Crystal player of the game?
I think Minshew's got to be the not my kid, right? I mean,
No,
that was,
he threw for 60 yards and 2 picks. He was awful.
How many points?
And no scores.
Let me see. He finished at least again scoring his manual. So, but right now he has 0.4 fantasy points. 0.4. It's not the worst. I called a game where Baker was negative fantasy points. He had so many turnovers.
That's true.
Yeah.
I've done Stafford. Stafford had like a -2 game.
Yep.
Yeah, the winner in our contest has Kyler in the captain spot. It was super chalky. 93% drafted, 33% captain.
97 rushing yards.
But
just
maybe,
short of the bonus.
Does it have to be Kyler because you got what you paid for? Christian Kirk 9.
To me, it is because nobody else really went off.
Oh, Cardinals D 16 points in the flex with the shutout.
Yeah, I like it. That's
part
a
of the
good
wing
call.
lineup. I think it's Cardinals D because while Kyler outperformed everybody else, he did not live up to the expectation.
And Cardinals D so cheap.
Yeah, Cardinals D cheap. If you took the chance and rostered him like Cena 472 did in our contest,
Or
we're only
less.
6% drafted. Yeah. So that's my call, or my vote. My vote. Clash. I don't know what I'm gonna do with my work shirt after this week. I guess I'll hold on to it for when we resume.
You can keep it, dude. Keep it.
Well, I'm obviously not sending it back. I was waiting for all those other things you never sent.
And
well, eventually we will be
Krispy
back in, and I'll take care of you. Hold me to that. Okay.
All right, I will. By the way, the very irresponsible 14-year-old left cleats and football pants in the car. He's like, I need my pants. I said, I know. I'll be there. I'll be there shortly.
Get a better babysitter.
Good to know.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself to go there.
The Red Sox also hit a walk-off grand slam.
They did.
Just
Travis Shaw
throwing
just hit a
that out
grand
there.
slam.
He did.
It was. Oh, it wasn't Mookie Betts. Just kidding. Too soon.
Nope. Yep.
Travis Shaw. Yeah, Shaw's back. Shaw fun.
Travis
All right,
Shaw,
you guys are
star
done for the
of,
day. I'm back
Hobbs
at
and Shaw.
6.
All right. ZT, this was a pleasure. Glash, I'll see you
Always
tomorrow.
good
I
to
think.
hang.
I got you
Thank
tomorrow,
you,
Glash.
Carolyn. And
Thanks, Carolyn.
Andrew,
It was great.
Bert, Tate from Ops. You all have a fantastic rest of your day. No slate tonight, so no baseball. I know CEH was looking for Buchanan. Steve did not get fired. No baseball. That'll do it. See you all at 6 o'clock. YouTube. See you soon. Hopefully in this next week.
yourself a cold one.
Let's drink them, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
We made it. It's here. It's Daddy Soda time, and we've got real, actual college football games this Saturday that count and everything. It is the College Draft Podcast, 3 podcasts in one, presented by DraftKings, of course, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. And we will get into our picks against the spread momentarily. By we, I really mean he. Emory Hunt, the master of all he oversees at footballgameplan.com. The guy goes to every game there is. He must have like that old Star Trek thing. Just beam me over, Scotty. Beam me up to each game he goes to. He's at FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube. He lives on CBS Sports HQ. He's always available, footballgameplan.com/2022 draft guide if you want to get in early on what I think is the best draft guide in the business, which also makes him the best guy to talk about preseason football in the business because he knows all the guys. Emory, we're here though, man. Like, we have actual games, college football games that will be going on Saturday to talk about on today's show.
I'm excited about it because it's across the board too. You have FBS games, some FCS games, and it's technically it's week 0, but it's the start of what should be a normal 2021 season, knock on wood.
I mentioned this earlier. I'll expound upon it a little bit. We're going to talk about the biggest college football games every week and throw a sleeper or two in there. So we're a college football podcast. We're going to tell you about the best prospects, the best NFL prospects in those games. So we're an NFL draft prospect. And then Emory's going to make his pick against the spread. So we are a college football betting podcast. 3 podcasts for the price of 1. And that price, by the way, as many of you know, is free. Like, totally free, which is amazing. Love those of you that check us out via social media. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. And I guess before we dive into these games, and the first one's going to be 1 o'clock on Saturday, Nebraska and Illinois, which is a sneaky important game for both those teams, especially Nebraska. They cannot lose to Illinois in Brett Bielema's first game. I did want to get your thoughts, Emory, on week 0.
You know, it's interesting that we're starting week 0 as opposed to just calling it week 1. You know, and usually week 0 was supposed to be that spotlight game. I don't think we had Nebraska and Illinois in mind when you're talking about designing a week 0, but here we are. I just wish we put more games in week 0. And honestly, if we're going to expand the playoffs, let's utilize week 0 as quote unquote week 1, cut the regular season to 10 games, and let's go play more playoff games.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is let's whet the appetite a little bit. I mean, it's great for these teams: Nebraska, Illinois, UConn, Fresno State, Hawaii, UCLA, UTEP, New Mexico State. Kind of interesting. The games are 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3:30. Maybe there aren't more at night, Emory, because I think there's a bunch of NFL preseason games at night. So they probably thought, yeah, we don't want to mess with that.
Right. You're competing against the NFL no matter what level it is. Preseason, wild card weekend, regular season, people will watch the NFL. As much as people talk bad about the preseason, they are watching, and that's something you definitely don't want to compete with.
Yeah, by the way, the NFL DraftKings, they now have this deal, $200 in free bets when you place a $1 bet on any week 1 NFL games. They already have the week 1 lines up, and you can go ahead and get $200 in free bets. I'm sure they still have that for college as well. Just use the promo code ROSS to get your free $200 in free bets on the DK DraftKings Sportsbook app. All right, let's dive into it, Emory, and we will start with Nebraska and Illinois. Nebraska is a 7-point favorite in this game. But talk to me first about some of the guys we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, you talk about Samari Toure. We talked about him before. When you talk about someone that transferred from Montana, he was their big time playmaker, and I think he's going to be an instant playmaker for Nebraska, taking over for Wandell Robinson, who transferred out and went to Kentucky. So you think about someone like Toure, who was dominant at the FCS level, and now is going to be expected to be a big time player for Nebraska. I think he's going to be good for Adrian Martinez to really get their passing game going. And you talk about Daniels on the defensive line. Damian Daniels. He's a big dude. I just want to see him utilize his hands better because he's tough to move off the spot. He's a big, girthy guy, and he gets good ball get off, but he doesn't always bring his hands with him. And you want to see him get better in that regard because if he does, he'll be even more disruptive than he was toward the back end of last season.
So I forget, where'd Torre come from?
University of Montana.
That's right. And dude, that's bad for Nebraska. They lost Wandell Robinson.
Yeah,
that was a huge get for them to get him. He is a talented guy. I thought he'd be like their Rondell Moore. I mean, McCaffrey's transferred out. I must tell you, I thought the Scott Frost era would go better at Nebraska than it has so far.
I really did, man, especially since he was known for the recruiting and developing and made UCF into that powerhouse. Then he goes out to Nebraska. It was tailor-made for him to get back to the developing that we used to know Nebraska to be about in their heyday, and it just hasn't transpired. People are leaving Nebraska, and that's something that you never saw from that program in its heyday or even when they were going up and down with Bill Callahan.
It's a really good point. Really good point. All right, what about Illinois? Who are we watching on the other side for the Illini?
Two guys, Sidney Brown, the safety, and Doug Kramer, the offensive lineman. Sidney Brown, it's funny, and I hate sometimes the comparisons just work because of how you watching them, but he's wearing number 30. His last name is Brown. I was like, man, this dude is always Johnny on the spot, like Mike Brown was when he was with the Chicago Bears. I want to say that was 2001, where he had 5 game-winning interceptions in a row. Just came out of nowhere and was able to pick the ball off. But he's one of these playmakers for that defense. I was well schooled by Lovie Smith, so Brett Bielema gets a guy that plays a good game, a smart, instinctive game. He's a Canadian kid, so he's going to be a CFL prospect as well from London, Ontario. If you're not familiar with that, that's where Western University has been. That was what I first went to Canada I want to say 2013. I went out there to cover their East-West Bowl, which is their senior bowl. They played before the season in May. Had fantastic duck out there, by the way. So he went to Western. He's where Western University is. But so keep an eye on him for the CFL draft as well. And the center Kramer, he was injured last year and had COVID. But when he played, he started 3 games. When he played, he was excellent. And, he's someone that has been an all Big Ten performer at center. And so I think you're going to see him regain that status and find himself being a mid-round draft pick because he was really good firing off the football, especially in the run game.
So here's my question to you. I'm just curious. What did you think of the Brett Bielema hiring for Illinois?
I'm a big Bielema fan. I love what he did, at Arkansas. I love, obviously, what he did at Wisconsin. And I think he's going to do a great job at Illinois. It's a tough place to recruit, man. People think Illinois and think that place is in Chicago. It's not. That's in the middle part of the state. And I found it funny. I was reading an article that was like, Bielema's going to put a heavy emphasis on Illinois recruiting. That's something Lovie Smith didn't do. So he said, we got to protect home. And then 13 of his top recruits came from Florida, Georgia, Texas. He had 2 recruits from Illinois. Put a fence around the state because it's tough to recruit there. And it's also just one of those schools. Illinois is one. It's people talk about Northwestern academically. Illinois is right there as well. So you have to have it on both ends. You have to have the talent and also the smarts to get in there in a state that's very limited as far as prospects are concerned. So I think he's going to do a solid job, as solid as you can at Illinois. But I say that, but we did see Ron Zook, have success at Illinois, bringing in your Juice Williams and those guys, and Mikael LaShore, and the kid that was with the Steelers, the running back. Man, I forgot his name, but he reminded me of Garrison Hurst.
Rashard Mendenhall.
Mendenhall, exactly. So
he got Aurelius Ben.
Aurelius Ben,
Vontae Davis.
Yes, exactly. And so, you had.
By the way, a lot of that is because he hired Mike Loxley as his OC.
Makes sense because they both had a connection from Florida. So, but yeah, so you can have spurts of success at Illinois, but your work is cut out for you.
I was a little surprised they went the retread route again. I mean, they had just hired Lovie Smith, who's like an NFL retread. Now they go for Bielema. I probably would have gone for like a Lance Leipold or a Jeff Monken or somebody like that. One of these guys going to like 4 programs and won everywhere they've been, right? Like, and that's what but I think they want bigger names. I think it's like an alumni thing. I don't know. Anyway, for this game, Nebraska is a 7-point favorite. Emory, what are you doing here?
Laying those points with Nebraska. As much as he gets criticized, Adrian Martinez, I feel as though, is a better quarterback than Brandon Peters. So I'm going to trust Martinez because he's a dual threat guy. And this is probably the must-win game. I know it's cliche to say, but Nebraska needs a win probably more so than Illinois. So I think we'll see Nebraska go all out in this one against the Illini.
It's a good point. I think you're right. I think it kind of is a must-win game. All right, let's get to a team and a game. I'm going to do 4 of their games this year. So I'll be watching on Saturday when UConn travels to California for the first time ever to take on Fresno State. UConn hasn't played in like 638 days or something crazy. Fresno State, they were 500 last year. They actually have some decent guys. Like their quarterback was a little up and down, Harner. But I love their running back, Ronnie Rivers. And I think Fresno has some talent. Let's start with that. Let's start with Fresno and the running back, Ronnie Rivers.
And Fresno has always been, that's been one of my favorite programs, since I've watched college football, because it's always got some dudes out there in the Valley, and they just play good brand of football. I know Pat Hill was a big part of that. Like, you're going to get run game and play action pass, and the ball's going to go downfield. So, that's just a tradition of Fresno State, and I'm glad to see them still being able to recruit that type of athlete. And Rivers is someone that has, really good balance for a back. He's a shorter guy, but you're not going to knock him over. You're just going to knock him to the side. He's breaking arm tackles. He got good vision, good patience for the position, and he can catch the football out of the backfield. So I think he's a solid all-around back. People are gonna knock his size, but I feel as though size is not a skill. And I just like how he plays the game. Just plays under control and just a really good back overall.
I was very impressed with him last year in the 2 games I did. I think one time they played at UNLV. They also hosted Colorado State. They won both those games handily. He has tremendous balance. He's a lot more powerful than you think he's going to be. Really good out of the backfield. I didn't know he had another year. I mean, is he a guy? I have to look it up if he's a guy that's taking advantage of that extra year of eligibility. I think he wants to break all of his dad's records. His dad has like all the Fresno State rushing records, and obviously they only played 6 games last year because of COVID. I think Ronnie wanted to go back so for the rest of his life he could say to his dad he got all his records.
Smart man. I am here for that level of petty. And yeah, he was a senior last year. He's one of those guys that I had a grade on last year, and then he decided to go back. So I just moved him over to 2022. So yeah, he's definitely taking advantage of that extra year.
Okay, what about UConn they got a D lineman that caught your eye in Travis Jones?
Now you talk about, Damian Daniels of Nebraska not using his hands well. Travis Jones uses his hands very well and gets off blocks and is very good at the point of attack. So you see him constantly in on run stops, doing a good job of just collapsing the pocket. I think he's a better run defender than he is a pass rusher. But man, when you talk about someone that can initiate contact, withhold himself at the line of scrimmage, and then get off the block and make a play. You like that about a defensive tackle, especially coming from a program where, there's just not that many, dynamic playmakers, but it starts up front, and Jones is a real good one.
I'm really looking forward to watching UConn. The one thing I remember asking Randy Edsall this. They developed a lot of guys in his first stint at UConn. I mean, the William Beatties, and they had one year where they had like 4 guys go round 1 or round 2 from UConn. Yep. Donald Brown, Darius Butler, a D end whose name escapes me right now. I want to say like the Dolphins took him in the second round. He didn't really materialize. And then Will Beatty with the Giants. But UConn, who never even get a 4-star guy. They get like a lot of 2-star guys. And they had 4 guys go round 1 or round 2, which I thought was incredible that year. And Butler had the best career of them all. Donald Brown was kind of up and down, Beatty up and down. And then the defensive end was like Darius Moore or something like that. But yeah, that was always kind of their specialty. When Randy Edsall was there the first time. So I'll be curious. I know this. I have a lot of respect, Emery, for Randy Edsall. They will offer kids, because I do recruiting stuff for Go Big Recruiting, and I pay attention to Pennsylvania. They'll offer kids that nobody else has offered, and then I'll watch and I'll be like, oh, yeah, I can see that. Like, they find kids other people don't know about.
And to me, I hate this part of the media landscape. You see so much negativity coming out about the program, people talking about they should cancel football or drop football. Like, man, every place can't be Alabama. And I'm glad you brought up Randy Edsall in the development part of it, because that's what's going to give them a chance to be successful and competitive. That's what's going to give Kansas a chance with Lance Leipold to be successful. It can be done at programs. It's going to take a little bit of work, and you have to hire good coaches and trust your development of these guys once they get in. It's what we're seeing with Northwestern, is what you're seeing with these underrated programs that are coming up and now playing consistent football. It's about the development of the talent, not just the acquisition of the talent. So glad you brought that up, man.
So Fresno State is a 27.5-point favorite, Emery. 27.5. I don't know how he even set a line on UConn. They haven't played in forever. Like, some of these kids might have gained 30 pounds. I mean, it's 27.5. What are you doing?
Well, here's the thing. You touched on it. They hadn't played in almost 2 years. Fresno State played last year. Fresno State is a very good football team. This is about right for the line. So, yes, lay those points for Fresno State.
Wow. Okay. How about Hawaii and UCLA? Hawaii's got a couple running backs you like?
Yeah, Kelvin Turner Jr. When you're going to watch him and you're going to hear the name Alvin Kamara a lot, because he's that versatile. He can get down the field and be a threat in the passing game. He's a good runner, good above average, speed and quickness and vision and contact balance. All of those things that you like about the position, he does it. So he has a wide array of skill set that he's bringing to the table, and one of the best backs in the country. He's on the Senior Bowl watch list. Wouldn't surprise me to see him end up there as well. And another senior, Dedrick Parson, out of he was from Howard. So I did a like 5 of his games when he was a freshman, walk on at Howard, and ended up being their leading rusher, their starting tailback. This dude has legitimate vision and shakes. So he sees everything. He has hammerhead shark periphery. He has bird's eye view perspective on the line of scrimmage. Like, you're watching this and calling the game as a broadcaster, so you're seeing it from an all 22 perspective. He sees the same thing. So he sees that backside cutback. He sees that crashing defensive end. He's just going to cut off him and just shoot down the rail. So this dude he grad transferred to or transferred out of Howard and went to Hawaii. Followed his OC, Brennan Marion, who's now the receivers coach at Pitt. But he's out there now. So Hawaii has 2 tremendous tailbacks. I'm excited to see how Parson does with the Rainbow Warriors.
Yeah, you think about it now, it's like, why don't more guys go to Hawaii, dude? It's like
if I
it's
had
a full ride to Hawaii to play college football.
If I had my choice of being a college football head coach, I always see Hawaii as a sleeping giant. Think about what you have out there. You have unlimited access to offensive linemen and defensive linemen. I don't understand why Hawaii doesn't lead the country in rushing every year. We'll go out there and, with 9 O linemen, a quarterback, and a big tailback that's like 6 feet, 245, and we about to dominate up front. Nothing but power and gap all day. So you're right. Plus, you're at the beach. So all you need is like 5 skill players. They want to walk around with their shirts off anyway. So you sell them on the beach. You could win at Hawaii. You could win a national championship at Hawaii.
All right, for UCLA, I feel like we talked about this guy a couple weeks ago, but for the people that missed that episode, maybe they're just tuning in now that there's games. Maybe they're watching or listening. They can watch, by the way, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Maybe they're watching or listening now because you're making the picks against the spread. You like laying points a lot more than I do, by the way. At any rate, let's get to
big spread.
UCLA quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Yeah, we talked about him on our Pac-12 preview. Someone that plays a really good game when you watch him play, man. It's like, man, this dude has a legitimate game. And we're in a situation where you're looking for a senior quarterback to come out of nowhere. That's a new thing now. Who's going to be the next Joe Burrow? Who's going to be the next X, Y, and Z? Thompson has a chance because he plays a really good game. He just has to minimize those bouts of inconsistency where you're just like, yo, what was that? Whether it's a incomplete pass or an ill-advised throw, but he has all the physical tools, and UCLA can put up points. I always point back to that USC game where he was at his best. So if we can get that level of play the entire season, he's going to start to work himself into that conversation because he's played a lot of football, has good leadership skills, and isn't, afraid of the competition. So we saw him play well against Colorado, very good secondary. We saw him play well against USC in a rivalry game. So that's someone to keep an eye on moving forward.
I feel like he's been starting a quarterback for Chip Kelly and UCLA for 4 or 5 years now. I mean, he's been there a long time.
Absolutely, and that's the whole part of it. You kind of want someone that has played a lot, seen a lot, and has done a lot. And he's been productive. He has also gotten better every year, so his trajectory is going in the right direction.
So UCLA is favored by 17. The game is at UCLA. So Hawaii's taking the flight. You laying the points again?
Hawaii is tricky, man. This is one of these teams where you just like, which Hawaii team will show up. But defensively, I'm not there yet on Hawaii. So UCLA, I feel comfortable. Experience at quarterback, very good passing game. You're going to like this, Ross. Laying the points with UCLA.
So far, you have laid 51.5 points in 3 games. 17, 27.5, and 7. All right, last but not least, we got UTEP and New Mexico State. Who are we watching on UTEP?
Walter Neal Jr., the cornerback. He transferred from Kansas State. He's also a Senior Bowl watch list guy. Very active corner. He's someone that you call like a gnat back there. He just flies around the football. But despite being 175 pounds, he's definitely not afraid to tackle. You're going to get that from a Kansas State defensive back. You see AJ Parker is with the Lions as an undrafted rookie free agent, and he's playing really well. He may even make the team. So you're getting a lot of toughness from that position, and they need stars out there on defense for UTEP. I thought UTEP could have flirted with a winning season last year, but their defense failed them. They were in a lot of games and just couldn't close them out. So I think they're going in the right direction, and getting a guy like Neal Jr. Is definitely a step toward that goal.
I cannot wait to watch these games next week and see or on Saturday and see, it makes it so much more interesting because some of these games are like projected blowouts. Right. With you laying the points like this. You're making me pull my hair out. It's a good thing 2 out of 3 men who experienced some form of hair loss by the time they're 35 have a solution that I've been taking for years, which is why my hair looks so good on the show or on the Eagles preseason games. It's called Keeps. It's a simple, stress-free way to keep your hair. Look, we all know FDA-approved medications. That's been in the news a lot recently. There are only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss. Keeps offers both. I'm telling you, I have the same amount of hair, if not more, that I had 5 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago. Keeps has more 5-star reviews than any of its competitors. Look, treatments can take 4 to 6 months to see results. So start early. Like the number one thing I would tell anybody, forget even Keeps for a second. If you have any doubt, start. Now, I personally like Keeps because they gave me my 2 FDA-approved medications sent to my house. Go to keeps.com/draft to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/draft to get your first month free. Keeps.com/draft. Who is the keeper, Emery, on New Mexico State's team this year?
So offensive lineman and Sage Dockstader. Big offensive line, like 6'7", 340. Dude was a CFL second-round draft pick this past May, but opted to come back for that extra season, to increase his chances of getting drafted in the NFL. So a Canadian kid, high CFL draft pick. I think he's probably better suited to play guard or maybe right tackle. He's been playing left tackle. I think he can kick inside. I think that better suits him and his skill set moving forward. But it'll be interesting to see, how he plays this year. He had a little bit of an injury issue in his career, but he has played a lot of games and has started, for a good bit of time out there at New Mexico State. And, he was a part of that team that got to the bowl game. So I want to see how he closes out this year and if he increases his NFL stock, because his CFL stock is sky high. He got drafted by the Argonauts in the second round. So that's pretty impressive.
So UTEP is laying 9 points. Are you doing it again, Emery?
I see UTEP and New Mexico State as one and the same. Both programs have just been inconsistent. I see this one being a tight one. So I'm going to take New Mexico State in the points here.
Okay, taking New Mexico State and the points. New Mexico State plus the 9. And I'm curious about that UCLA game. What's your favorite game this weekend?
My favorite game is one. It's going to be the MEAC SWAC Challenge. It's Alcorn State versus North Carolina Central. Alcorn didn't play in the spring like the rest of the FCS or SWAC, and no one in the MEAC as a conference played in the spring as well. North Carolina Central has a good running back in Isaiah Totten, and Alcorn is arguably the best team in the SWAC with Fred McNair, who is one of the most underrated coaches in college football. They have a fantastic quarterback. He's like the FCS version of Levi Lewis, who plays at Louisiana, and Felix Harper. He's a left-handed, smaller quarterback, like 5'10", about 185 pounds. But you talk about a true point guard at the position, Felix Harper should be an outstanding talent to watch. And I think he's going to be in the running for Black College National Player of the Year and also for the Walter Payton Award, which is the FCS equivalent to the Heisman Trophy.
Absolutely love it. Place those bets at DK Sportsbook. Get the keeps.com/draft so you keep your hair. Good luck to Emery. Good luck to all of you guys this weekend. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We're all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
And we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final sim on this fine Monday. Glash, Moose, I don't know which order you're all in, but I'll pretend I have it right. Lamarca, this is an interesting group. I don't know if I've ever been on the air live with both of you at the same time.
I don't know if I've really ever done any three-person groups, to be honest.
I mean, look, this is like, it's like Ghostbusters when the streams cross, man. I mean, who knows what's going to happen here? All three of us in the same room at the same time. I mean, we got Mad Matt LaMarca just giving away, sports cards left and right. We got the pizza deal guy. I mean, I just like to scream into the mic sometimes, but this is fun, man. I'm here to hang out with you guys for an hour. As I mentioned off the top, I don't have a lineup because I couldn't find the contest because I don't know what's going on with my DraftKings today, but it's all buggered.
Okay. It's all right.
I'm just here to hang, man.
Hey, Matt, did you get a lineup in?
I did. I made a lineup.
You can talk.
I threw in Dalvin Cook in the captain spot. Kirk Cousins. Don't know why I played him, but I did. Adam Thielen. Tyler Boyd.
Yep.
Joey Mixon. And the Vikings defense.
Very similar. I put Cook in the captain spot. Burrow, Boyd, Thielen, Justin Jefferson, Vikings D.
Oh, very similar.
Yeah. Well, Jeff did not get a lineup in, so we won't go to him. We have producer Michael. T-Pike is here. Bert and Tate. You know what, Jeff? You threw out the pizza deal thing? Yeah, what the hell? Let's do some pizza deals.
There he is.
People need pizza tonight to watch Lawrence v. Hill/Winston. So what the hell? We'll take a couple pizza deals.
The big swinger's back, folks. Get your pizza ovens ready.
You've inspired me. Monday night pizza. Throw them out. The 70 people watching at the moment, you're lucky. Even the 5 on Twitch. Poppy Herb has won a pizza deal. Poppy Herb is the one who won on the Sternberger 2 catches in the first half.
Oh, yeah, the old Sternberger play.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorites. And then he can't, in the first quarter or whatever. Right.
Yep. So, yeah, this is the final sim of the day because we have Monday Night Football, which I plan on watching a little bit of. I won't try to read too much into it, but, should be fun. Fans in the building at Caesars Superdome. It's no longer the Mercedes-Benz. No, what is the name of their? What did they used to be? It's the Caesars Superdome, right?
Oh, no. The Falcons were Mercedes-Benz, I think, right?
Yep.
Or was that the Saints? I can't remember.
Mixed them up.
Wait.
Mercedes was Saints. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
So there'll be fans there. Place should be rocking.
Yes, that's right. They're both Mercedes. That's what it is. It's Mercedes Stadium or something in Atlanta. Yeah.
Interesting. That's very confusing.
We had this conversation. I had this conversation with someone last week, but it is confusing, and they are both Mercedes.
Yeah, I am definitely
who cares?
not.
It's the Caesars Superdome now.
Correct.
Okay.
I am not the preseason matters guy. If Trevor Lawrence comes out tonight and plays great, or he comes out tonight and plays terribly, it will do nothing to affect my opinion on him in either direction.
And let me state for the record, I know I'm the guy who talks up preseason. I like the way this guy looked. LaMarca is the take. That is 100% the correct take. Preseason doesn't matter. So I'm even going to come on here and say, I don't know if anybody saw, but I thought Ben Roethlisberger looked fantastic. And I'm a lot higher on Najee Harris after the first preseason game, but LaMarca's still right. It means nothing.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, do you want the guys that you like to play well? Of course.
Yes, of course.
But is it a death sentence if your guy doesn't play well? No. I think the reports from training camp are more indicative, right? I think there's legit reasons to be, I don't want to say concerned, but there are reasons to not be all in on Jamar Chase. with the reports that are coming out of Bengals camp. You know, like that's the kind of stuff that I think you can look for in the preseason.
You give people some color there. Like what have you heard mainly?
Yeah, so there were reports a couple weeks ago that he was having trouble separating.
Yeah.
Then there were reports he was dropping passes at Sunday's practice. And now the Saints beat reporter for The Athletic said that he could lose playing time early in the season to Auden Tate.
Right.
So Burrow was Chase was being drafted as like a low-end wide receiver 2, high-end wide receiver 3. His ADP is higher than T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd right now.
Yeah.
I think that is going to course correct over the next week or two.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And not, I mean, look, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but Jamar Chase is like super young, isn't he?
Yeah, and he hasn't played football in 2 years.
Exactly. And he hasn't, that is a huge point. Like, seriously,
21.
2 years, man. I mean, it kind of makes what Trey Lance is doing even more impressive, but that is a long time for a skill player. You know, you mentioned dropping passes and stuff like that. T. Higgins to me has always been one of the best values out there since like a month ago. And we really started talking about this, and he still is. So take advantage while you can, because I think that's the guy who's going to be leading that offense.
Can I throw out one more preseason takeaway?
Of course you can.
I don't really care so much that Zach Wilson has looked good. I do enjoy that he's looked good. He played very well, I thought, granted against, a lot of backups for the Packers. But I think we need to increase our Corey Davis projections, given what we've seen from him. He has been by far Zach Wilson's favorite target.
Yeah.
In their first preseason game, Davis was targeted on every single route that he ran.
Yeah.
Every single one. And then he followed that up with, I think it was like 4 for 70 last week. So I think Davis, he's going outside the top 36 at the position, I want to say. I can very easily see him having a path to, 120, 150 target type season. Like, it's on the table right now.
Yeah. What for me? Look, I'm not even going to give my Zach Wilson take because the chat they'll absolutely lose their mind. But the main takeaway from me from the Jets game was, wow, Corey Davis is going to get a lot of targets. This guy's like supremely undervalued right now. That's like the bigger takeaway. That's the guy you really should be paying attention to, 100%. They were using him. It wasn't like the Titans where, oh yeah, go deep, kid, and like maybe we'll throw to you if AJ Brown isn't open. It was like, okay, slot, yes, short, yes, longer, down the middle, yes, everywhere. So
using him everywhere.
Yeah.
And Crowder seems to be the slot guy still, right, for them?
For now. I think that when Elijah Moore comes back, that's his preferred role on offense. So Crowder would be more of the wide receiver opposite Corey Davis. So yeah, the whole Jets situation is still pretty fluid outside of the fact that I think Corey Davis is like a locked-in wide receiver 1 for the team. Not for fantasy, but the wide receiver 1 for the Jets.
Okay, I took 3 pizza deals. There's Thielen, big catch, into Cincinnati territory. I got 3 of you, so hopefully you're listening. I'll be nice and not do this like verification system. I'll trust you. Because at this point, if I end up sending a pizza to the wrong person, good for them. Good for them. Brian Anderson, AJ Green, 100 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Wow. Okay.
John M. Justin Jefferson, 10 for 100 and 2 touchdowns.
Well, that's just never going to happen. You need to cut that down to like 5.
Excuse me.
Give him a sporting chance at least.
Fine. 7 for 100.
All right.
See, I'm easy. And then Ashley Edwards, each team scores at least 30 points.
Okay. That one seems the most realistic to me out of that group.
There you go. That's it.
I like that. That's a good one, Ashley. I like that.
No score at the end of one quarter.
Yeah,
though.
I mean, I like it I like the idea of it. I don't necessarily like your chances right now, but your heart is in the right place.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't make the. I mean, I do make the rules, but I don't make the proposition.
Yeah, you actually do make the rules in this instance, Clash.
So there you go. Because Jeff kind of put me on the spot there at the beginning, so I didn't want to be a fraud.
I mean, it was not my intention. I was just saying, look who we got here. We bring a couple guys who've brought a lot of enjoyment to the Sims. That's all I was just. I just wanted to make note of it for the people. I'm not gonna have another chance to do a 3-man booth with you guys. Maybe next spring or something when they're like, oh man, we don't have any use for you guys. Get back on here. But who knows? Who knows what the future holds, folks? I don't.
Yeah, some of these 3-person booths here coming up. Oh boy, there's some scary. Some
of these are going to go off the rails. like we'll be the most tamest of all the 3-man booths. I feel like, we're all pretty chill and relaxed here. We like to have fun, but we're not going to get too crazy. But yeah, some of these are.
I've got one on Thursday. Me, Kaufman, and Kenny. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That should be fun.
That's disgusting. But yeah, we're doing these pretty much the rest of the week. The only day is tomorrow, where we only have one 3-person booth. Just how it worked out. Down goes Cousins. Atkins with the sack.
Do you know Atkins? He was in the news today. Seems like he's close to signing a deal with the Seahawks.
Interesting. I mean, Jeff and I were talking about this last week when Jamal Adams signed that contract. Is there any chance the Seattle D is like, they have to be better than last year, right? But
well,
go ahead, Matt.
No. So the Seahawks D, they weren't that bad last year. They're actually like a top 10 run defense. It's just they were just bad in one area, right? So played better towards the end of the year. Who did they add in the back end? Is it Witherspoon? Akeel Witherspoon? Something like that.
I mean, they brought in Dunlop up front at the trade deadline.
Yeah, and that was good too. I think they will be a little bit better. I still think the back end, the secondary, is going to be their problem. Yeah, it was Akeel Witherspoon. Pierre Desir is there too. So kind of reclamation project guys. Like Trey Flowers, I kind of think has always just been kind of meh. I don't know. I don't know how much better they're going to be in the back end, which is good for Russell Wilson's fantasy prospects, quite frankly. So,
well, I'm going to go the other direction because what we saw last year was their defense really struggled in the early weeks when they were #letting Russ cook. So Pete Carroll's solution was we're going to play much slower. We're going to go back to our grind it out, run the ball type of ways. And their defense was much better in terms of, not allowing 30 points per game on like a weekly basis. So as much as I love Russell Wilson, he might be my favorite player in the league. It's just incredibly hard for me to get excited about him this year because I feel like Pete Carroll, we know what he wants to do. Maybe if in a perfect world, he would let Wilson throw it more, but as soon as his defense starts struggling, we're going to get vintage Pete Carroll coaching.
It's always scary with that guy. I do feel like the new OC there, Shane Waldron, is going to have an impact, and it's going to be very positive for Russ. But there's some concern there. I like Russ for fantasy just because of his upside to me is very similar to like the top 2 or 3 QBs. It's just he's going later. So I still really I'm going to have some exposure, some leagues where I just go after Russ Wilson and DK Metcalf just for that stack because I feel like that's a league winning stack, much like Mahomes and Tyreek Hill. Just you can get Metcalf and Wilson for cheaper. So that's my take on him. Mark is probably right. It's probably just going to be a sad season.
It's fair. I think he's ranked pretty properly. He doesn't run quite as much as he did when he was in his youth. Although he did rack up a bunch of yards last season, so maybe I should revise that statement. But I don't know, he's going after Dak right now. It looks like in most leagues, and to me that seems right.
Yeah.
I stated on my last sim that he's my pick to win the MVP this season. I think
Dak.
Prescott's going to have a huge year.
Interesting.
So Waldron made Jared Goff look good. That's why I think he'll have a lot of fun in Seattle with Russell Wilson.
So now he gets credit for Jared Goff. I thought that Sean McVay got credit for Jared Goff.
Well, he's a branch off of McVay.
Oh, the branch, yes.
Yeah, come on, man.
The branch.
There was a year. There was that one off season where if you had ever had a cup of coffee with Sean McVay, you got an NFL head coaching.
Yeah,
it's true. I mean, Zach Taylor in Cincinnati. The dude who's in I always want to say San Diego, in LA with the Chargers. Brandon something.
Staley,
thank you. He got a job. Who else got a job? We're forgetting someone else.
I feel like Staley, though, kind of got it more on his own merits, just because he was the defensive coach. Like, McVay isn't known as a defensive mind. He's known this guy's offensive genius, right? And I feel like Staley. You could argue Staley more got a job because of Aaron Donald, excuse me. So, I don't know. Anyways.
I feel like my opinion of the NFC West changes every week. Jimmy Garoppolo was not good last night. Okay, how about this? Can we agree on this? In the preseason, if you don't look good, that's a problem.
Well, especially for guys like Garoppolo. You know? Like, if Aaron Rodgers came out and looked bad for a half, or even Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes really didn't look good. He threw an interception and just kind of the Chiefs' offense.
No. I get what you're saying. Like a tweener.
Nobody cares because we know it's Patrick Mahomes. But you're right. When a guy like Garoppolo comes out and doesn't look great, or even Andy Dalton in Chicago is just a disaster, this could be awful because those guys, their floor it's not good. It's really not good. So yeah, absolutely. No, it's a fair point.
I think Garoppolo, his job is pretty safe, in my opinion. As much as I love Trey Lance, me and Jeff, we've talked about our love for Trey Lance. But as good as he looked at certain times in the preseason, he's looked pretty bad at times too. I saw a tweet that he's taken 6 sacks and had 4 potential turnovers in their last game. So the highs have been high with him, but the lows have been low. I think they're going to ride Garoppolo until he gives them a reason not to.
You're probably right.
But Justin Fields needs to start week 1. And if they don't, it is going to be hostile for Andy Dalton. Hostile.
I almost
it's his
think
time, LaMarca.
I almost think at this point, Matt Nagy, he's either the dumbest guy in the room or the smartest, because he's either viewing week 1 as I can actually win with Andy Dalton. I actually have a shot here, which makes him the dumbest person in the room. Or he's looking at week 1 and be there's no chance I'm going to beat this team. I don't want to put my rookie out there and get absolutely hammered week 1. Let's just feed Andy Dalton to the Wolves. Let's put Justin Fields in the fourth quarter when he's playing against backups, get him some confidence, and let's go into week 2.
Yeah,
he's either super smart, super Lex
So
Luthor,
you
or
think
he's
the plan is to ease him into the week 1 game plan to have him ready for week 2?
No, I'm talking play him the fourth quarter, LaMarco, when he's playing against third stringers and it's 40-0 for the Rams, and Andy Dalton has been sent to the hospital by Aaron Donald.
It's definitely got the Chicago situation has some Tom Savage is our starting quarterback, Deshaun Watson.
Yes, it does. It's
good. It's a good comp.
If it plays out like that, it won't shock me at all.
It doesn't get any better though, because after Cincinnati, it's at Cleveland.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It really doesn't.
I don't know.
Their
schedule's hard. Home Green Bay, week 6. Then at Tampa. Scary.
Ultimately, every game in the NFL is hard.
That's fair.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel I felt from the start, it's just Matt Nagy will eventually just cave and
Here's what I think it comes down to. I think Matt Nagy believes if I can go 8-8 with Mitchell Trubisky, I can win 10 games with Andy Dalton.
Hey, the biscuit looked good this week, boys.
That was nice, huh? Good revenge game for Mitchell Trubisky.
Great week for Trubisky stockholders like myself.
We're
already waiting for that 2023 bounce back campaign with a new team. Biscuit season.
Where do you think he ends up next year?
New England.
New England could. No. They got Mac Jones, though. What about
maybe Houston? You know,
Yeah,
Houston,
maybe.
Houston's probably going to need a quarterback.
New Orleans.
New Orleans?
Possible.
Never know.
I think we can all agree that Davis Mills experiment is probably not going to work out for Houston.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
Looked real bad in the preseason. So
Yeah, that was a guy I kind of had hopes for, too. Maybe as a surprise. He did not. It is Houston, so, everyone looks bad, but...
Ooh, Tate, the Washington football team.
Oh, that's an interesting call.
I read that wrong.
Oh. Or Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Washington and Pittsburgh, two decent calls. Biscuit season.
Here we are.
What about Indianapolis?
Now you're really talking my language.
I'm going to have to go buy some Trubisky rookie cards. This is getting me excited. All right, there's a Dalvin Cook touchdown.
There you go. Highest owned in the contest. There he is. Dalvin Cook. Yep, this is what you came for.
Austin from the top rope here. Trubisky will end up in Green Bay.
That would
honestly, that would be
so
amazing.
much. That would hurt the Bears so much.
You could just
Imagine
beat the Bears twice. Oh my God. I'm serious. I'm buying a Trubisky rookie. I'm going to find like a patch auto, the sickest one. I'm just going to frame
We're
it.
approaching week 3 of the preseason of the 2021 NFL season, and we are here on the Dream Stream giving you Mitchell Trubisky free agent rumors. That's the content we need.
Let's just say the truth. We're here being dopes, talking about dopey stuff. But it's fun. Hopefully you guys are having a good Monday.
Emerson's forehead says, Jeff, Tony Finau might actually win a tournament other than the Puerto Rico Open. And let me tell you.
I got.
Nobody rocks the pink salmon better than Tony Finau, okay? Have you guys seen this video on YouTube? On Twitter. I retweeted it, but it's like a random guy at this event, and he's just like yelling random stuff at these players, and it is hilarious.
It's really
So
random.
I recommend checking it out.
Yeah, he's Tony Finau may actually win this. John Rahm, what is he doing? John Rahm not having a good back nine here.
Are they going to finish up before it gets dark?
The leaders have 2 holes to play, so I mean
They should be okay.
They should be fine.
Okay. It's about time, huh? I mean, this thing's been taking forever.
Yeah, I do not want this to bleed into Tuesday. Like, I got articles to write already.
Yeah.
It's rough out here on the
infringing
East Coast,
on my Jeff time here.
Seriously.
Yeah, Lamarca, you okay? Everything all right? Where you
Honestly,
are?
the storm kind of diverted around Long Island.
Yeah, we didn't get anything here.
I got a lot of rain.
Played all weekend.
Yeah, a lot of rain, some flooding and stuff, but no winds, didn't
just
lose
flooding,
power, anything like that. So we good.
Good.
It's a little flash flood. No big
Glad
deal.
to hear.
Listen, if you live on Long Island and you have a basement, you just have to prepare for it to be at least partially underwater a couple times a year. It's just part of life.
So, Gio Bernard, Dalvin Cook, the touchdowns at this point. Got producer Michael, T. Pike, Tate, and Bert from Ops. Hit the like button for our great crew. We're almost at 200 for the sim. Thank you for being here. Bad Boys of Pop. Who do y'all like for the game tonight?
So preseason DFS, Laquan Treadwell, kind of interesting. Lil Jordan Humphrey, probably going to be out there a lot.
Lil Jordan. Love
Jordan,
Lil
man.
Jordan.
Lil Jordan's big, though.
Big Jordan.
I don't know. You got anyone else or?
Yeah, I did my usual slate breakdown over at Fantasy Lab, so you can check up my full write-up on the game. But I hit on all those guys. I did say I think that Jacksonville wide receiver battle is interesting. Like that's, we've got Colin Johnson, Treadwell, Farrell Cooper, Jalen Camp, they're reportedly battling for like 1 or 2 roster spots. So I think all 4 of those guys get, pretty significant snaps this week. Obviously, you can play the defenses. I think the Saints defense makes more sense. You're targeting, worse quarterbacks for the most part. But defenses in general, they're the highest scoring position group in the preseason. So I think you want to play at least one of them.
All right, we'll take a deeper dive when we begin the second half. Earlier today on The Sweat, Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich, he's right here, they previewed tonight's NFL preseason game between the Jags and the Saints.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the DK Sportsbook. So Saints are favored by 4 points. Some key standouts projected to return to action for New Orleans, headlined by Marshawn Lattimore, Cam Jordan, Alvin Kamara. So with those guys being back or expected to be back, Kenny, would you bet New Orleans to cover this spread?
I mean, I would, but it has nothing to do with that. I mean, it really just has to do with the quarterback situation for the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence, we could see a seismic shift. We saw, I didn't get to touch on it in our week 2 takeaways, but we saw Justin Fields, look fantastic in that first preseason game and then look awful in the second preseason game. Lawrence looked pretty bad in his first one. Maybe he looks a little bit better here, but look, I'm actually really kind of betting on this curse a little bit. The only 2 games that Trevor Lawrence has ever lost came in this building. I think that it could, I think it's going to be number 3 here, at least in terms of, non-NFL preseason games, right? In college, he lost twice in this building. I think that he loses again, and I think that the Saints should cover here. I think that just in general, they have the 2 quarterbacks that they're going to be rotating in for most of this game probably are better than any of the quarterbacks, at least at the moment, that the Jaguars will be throwing out there. Of course, the ceiling very high for Trevor Lawrence, and it could be better than both of these guys. But right now, you got 2 guys with NFL experience. I like the Saints here, especially with the wide receivers as well. Plenty of talent at skill positions. I think that they should take it. So I think that they'll cover the 4.
Yeah, Jeff, the Saints obviously have that ongoing quarterback competition. Just like that increased usage of quality quarterbacks maybe make you want to take the Saints?
Yeah, I mean, look, shout out to Kenny for this deep dive here on the Trevor Lawrence record at the Superdome. This is like a young Pierce Dietrich. I remember working with Pierce all these years back. He used to always bring up these crazy stats, but I like it. And I like it because I do like the Saints side. Look, I mentioned they basically have 4 quarterbacks here. They actually have 2 QB competitions going on. Trevor Siemian and Ian Book. And I mean, these aren't bad guys to have in the second half to be rolling out there. You look at the Saints, they're going to be throwing more starters out. Both these teams lost preseason week 1, but it was the Saints who really, they didn't really play their starters much and they didn't really get much going. I think Sean Payton will get these guys up. We've got a serious QB competition with Winston and Taysom Hill obviously going out there. So all things considered, the Saints are still the deeper team here, like by quite a bit. I think that -4, it's a little bit to be laying for a preseason game, but I'm actually on the favorite here. I think the Saints' depth and shows up today.
All right, so be sure to watch The Sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Good stuff from Kenny and Jeff, giving you NFL analysis. We're getting so close to the real games, that Thursday night opener between the Bucs and the Cowboys. We're getting there. We're almost there. Dalvin Cook has the touchdown for Minnesota, 43% in the captain, about 87% owned overall. And then Gio Bernard is your scorer for the Bengals, 25% owned, 2.9 in the cap. All right, Splash, Moose, Lamarca, 3-person booth to take you home on a Monday. We do have football tonight. Be sure to check out the contests available. You, the people, are making contests in the DK SimFam Friends League. Love to see that. It's been brought to my attention that Mr. Adam Kaufman has already created a Koff Classic for week 1. So just be prepared when you come and watch Sims tomorrow at 4, 6, and 8. That will be the majority of what is coming out of his mouth tomorrow, promoting his content. So be sure to enter, because if it doesn't fill, say it with me, everybody, it doesn't run. So just want to get out ahead of that. Get you ready for that tomorrow.
Ryan wants to know who's got the tutties. Dalvin Cook, Gio Bernard. I'm Gio Bernard.
Isn't there a tight? So do we have any idea what the? So Alvin Kamara is not playing tonight.
Correct.
Do we know anything about the distribution between Minshew and Lawrence, and or the distribution Hill Winston from?
I don't think that we have anything officially stated from the beats, at least not anything that I've seen. Lawrence played 15 snaps last week. I would expect him to get a couple more this week. Like CJ Beathard led the Jaguars in snaps in week 1. I would think Lawrence comes close, if not leads in week 2. And then with the Saints, they're just going to flip-flop Hill and Winston. Hill started last week. Now Winston starts this week. But other than that, I think you can expect their snap count to be pretty equal.
Do you at all care who finishes the game because of the chance of facing worse defenses, worse players?
Oh, we got a pick. I don't think either of them finishes the game because Ian Book or Trevor Siemian, one of those two guys will finish the game.
Okay.
But fair. Yeah, I mean, there's the question, right? Is it better to play with the starters and against the starting defense or play with the backups against the backup defense? I think I would rather have the backups against the backup defense, especially for a guy like Hill, since we know rushing is a part of his game. So I would give Hill a slight edge in my book, but both guys very much in play.
Okay. Jeff, feel the same way?
Yeah, I would rather take Beathard, I think, over any of the other quarterbacks in the captain spot tonight if I was doing a showdown. I think he's got the best chance to play like a full half. Lamarca mentioned the 4 QBs there in the Saints. I think Ian Book, Simeon probably both going to see time, which just means, you're basically looking like a quarter each. That's probably what they're going to break it down to. So I don't know how much time Lawrence gets, maybe a full quarter, maybe more. Maybe Minshew does play into the second half, and I'm wrong about that, but I feel like Beathard probably just going to get the garbage time. If it's still like a true QB competition in Jacksonville, which Urban Meyer wants everyone to believe, it'll probably go Lawrence, Minshew in the first, and then, Beathard with the garbage time. So, but it's kind of one of those games where there's no QB. You can just be like, oh yeah, this is the guy you got to play because he's going to get like 70% of the playing time. It's both teams have like 3 guys that are going to be in the mix, maybe even 4 on the New Orleans side. So
Yoko wants 3 picks, 3 captain picks. Wow.
3 captains picks.
Other than the defenses, eh? Wow, this is demanding, Yoko. I mean, I think the Saints D would have been a good pick. I'll stick with my Treadwell call. He got targeted a lot by Beathard in the first preseason game for the Jags. There's my contribution to that conversation.
I'm going with Tony Jones Jr. for the Saints.
Yeah, he was good last game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have like an ancient running back core with Latavius Murray and Devonta Freeman. I don't think either guy really needs a ton of work. So expect Jones to be the mop-up man there. And Colin Johnson is the Jaguars wide receiver I like the most. Just a big-bodied dude. He's 6'6". Like, he's a grown man wide receiver. He had some production in NFL games last year when the Jaguars were dealing with injuries at the position. He led the team last week. He ran 32 pass routes. So, like, I think Johnson is my preferred pass catcher for the Jaguars, but I won't fight Jeff too hard on Treadwell. I think it's pretty close between those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think either one is like a huge standout, and it could either go either way. I just like the usage that Treadwell got. I think LaMarcus Jones' call is definitely like a safer captain's pick. Like I think that's like more of a cash game. If you were doing that, don't go with like a wide receiver. If you're doing like a big heads up lineup or something, go with either one of the QBs or like Jones.
And the kickers. Don't forget the kickers.
Don't forget the kickers, man.
2 kickers. There's only 1 kicker on each squad right now. And when you only have 1 kicker in the preseason, it is those guys can score just as much as the defenses and the quarterback. So Those are the three positions that should be your primary focal points: quarterback, kicker, defense. But, sprinkling in a pass catcher here and there, or running back, that's the way to do it. But I would probably go with, 3 of my 6 spots at least. I want a defense, a kicker, or a quarterback.
You got the Lamborghini and Aldrich Rosas tonight. Or are we going to see Brett is it Maher? Mar?
The mayor, Brett Maher.
He was waived, right?
I have no idea.
Brought him back? So I guess
Yeah,
I think it's Rosas.
I'm pretty positive it's Rosas and the Lambo.
Okay. There you go. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to read way too much into it. I will watch tonight. Reed Fowler.
CEH says basically you're telling us to guess. Yeah, that's preseason DFS, buddy.
Yeah,
it's really all DFS, to be honest.
It's educated guessing. Where you think other people are educated guessing worse than you. That's basically what we're doing here.
An update from Reed T. Fowler, who is live at Northern Trust. This is Reed's tweet. Caught up with Finau on 18. I'm so nervous.
Yeah, he just leaked one into the bunker, too. He's got to get up and down for par. If he doesn't, Cam Smith probably going to win.
All right.
Oh, this could end bad for Tony. This could end bad. I kind of feel bad for Reed if he doesn't close this. Maybe we'll get the miracle hole out here from the bunker. Kind of feel like Finau is due for that. We'll see.
Reed has now added another tweet. I love following Reed. Play-by-play tweets. Reed's tweet now says he's quoting 50 Cent, patiently waiting. All right. So he's nervous, and he's patiently waiting. So that's an update from Northern Trust for you.
That was a bad approach he just hit, but he could still bail himself out.
We are almost at 200 likes on the stream. Hit that like button for us. We appreciate it. About 300 of you watching.
Flying by.
It's been
kind of at the end of the third queue. Like, do all 3-man boosts go this quick? We should have been doing this from the start.
7-7. Gio Bernard, Dalvin Cook. I'm pretty sure Dalvin Cook's touchdown was a receiving score. It was. So.
This is like the first time I've wanted a game to go longer than it's supposed to, because I like hanging out with Glash and Lamarck. I mean, I like hanging out with everybody, but Glash and Lamarck are very chill, very fun, and now this game's gonna be like 45 minutes.
Yeah, and
with
these pizza deals.
Guys.
Maybe do I get
a fourth quarter
here?
Pizza deal?
Take a last minute pizza deal, you have to predict a touchdown because someone's going to have to score here. Someone will have to score to win the game. Could be the kicker. Kickers you can't pick a kicker. You can pick can you predict the winning touchdown? Maybe that should be the game.
Predict the last scoring play of this game.
Oh, I like that.
Is it a Dan Bailey field goal?
Ooh.
Is it a safety?
Is it a Tajay Sharp end around touchdown? Is it a fake field goal touchdown?
Was I on either you guys when Joe Flacco scored?
No.
Yeah, he scored on a fake field goal through a touchdown.
For the Jets?
Yeah.
Wow.
Beautiful.
It's amazing.
Lamarca, apparently you saw a kick return for a score last night?
Yes, it happened.
I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
I think I've seen 2 on the 2021 version altogether. Like since we changed games. I think
that was my second as well. I think one I was working a game with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. I've seen one other one. So
all right, who should I pick? Who should oh wow, well, the Vikings might score right now. They're at the 10. But what did we say? Last scoring play?
Last scoring play.
I feel like picking Dalvin Cook is cheating.
It is, but he's also the most likely to win this. I mean,
I'm going out on a limb, Irv Smith Jr.
Irv Smith Jr. I'm going to say it'll be a garbage time touchdown to CJ Uzomah.
Okay, but who should I pick in the chat?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's your call, dude.
Yeah, dude.
How bad you want to give away this pizza?
Do it before this happens, though.
I know.
Got to do it right now. You're under pressure.
All right.
Huh.
All right. The last scoring play. All right, I'll pick someone from the Bengals because, Orlando Hewitt, Joe Mixon, TD. Yeah, see? Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, there you go. Dalvin Cook, again. Anticlimactic. All right, Orlando. You're on the list.
Okay. The list.
Now, the issue with the Bengals player is they need to tie the game. They need to score again.
That's not what you said. You said last scoring play.
Yeah,
last scoring play.
You didn't say game-winning scoring play.
It's true. Okay, Orlando.
Don't
Hewitt.
worry, chat. I got your back, chat. I'm looking out for you, baby.
Well, what I'm trying to say is if he ties it, what if you go to overtime?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, they could need a touchdown. They could score twice in the next 7 minutes.
So if you're on Mixon side, you need a score before the score.
Correct.
Got you. And it can be any score.
Could be
it
him
could be
twice.
A Viking score.
Yeah.
It could be a field goal. But you need the score before the score.
Good point. Right. Yep. Well, hopefully Orlando is here. Wow, a last-minute pizza deal. That's a new one.
Crazy times, man. It's the end of times.
I don't know if this was brought up today. It may have been in the noon and 2 sims. And if it has, I apologize. Well, I don't apologize, but I think it's worth bringing up again because I know I haven't discussed it. But we had a loss today in the SimFam family. Not to get too deep here and too sappy, and it's unfortunate news. Kaufman got a DM today from a friend of the DK SimFam. Dr. Will. So if you've been here from the very beginning, there's Gio Bernard. I'm not going to do a Tom Brenneman. I'm going to stop calling the game. Lamarca. Yeah, no Castellanos moments coming up here. This is the message from Dr. Will's wife, Heather. I wanted to let you know one of your DK SimFam members from the beginning lost his bout with cancer yesterday. He was 40 years old. He battled it off and on for the last 2+ years. Madden Sims gave him an outlet for a while. Just wanted to let you know. I would greatly appreciate it if you let the other announcers and the DK Sim family know. So we wish Dr. Will, the family of Dr. Will, and also his wife, Heather, the best, and we send our condolences. But if you remember Dr. Will from the chat, that's a day one guy right there. Big Bears fan, big Cubs fan. If you've been here from the beginning, you'll remember who Dr. Will was. So just wanted to pass that along. That hasn't been shared today.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's really unfortunate news. I know I DM'd with him at least once.
Yep, same. So wanted to pass that along, and just another example of how awesome you folks have been for the last year and a half. Just connecting with us, and Dr. Will was a consistent presence in the chat. So really nice of all of you there in the chat, just sending your condolences as well. But wanted to pass that along since it was asked for us to share it.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
All right, first down, 22-yard line. There's Bernard again. Gio Bernard. Oh, Gio, touchdown.
The score before the score.
Yep, there it is. You're right, Lamarca. Plenty of time, too. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Gio Bernard, a couple touchdowns, 25% owned. Man, good on you if you got him in.
I was close, but I went Joe Mixon instead. classic mistake of playing the guy who is better in real life.
Sir, are you both now, I know you've both weighed in on how you feel about preseason football and how to not make too much of it, and you can enjoy certain moments of it. Like LaMarcus said, he enjoys seeing Zach Wilson play well because, well, he wants that to work out for his team.
Right.
You know? And then Jeff, I feel like you change your team every year. Who's your team this year? Washington, isn't it? It's Washington.
Yeah, Washington's definitely up there. They're like top 3 right now. Absolutely, man.
Okay.
You know.
So, what do you do now for the next 2 weeks? Like,
you draft.
Are your minds pretty?
Yeah.
Would you say you draft?
You
draft,
do
my
fantasy drafts. I mean, this is like because you're right because and I talked about this yesterday. Like we have a longer than normal break with the preseason only being 3 weeks. So
right,
it's gonna be like 2 weeks where it's like legitimately there's like one PGA event and then there's like not like baseball. Obviously, some people are into that, and then it's like you're doing drafts because we're just waiting for football. So
right,
yeah.
And college starts up right before Labor Day, so if you like
true.
college
Yeah.
football, you can get invested in that. But
yeah,
I know it's 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks, that final preseason game. Then a lot of teams get that next week to build up to the moment. Jeff, I know we talked about this last week, but I'm sorry. I am. If you're a Cowboys fan, I don't know how you're not. I'll use Reed's tweet. Nervous. I don't know how you're not a little nervous about Dak. I really don't know how.
Please use his full name.
Sure.
Future MVP.
Dak Prescott.
Dak
I was
Prescott.
calling Bill Belichick Bill earlier, like we're pals, and we go.
I don't
together.
care so much about the Prescott part, but the future MVP part must be added.
I mean,
Oh.
with Adam Schefter tweeting out Dak Prescott could be bothered by injuries throughout 2021. Yeah, it's not great. He's not fully back. He may not be back all season long, Schefter said. So.
Oh, great.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
I didn't
When
see
this
that
come out?
tweet.
This came out like 2 days ago, I think.
Oh. That's a new
The
development.
last I saw was that he was doing fine. But oh well.
I mean, is anyone really 100% like? I don't know.
You would hope so at the beginning of the season.
It's true. These guys do have like lifelong injuries, like Tom Brady with that knee thing. Like Tom Brady just won a Super Bowl with like a knee problem he's had for like multiple years. So I don't know. It does say that. I'm just reading what this report says. It says, okay, Adam Schefter went on blah, 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 as he continues to recover from ankle injury and recent shoulder injury. He's not fully back, may not be back all year long. Prescott dealing with a right latissimus strain suffered during training camp. It's kept him out. Also has the ankle injury. Quarterback does believe he'll be able to play during the regular season. Wanted to compete during the team's joint practices. I felt like I could go out there. Yeah, I think Glash is probably right though. It's concerning. Like he's not even doing the scrimmaging and stuff. I don't know. For a guy who basically didn't only play like 5 games last year.
And look, I know, like, I'm not saying he should be playing in the preseason, but Mike McCarthy, that's a big 180 there. We plan on playing Dak in the preseason, and now we're not going to play him at all in the preseason. It's a little alarming. They've changed their guard on this quite a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, look, like Adam Schefter doesn't speculate, right? Like, obviously, if he's throwing it out there, there's at least some truth to it. But the one thing you'd say is, again, you could probably say that about a lot of players. Like, they're not going to be 100% through the whole season. So is this just like, okay, let me dealing with soreness? Or is this like downgrade Dak 20% and also he's way heightened risk for injury, right? I don't know. I really don't know. So he is coming off a pretty major ankle injury. I still think he's going to be okay. Like, I really do. I don't know. I have this feeling like it's just a shoulder strain. He's still got some time. He was moving okay by all accounts. I don't know. I feel like they're just taking a lot of precautions, but I'm not super bullish on it either. Like, I'm not like pretending like it doesn't like this. There's not a heightened risk of it. So I don't even really hate the MVP bet. There's Dalvin Cook.
And you know why this is worth bringing up, Dalvin Cook? Because someone in the chat said 3 touchdowns for Dalvin Cook as a pizza meal, and that was not one I picked. So.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, you had something about Dak MVP discussion?
No, I just said I still kind of like that bet too. Like, I'm not even opposed to it. It's just, maybe wait till the odds go down. Maybe wait till there's like more negativity or something.
Yeah. Well, and on that note, we can't go too deep into that, obviously, but
no, we can't. And
no, it's all good. It's all good. We're just it's general discussion.
You're fired, Jeff.
The football. I'll say this: the football team. The chances for Washington to take the division are now getting better based on what we've seen as far as.
I love that bet. I love that now. I mean, I like Washington's chances better now to win that division. Absolutely, yeah.
So, and maybe look, more of our discussion last week was you weren't against that in the first place. You were all about the football team.
I've always been about the football team.
It was more about just Dak as an individual and what the capabilities are for that offense. And they should still be high because they've got a great cast of characters, and I think Zeke's in for a better year. I mean, how could he be worse than last year? I don't know. I wonder. Dak is what? The number 5-6 quarterback on a board if you're doing a season-long draft? Is that fair, Lamarca?
I still have no problems taking him there. I had him higher in my own personal rankings. I have him above Kyler. Maybe that's controversial, but I don't see Kyler duplicating his success from a rushing touchdown perspective last year. I mean, what did he have on the ground? It was easily double-digit rushing touchdowns. He had 11.
Who are you taking before Dak Prescott?
Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. And now if you feel uncomfortable with the injury, you can put Kyler ahead of him. He's going ahead of him. But that's it to me. That's the whole list.
No Russ.
No Russ.
Okay.
I mean, Dak played 5 games last year, and he threw for 450 yards in 3 of them.
It's absurd. He could have he was on pace for 6,300 passing yards last year.
The weapons are just, it's an embarrassment of riches. I mean, it really is. Add in that the offensive line should be better.
Yep.
Zeke should be better. Like, I'm still very bullish on the Cowboys, but again, this is all based on the fact that Prescott's going to be there. So if you don't think he can make it through what is now a 17-game season, then yeah, you should be looking at some other options in the NFC East.
3 timeouts here for Cincy. 25 seconds to go. We're at the 34 of Minnesota.
Yeah, they got a shot here. Oh,
yeah, they're making quick work of this drive.
All right.
Maybe I'll get my wish here. Some OT.
A little free football.
Yes, this is the final sim of the night because of preseason football. We will give you the schedule for tomorrow before we go. 6 sims tomorrow. Super Bowl baby 67. Annoyed about his Cowboys. Loves them. 1st and goal. Touchdown.
There it is.
AJ Green.
Now he just needs the walk-off touchdown bomb in overtime to secure the pizza.
That's it. It could happen.
Wait, I thought we had Mixon on that. No, we had AJ Green.
Well, we have the previous 3 deals also on the table.
Oh, okay.
We just added one in because,
Well, what was the previous 3 deals? Was one AJ Green?
AJ Green bonus 2 tuds.
Oh, all right.
There's one. And he's got 51 yards. Kind of possible.
Walk off.
It's not impossible.
Corn dogs, Jackie. Corn dogs.
AJ Green, 32.6% owned in the $100 free contest. Update, because Mike Bizzle asked nicely. Update from Reed Fowler.
Way up.
12 minutes ago. We are safely in at 20 under. Now we wait.
Yeah, it's going to be a playoff between Tony Finau and Cam Smith. Hopefully they have time to get it in today.
And they better, because Jeff needs to get his articles done.
Yeah, this is getting a little ludicrous here. We're Monday night, folks. Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
We'll segue nicely right into the football.
Just need to get in the clubhouse and flip a coin.
Imagine. Tony, Cameron, we can't finish up today. We'll give you the option. You want to play tomorrow or just flip a coin for it? We'll take the coin.
Minnesota, they're not going to get. They could get in field goal range. They'd have to throw a shot here.
They didn't even use their timeout.
Oh, they didn't.
Happy to go to overtime.
Must be says, Lamarca, you've never had a corn dog.
It's true. I said that on a sim, and I haven't eaten one since. So, no corn dogs.
Ooh.
Wow.
It's Bengals ball.
All right, so we need a Mixon walk-off for the Mixon guy, and then we need how many yards does AJ Green have?
AJ Green's at 51, so a 49-yard bomb to win the game.
Okay, so 49 plus for AJ.
Oh no,
Green.
I'm part of me. He's at 57, so he needs a 43-yard touchdown.
Okay, all right, or just like
right,
yeah,
some build up to the touchdown.
Okay,
all right,
so here we go. Let's raid Glash's bank account here. Let's go. Go Bengals. One more
Just
hit.
don't make it one of those. Tommy Freeze Pops posted a picture on Twitter. Somebody got him like a taco pizza.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, that was a assault on everything I love about pizza.
He was talking up this taco pizza for an entire sim. I swear to God. I got to go
Listen,
look
I'm sure it's good. Just don't call it pizza. I don't know what you call it, but it's not pizza. Pizza doesn't have tortilla chips on it.
You guys just reminded me that Freeze Pops owes me a pizza, and you know what? That sounds good tonight for Monday Night Football, so I'm going to text him. Can I get my pizza tonight? He said I had till September 1 when we're done being commentators.
Dear God, that just looks like a random bunch of stuff piled on bread.
All right, there's AJ Green. Oh, you're looking at it right now? 64 yards. It's very doable, AJ Green here. Where's Brian Anderson? Are you there?
Get your bib on. Hey, the Mixon guy's live too.
It's
3rd and 11 though. They need a first down.
They need a first down.
They need to get going. Oh no, that's just he's live. No, with the save, the shoestringer.
Wow.
My God.
That was incredible.
Miracles from heaven, folks.
The guru says taco pizza is good and real. I didn't say that it wasn't real. I just said that it wasn't pizza. There's no sauce.
Honestly, it probably does taste good. It just looks terrible.
What a bookmark that play. There's Green
There's
again.
AJ.
Oh. Wow. Here we go. Buckle up. 6 for 68. 32 from the bonus. Still needs to find the end zone.
Gio Bernard, man. Wow. Thank you all for hanging with us. We're only 9 likes. 9 from 200. Smash that like button.
9.
No, it's 8. No, it's 9. I was just testing you. It's 9.
That's the magic number. I actually watched that movie the other day.
Oh, let's go.
Stumbled across it on television and said, I have to watch this for Glash.
Oh, you ever see School of Rock, Jeff?
Oh, yeah.
Jack Black, yeah.
It's actually funny. I watched that. It's one of the first movies I watched with my wife, like when we started dating, and she hated it. She just thought it was like she just doesn't like the humor, whatever, right? And I'm like, because I thought it was great, and I'm like, yeah, I guess it wasn't that good, and then, like secretly, you're just like, that was amazing. Anyways, thought I'd share.
Well, her loss.
It really was. She's got horrible taste in movies, though. She knows it, though, so it's okay.
And we're getting to do or die time here for AJ Green.
Tom Carroll has responded. You don't want to do it while we're on his broadcast together? Pizza for the game sounds amazing.
Everybody else throwing out their favorite version of pizza that isn't pizza.
Wow, this Mixon thing could happen, but Bernard's doing everything. Oh,
that just means Mixon has a better chance to come on because he's going to get tired. So.
Yeah, right. They're just working Gio in the passing game.
Yep.
Tonight it is. Or I'll forget again.
Pizza in the game sounds amazing.
Well, he's like, you want to do it while we're on a game? I'm like, I'm going to forget again. All right, Joe Burrow's hit the bonus. Where am I going to get it from? We'll worry about that later. 2nd and 6. There's Mixon in the backfield.
AJ Green can't hit the bonus, right? Or two.
No,
Too
he
far
can't.
away.
There he is right there.
That's unfortunate.
Where is he at? 7 for 70? Unless they kick a field goal.
Yeah, he needs a field goal.
Oh,
a
that's
Vikings
right. Yeah, field goals.
And then the walk-off.
Yeah, this game isn't over. I mean, I asked for it to keep going, and maybe it's just going to keep going. Like, overstay its welcome.
Burrow! Touchdown!
Oh, wide open.
Who was
It's going to end.
It's AJ Green!
It is AJ Green. Oh, my God.
Wow!
Going to be like 10 yards short of the bonus. Oh, so close.
Wow!
Dang.
That is too bad.
That is pretty awesome.
That should be worth a calzone or something.
Calzone. 3 chicken wings.
Yeah.
AJ Green. It was Brian Anderson. He was still here. Wow. 8 for 78 and 2 scores.
It's a good call, Brian. You made a good run, man.
Wow. That's a good little sweat. Good little sweat. All right. Well, I think AJ Green's going to be our player of the game, even though he didn't deliver for Brian Anderson. It's pretty
Agreed.
good. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Dalvin also had a fantastic game, but he was 1,000,000% owned. Also, shout out to Gio Bernard. 8 catches for 93 yards, 2 touchdowns. Joe Burrow hit the bonus with 3 touchdowns. Like, the Bengals kind of just went off. So I feel like we give the whole. Can we give the whole team wooden nickels? Tom's got enough.
Yeah, he does. He has plenty. Okay. Who's our not my kid? Do we know?
Joe Mixon is my vote.
Yeah, he stunk. He ruined all the fun. Some of the fun. How many points did he have? Well, Gio Bernard was
1.9.
awesome. 1.9. Justin Jefferson had nothing.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. It's got to be Jefferson.
No, it's okay. I mean, I just noticed that myself.
He was higher owned, too. So, Justin Jefferson, final answer.
Okay. Jeff, any rebuttal? Are you good with that?
No. That's all kosher. I mean, it's all good.
Okay. Very good. All right. Let's give you all the schedule for tomorrow. My camera is falling down. Silly Brendan.
This is what you get from trying to steal Freeze Pops' gimmick with the microwave in the background.
I know. Well, quick story. Sarah's on vacation with her mother and her brothers. I get the desk. I get to be, run the show around here because it's just me.
I get the desk that we both spent money on, but she gets to use it all the time. So annoying. But I take care of the desk. I wipe it down when I'm done. I put everything away when I'm done. Someone else who lives here doesn't do that. Okay, got that off my chest. Here's the schedule for tomorrow. You got the sweat at 11 a.m. to get your day started. Okay, I think Jesse will be here. Hopefully, it's not a sweat for Jeff's sake, where they're not recapping the Northern Trust playoff tomorrow morning.
No,
get it done.
It's about to end. Tony Finau's going to win this thing. Cam Smith's like LB on the first playoff hole. It's basically over. So
okay, that's good. I'll be here at noon with Emerson Lazio. We are going to get your day started. Bears, Steelers, me and Emerson. Start the day. 2 p.m., Packers, Panthers, Jason Rossi, Christian DeAndrea. Get the green with Jeff and Reed. All right, you get to talk to Reed. I wonder if Reed will be home by then. Well, you're on with Reed tomorrow, Jeff, at 3 o'clock-ish.
Yes.
Then you have 4 o'clock, Giants and Jets with Kaufman. This is the only 3-person booth tomorrow. Kaufman, ZT, and Rossi at 4. The slate, we will have a version of the slate talking baseball tomorrow with Steve and Garion. So baseball slate tomorrow. No baseball today. Baseball tomorrow on the slate after the 4 o'clock sim. And then here is your late Madden lineup. 6 o'clock, Cowboys Chiefs with Kaufman and Kenny. 8 o'clock, Lions Rams with Kaufman and Tommy. Freeze Pops. And then Browns Raiders. Jeff is here with Freeze Pops for Madden After Dark. LaMarca, I'll be at Mohegan all week, so if you're welcome to stop by if you want to come by. I'm not kidding. I mean,
We'll
you're
see.
more than welcome. Okay. And you can say no. You can't do it. I put you on the spot there. So.
I'll think about it.
Okay. You all have a great night. Enjoy the football. Don't read too much into it, as I learned in the first half. But, play some DFS. These two gentlemen were very kind to give you some info for tonight. You can find Matt LaMarca's write-up on the on Fantasy Labs for this evening. Jeff, any written content tonight or just what we saw at halftime?
No, I'll have some written content up, obviously, for the golf tournament probably tomorrow morning. So check out DK Nation for sure. Give me a follow at the Fantasy Grind always. The football stuff coming in season and stuff like that. Always appreciate it, guys. Have a good rest of your Monday.
Okay, very good. Thanks to producer Michael, also T. Pike, Tate and Bert from Ops. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow at noon with Emerson. That'll be interesting. Good night.